Okay, so toaster. Back to what you were saying. I was plugging in the USB right after you said that you had given them the Medicaid card. So
Yes.
what did the pharmacist do after they ran your insurance? Did they give you a reason of
It
invalid
said,
or?
yeah, it said that that it was well, they were getting the code that they usually get when you know how insurance is, you have to re-up every single year?
Yeah.
And apparently that is the not June, excuse me, May 31st.
Mm-hmm.
And well, I don't have, I'm separated from my ex, which is good, but I am still technically on his insurance until we're divorced, but without a card with the numbers. All I need is the numbers.
So log online. All the renewals, everything has got to be done online. Can't you do that?
I can't because I am not the policy holder.
Uh,
That's so
okay, but it's
sad.
Medicaid. It's Medicaid. It's
Oh,
gone through
Medicaid,
DCF. It goes
yes.
through Access. I mean, you've got
Medic.
an Access account.
No, no,
Well,
no, no.
In Florida, they call it Access. I'm sorry.
Okay. All right. Let me see if I can explain this better. My husband has insurance through his employer, and it
Oh, okay.
covers, yeah. Me
Okay.
knowing that I am going to be losing this, went ahead and applied for Medicaid, thinking, yes, this is my safety net. And when yesterday I went to the pharmacist and it's like, oh, okay, I need my safety net. I pull out the card and then find it is not a safety net because it still has to go through some other insurance first, which makes no sense to me. What? How do people who weren't as lucky as me and have another insurance do this?
What has to change there is that primary insurance that they're showing on your file at CVS or whatever pharmacy you're going to has to no longer be your primary insurance. And you
Okay.
should be able to make that change by telling them that the insurance holder and you are separated.
Yeah, I thought so. Justin, he's my pharmacist. He knows.
Maybe he didn't want to embrace customer service on that day,
I
but
don't know.
you should easily be able to remove that PPO or your husband's HMO or whatever as your primary insurance and switch that to Medicaid as the only and primary source of insurance. They shouldn't have a problem doing that for you.
Okay. This is gonna sound horrible. Do you think you could um text that, or not text that, but like put that in the chat real quick while I go
Okay,
get a piece of paper?
who's your pharmacist so I can look up the contact
Um,
information?
his
Or
name
pharmacy, sorry.
is Sam's Club Pharmacy
Okay.
in Matthews, North Carolina.
Okay.
And I yeah, I don't know. I was just so shocked yesterday that the Medicaid just didn't do anything, and it's like, okay, what am I
Windsor
going?
Square Drive sound familiar?
Yes, it does.
Okay.
That's where my mom takes me. My mom
Okay, there
didn't
we
know
go.
what to do either.
All right, well, they're open till 7 tonight, and I'm putting it in. Would you rather this in a message? Like a direct message kind of thing?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay.
Either way, but call them, tell them that the primary insurance is no longer primary insurance, and to take it off. Right?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. Open.
I might do that.
Yeah, absolutely.
Hi, Jamie. Welcome, you guys. You guys are the newbies. Everybody else is kind of regulars. Wait, Alex, this is your second time, right?
Yeah, second time.
Yeah, this is my first time. Sorry, I don't really know how this works.
It's all right. I just ask a bunch of questions and I get opinions on people's things, and if they're watching it, then they get their stuff answered. Sometimes you might hear something that you posted. If you posted in the epilepsy chat, I just go through it and I don't read them. So sometimes you might be like, what the? I didn't read it. I just read the caption, like, this might be interesting. I don't want to read it and then read it to you guys, and I'm not as excited or ooh when I read this. And I'm like, oh, okay, I'm just reading it to you. And yeah, I like to have the emotion of reading it together. Most of the time, I'm like, hold on.
Oh my
no.
God. I don't know what you just
Yeah.
did, but now my pharmacy's calling me. Bye.
Don't you just love Kate?
He working some magic.
Right. I'm just waiting for her to get a divorce.
Yeah.
Anyhow,
Pookie and Kate.
Come on now,
oh,
don't
yeah.
tell me that and you love jalapenos in the same meeting. All right, here we go. I guess there's a limit to how many how long you can type a direct message, so I got to find her to do it another way. All right, glad to hear everybody is on track today. So if it's a real busy topic or anything for anybody who's new, we try to remind to don't hesitate to raise your hand. We're all always looking at, who's ready to speak up.
Oh, yeah, you can do that too. But there's another thing. There's a button down here. It says reactions. You can raise your hand. But yeah, you can raise your hand like that, or if no one's talking, jump in. If anybody starts talking while I'm talking, I'll always stop because I can talk later.
I don't know if I raised my hand correctly with the emoji or the reaction or.
Yeah, that's good right there.
I'm a part of the epilepsy supports on Reddit, and two people gave me this as what to do because, and I'm sorry if I can't control my emotions at all because of FICOMPA. Is anybody on FICOMPA?
No, I had not.
No,
Kate
never heard
is.
of it.
I got off of FICOMPA relatively quickly for that reason.
Okay.
Because I felt like
Actually,
it was such an emotional roller coaster, and that was on the starting dose.
I found some
Yeah.
oxycarbazine. I didn't even know I
Does
had it.
anybody have? Does anyone here have drug-resistant epilepsy?
That's me.
That's Kate.
Okay, that's all right.
And
I'm
Sailor Mom when she gets on, if she gets on.
Yeah.
Yes, we have plenty of members with drug-resistant epilepsy. Some of us have gone the surgical route. Some of us are just taking more than 5 meds, and we can definitely all relate to whatever drug-resistant topic comes up.
Does anybody have a high
Um,
chance of SUDEP?
I think they told me
Sorry to hear
during
that.
pregnancies, yes, but I don't know if that's on the regular my chart.
Yeah, Sailor,
Okay.
hers is like that. Mine, I stopped breathing a few times.
with
They haven't even talked about SUDEP. I just stopped breathing. Hi, Melissa. Kate, you want me to start? You got some
Hi,
things?
Yeah, go ahead. I'm just looking for Toaster. I still got to
Go
get
ahead,
this
Jenny.
message to
Hi,
Toaster.
Melissa.
I'm here.
Oh,
It was
shoot. Okay.
my pharmacy, but it was just a standardized. Your prescription is
Oh.
ready for pickup,
It's a
which I
bot.
can't pay
Okay.
for.
Okay,
But
Man,
it's
so
good
that
that
was
they at least have the
good.
Xcopri in now.
She's good at what
So-
she does.
that's a tease.
So I don't have to worry as much. I texted my mom. She's gonna pay for it. So it's gonna be
Alright, well.
$1,000. But I'm lucky. I'm lucky I have
Right.
my mom.
Absolutely.
Mm-hmm.
My mom, my son, my dad, the doggies.
Absolutely.
Hello, Melissa, Jamie, and Emma.
Okay, can I start?
Please do.
Right. So I found something. It says worth it with a question mark. I haven't read it, so be with me. Oh, it's a rant also. It says, hey guys, I don't want to sound depressed or done with life, but my life is just full of shit since I got it. I was happy and full of life before and now, and I just feel like a piece of shit. I have panic attacks every time I feel weird. I cry so much, I'm just done. I just wonder if living is worth it. Does anyone of you ever think the same? Oh yeah, once upon a time. Oh yeah, I thought it was over.
Yeah. I've been through it. I've been through a 23-hour stay, and living is definitely worth it. I have my daughter, and she is great. Like, makes me want to be around forever.
Right. I seen a post and I asked for like weeks in a row, and there was one who someone said, what makes you want to live? And I was like, family, my kids. But yeah, that's a good reason to stay alive. Anybody else? I've been on the edge of that bridge in my mind. Yeah, been there. Thought about it. Changed medications. Medication things makes you want to think about stuff like that.
That is what it comes down to. Know when to
Call
ask
the
for help.
neurologist, and I'm like, no neurologist. The other medication never made me think about this stuff. Any opinions on that last one?
Jamie Lynn, you
No?
still have your hand up?
Oh, sorry, I didn't know how to change that.
Oh, no worries.
I think that's kind of the bridge I'm on right now. I'm on like my 10th and 11th medicine because I'm on my second neurologist, but I'm going back to the original neurologist who really had me on a controlled route, and it was this past Tuesday. I mean, I'm a very, very nice person, and I mean, I literally I freaked out. I mean, the closest thing I can describe myself was I can't even talk. I freaked out and lost myself. I was trying to break everything. I was losing myself. I was scaring the kids in my family. I mean, I'm at the point where I'm just like, I don't know what to do, and I'm grateful that I'm on this meeting with you guys, and it's just like, what do you do when you're with a doctor that says the only thing that will help you is taking out this much of your brain? Like, that's why I'm going back to my other neurologist, but it's just like I'm sorry, I'm literally not going to know how to talk if I just don't stop right now.
It's all right.
No,
Take your time.
absolutely. Yeah.
Jen, it's all good. It's all good, honey.
When my
Didn't you go through the
neurologist,
same thing, Toaster? Didn't they take some of your brain?
so when it comes down to that conversation, the doctors told me that it was, it was something they were really looking forward to seeing if I qualified for, and before the sleep EEG and determining what would be the best course, they did bring up that as a surgical solution, but it sounds like they really just are having no consideration for your state of mind at this point, Jamie Lynn. Maybe they didn't bring it up the right way and just explain what the actual benefits would be, because that sounds so intimidating and overwhelming
Yeah,
to
it's
just,
not right.
have that as a solution and with no explanation. I think you're definitely doing the right thing. You have your appointment
Yes, most
with the other
definitely.
neurologist.
Yes.
Does the other neurologist or anybody at the office, maybe if you could reach out to them to just get in sooner, get in
Yeah.
as soon as
So
possible.
I meet with my original neurologist. I meet with him tomorrow.
Beautiful.
Oh, okay. Okay.
I already go back. I
Okay.
have an appointment with my original PCP. I saw her for like 15 years. I have an appointment scheduled with her as well. And I'm just like with the neurologist that I switched to, they did all this testing, and like you said, they have no consideration for my state of mind. They're like, you have to do this testing, and in 3 months we're gonna have to do the EEG where we put all of the things inside your head connected to your brain, and what you should do is have your family shave your head for you and make it a great little
What?
event. And I was just like,
No.
what the fuck is this? And now on the Phi Compa, I've made a list to go over with my parents, and I'm gonna go over it with my neurologist. I mean, homicidal, suicidal thoughts, like all of these things. I mean, I've literally just I've never been this person before.
Jenny
Jamie
Lynn,
Lynn, you've got
there's
to
many,
understand this
many.
is Go ahead, Tom.
There's many, 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 many different drugs. And when one of them isn't working right for us, there's many others that they can try. This obviously is not working for you. I think your new neurologist is going to see this, not your new one, your old one is going to see this, and he will make changes. I promise. Wait,
Thank
don't
you,
say
Tom.
that, Tom. Wait, I don't want to say I promise. But no.
You're
But
giving her hope.
yeah, they'll see that, and they'll do something. They'll do what needs to be done. Obviously, that this new neurologist doesn't have it together.
Yeah.
Your old neurologist will get all the same tests. He'll get everything that this new guy did,
Yeah.
and he'll make you some new decisions for you. I'm sure of it.
And just please don't blame yourself for
can't have you
anything,
live
any
like that.
impression that you've made on your family, your children. If anything, long term, this can be a learning experience, a positive one
Yeah.
for your family as well as you. So just please don't blame yourself and never let the guilt take up any of your energy, because that's a really, really draining feeling, and
It'll
you
consume
need your
you.
energy right now to focus on yourself.
Right.
And
Yeah,
I don't know
it's
if
definitely
any
the
of you guys,
medicine.
yeah, if you guys have, and it's not all of my family. My parents are here for me, but my siblings have pretty much looked at me as like, oh well, you're the devil, I'm leaving. And
No, honey, no, don't, no, honey, no. Honey, no. Positive thoughts, sweetie.
Yeah, I would
Positive
say
Alex,
the
what were you
same
thoughts.
gonna say?
thing, but
Okay.
mines aren't supportive. So, yeah, they aren't the best
Positive
support,
thoughts.
and they don't want to learn anything about epilepsy. So I just let it go. But yeah, I know where you're coming from. Support system is everything with epilepsy. We all need a support system. You can go
That's why we're
crazy without
here.
it, and
thank you
I've been
guys.
there. Like I said, I've been on the edge of that bridge in my mind. No support system to help me get out of it, and just being alone. You need someone. Everybody needs someone.
Thank you
You have
guys.
us. You have us.
Thank you.
Alex,
And
what
are
were you gonna
these?
say? Oh, go ahead, Jamie.
No, I was just gonna ask. I know I got the thing that says it's Tuesday and Friday. Are these meetings? Is it weekly?
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
And in the meantime, you can always message on Reddit. I'm sure we all check our Reddits every day. And
Every day, multiple times.
my
Right.
name is Katie, but on Reddit I'm Mom1021.
Mom 1021. Okay. Thank
Yeah.
you so much.
Yeah,
And
absolutely.
Or you
What's your
can-
Reddit name?
I will look at it and message in the thing. Honestly,
Okay.
it's like fun scratch something. I don't know. I'll have to change it.
Okay. That's
Okay,
what I was trying to
excuse
do
me.
too, and they're strict about not changing it. I picked whatever just popped into my mind, thinking Reddit wasn't gonna be anything, and yeah, now I'm stuck. I'm totally stuck with it.
I
We're
made a
trying to make it a
suggestion.
family, like
Emma, I'm
basically a
sorry.
close
I'm sorry,
family.
Emma.
Go ahead, Angel.
I was trying to say we're trying to make Pookie's page, Reddit page, a close family community, because we don't want it to be another message board.
Okay, that's a
Right.
good way of looking at it. Alex,
I
you think
totally-
we've achieved that yet?
Yeah, I told the other guy from the epilepsy subreddit that we can work together and stop banning my moderators. After what he said, and then me and him had a conversation. I was like, "Can we push something with epilepsy awareness? Me and you can work together, and you don't have to just have a message board. We got a community over here." And he's like, "Nope." I'm like, "All right." So I went back to the messages. He deleted his messages but left mine. And they're just blocking all my moderators and blocking me. So hey, we can still. They told me stop recruiting people from the epilepsy thing. Not recruiting people. I'm
Emma,
bargaining
Jenny,
chips.
Lynn, Melissa.
You
I
don't belong to
probably
him.
messaged you yesterday and I got banned. But I'm glad you guys showed up today. Because that's what matters. It all
Yes.
matters is you guys being here and getting the support you need.
And speaking of hearing everybody's voice, Alex, you've had your hand up for a long time. Go ahead.
I'm sorry.
You're good. You're good.
Sorry, no, it's okay. Don't worry about it. I was just gonna say, Jamie, I had similar experiences in terms of I wasn't on perampanel, but I had cenobamate, which is the I think in the States. I'm from the UK, so I think in the States it's called Xcopri. Um, and that also gave me like suicidal thoughts. And I'm still on it, and it still gives me suicidal thoughts, and they're daily. Like the thought pops in, and like I have to like rationalize with my brain and be like, okay, I need to pop it out. But like I can sense myself, I've had epilepsy for 10 years now, and I don't have like friends. I do have a girlfriend, but I feel like I'm self-sabotaging that. Just I don't know why, but that's just a thought. But I don't have any friends anymore. I kind of just stay indoors all day because I'm, scared to go outside in case I have like a seizure. And it's just, you know, I don't know, like quite a tough mental place to be in. And that's why I joined this group. Like I like last Friday was my first call, but I felt like I needed, you know, some sort of place where I could meet other epileptics because I actually hadn't met anybody with epilepsy in my life in the last 10 years, which is a bit crazy to think about. But my
Neither have we.
neurologist, sorry, go ahead.
No, go ahead. I said neither have we. I didn't meet anyone with epilepsy until I started this.
It's pretty crazy to think about, but it's nice that we have, like that we are able to meet each other, because like I had similar experience with my first neurologist, because ex-corpy was quite new in the UK and it was like recently legalized. I think it was in like 2021 or 2022. When I was first on it, it was sort of just like, oh yeah, take it up to like 200 milligrams per day was a dose, I think. But no, like when I was telling my neurologist that I was starting to have suicidal thoughts, I still remember I was in a meeting with him, like face to face, and he basically said, "Oh, it can't be the epilepsy drugs. Like it's probably like you're probably going through something yourself." And I was like no, like in my head I was like, no way, like I know like this is happening, like I know myself pre-epilepsy and post-epilepsy, and like there's no way that this is happening. But like I felt like I was like he just didn't want to accept that it could be a side effect of the medication. And now I'm even on a higher dose because my seizures aren't controlled. But yeah, as in like like I try and just push those thoughts away, but it's like literally every single day, every single day, every single day. But yeah.
Well, first, I want to say, I think everyone would probably agree with this, but we're friends now because I think the same thing, honestly. And I've definitely every single day thought that now since starting the medication. I mean, I'll be sitting outside just literally thinking, I don't have anything anymore. And then something will come in my head, okay, then kill yourself. And then I'm like, no, stop, push it out. It's such dark thoughts. And for a doctor to say, oh no, it's not a medication, that's that's insane. And so I'm so sorry that you're going through that. And like I said, we're friends now, and I pray for you because that's just crazy.
No, thank
I
you.
always say these doctors suck. They keep everything on a don't ask, don't tell, I feel like. If you're going through it and you don't talk about it, they don't even bring it up. They know these pills can make you want to do all kinds of stuff. And I had to quit Keppra. I had to get off of Keppra. And luckily, when I told him, he was like, we can wean you off and get you on something else. Same day.
Yeah, this Keppra. Oh God.
Yeah.
I'm allergic that kept rest of that was the first one they tried me on, and I break out in a huge rash. But the neurologist I'm going back to, I tried to ask him. He had me on lacosamide, which I'm still on, and topiramate or whatever, Topamax, and it was just making me lose a lot of weight. So I asked him, I'm like, could we please take me off of it? And he is so serious about, he's like, Jamie, that can really make, why would we want to take you off of a drug that can, it's controlling your seizures,
There's
let's
21 different drugs.
and oh, I'm sorry, what'd you say?
No, I'm just saying there's so many different drugs.
Oh,
And
exactly.
what
And so I was telling him, I'm like, well, because of this, it's my weight and this and that. And I am grateful because I thought, well, I'm just going to go to a different doctor. And so I went to this other doctor. He put me on something else. And then he has now switched my medicine 8 different times. And I've literally just gone down a mental tornado. And so I'm like, I am grateful that my other neurologist was serious about it. But like you said, there is other medications we could try, but you don't need to change it within the snap of your fingers, because look at what it does to someone,
Right. We know.
So that's all I have to say. If anyone else has anything.
I was going to go around and I was going to see what everybody's taking. When's your last seizure? And when were you diagnosed? I'll start with me. I was diagnosed in 2006. I've taken Dilantin. That was first for like 7 years. Then I take Keppra for a bunch of more years before I eventually need to get off of it. It was getting worse and worse. And then there was, I'm on Lamictal now, 200 milligrams twice daily. And my last seizure was April 11th. Also, I was having like focals, but I started taking these B12 vitamins. Haven't had a focal, I swear, like 2 weeks. I don't want to blame it on the vitamins, on the B12, but so far it's been doing good. I haven't been wandering off. Well, wandering off is my seizures. I've been wandering off lately. Those have been my seizures. Wake up in people's houses and stuff. Different story.
What do you have?
Huh?
What kind of epilepsy do you have?
To be honest, I just have epilepsy, I guess. I was in a car accident. I was run over by a kid when I was run over by a car when I was little. So I just have encephalomalacia on the right side of my head, just soft brain tissue. So I hear everybody like, oh, I got frontal lobe and I got this and that. I'm born with a cyst or stuff like that. Mine wasn't like that. Mine was from brain trauma, and the brain's never gonna heal. So it was never gonna heal. But when I started taking Benadryl, is what brought it on sooner. I think I could have made it further, made it like my 20s. I was gonna get epilepsy regardless, but I was taking Benadryl as a teen I had an allergic reaction to fleas, and my dog had fleas. So Benadryl, we're not supposed to take that. So it brought on the epilepsy much sooner than I think I could have lasted, maybe to my early 20s, but I got it in my teens because I was on Benadryl heavy.
Wow.
And that's such a major point that a lot of the doctors don't tell you.
I was just gonna say, so Benadryl is never supposed to be taken with people with epilepsy.
Right. Antihistamines in general are.
They don't tell you that.
Right.
Yeah.
They wait for you to go in the emergency room. You need it.
That's insane that doctors don't tell you stuff like this.
Don't ask, don't
There's
tell.
a lot of drug interactions.
Epileptologists are way to go. Talk to epileptologists. I just found out there's one in Vancouver, Washington.
And since that is a limit for a lot of people, a restriction not to be able to have access to an epileptologist, then some neurologists, you can make the relationship work if you did, make sure that doctor understands. I don't want to say you're a force to be reckoned with, but some of them need to, you kind of got to get in their face. But as long as you show this doctor that your concern and priority is actually improving your condition, managing your life, then it seems like they're more willing to work with you when you show them that you're a serious patient, not just another number.
And that you are doing research yourself. That will help them to recognize how important this is. You're not just, okay, well, I've got I have epilepsy, and I'm just gonna accept it and go on. Whatever you want.
All right, so Tom, now you're up. What are your meds, diagnosis date, and last seizure?
Lamictal, I can't say it. The generic Keppra begins with an LEV.
Levetiracetam
That's the stuff.
Nice.
Yeah.
or levetiracetam. You know, everybody has
Something
different
like that.
pronunciations.
Most of us
I
know
kind of
what
want to
it
hear.
is.
I kind of want to hear Alex say it.
We just call it
Or
the devil.
Ann. But yeah, I had a seizure the other day. Today at 12:50, I'm going to talk to my neurologist and see if I can't get off of this Keppra. I'm doing a video chat. I guess I haven't seen my neurologist in 2 years, but I found out yesterday that he retired or changed clinics or something. So, and the guy I'm going to talk to is going to be here for another month. So, I have to get another one for sure. But anyway, that's my deal. Keppra and the Lamictal had a seizure the other day. Moving on.
All right. How about you, Emma?
So I'm in a diagnostic hell right now. So man, sorry, I have seizures every night. I just got a nanny cam. So I've been watching myself have them every night. My eyes open and I look like the Exorcist. So I had an abnormal routine EEG that showed I have occipital slowing and spike waves. But my neurologist decided that I have dissociation. So it seemed like she was pissed off that it came back abnormal. So even though I described my symptoms before that and it perfectly matches up to my experience. So I did a VEEG and that didn't show anything, but the epilepsy doctors told me that my seizures sounded like focal seizures. Went back to my neurologist and she was like, well, epilepsy doctors are biased towards diagnosing epilepsy. So now I'm going in for my MRI with contrast and I'm going to see the neurologist who actually looked over my abnormal EEG. So hopefully we'll get some answers. But yeah, watching yourself have a seizure every night is kind of crazy while your neurologist won't do anything. So I'm not really sure what to do from here.
Well, I mean,
Yeah, I have
I'm
a camera
sure
in my room. I have a
Okay,
camera in my
yeah.
room, so I have some. I posted a video of my seizure I had in bed. Luckily, my mom was there. She was like, "Get me through it." You can see the
Oh,
video.
that's you.
She's like, "Come on, sunshine. Come on, sunshine. You got this." I was like, "Oh," I cry every time I watch it. My
Oh my
mom,
God.
she's my superhero, and she's like 5'5" and I'm 6'3". She was like holding me to make sure I didn't fall on the side of the bed. I mean, fall off the bed. But yeah, for like 40 seconds, I was watching the whole time. She's like, "Come on, sunshine. Come on, sunshine. You got this." Helping me through it. My superhero. My best support. She watches all my YouTube videos and she's getting a better understanding for what we have going on too. The most understanding she's had is watching me go through things and just being there and knowing the most besides everything else. She was the only one that doesn't send me straight to the hospital because she knows how to get through it and she wasn't scared. We can move on to the next. Anybody else? How long you been diagnosed and what are you taking? And when was your last seizure?
I'll go. First, I want to say something to Emma. I never seen one of my own seizures as far as I recall, but I experienced my cluster seizure. I was fully aware for it, and it was scary as hell, you know? And I understand, like, And for it to go on long, it is very, very, very scary. Um, well, in terms of what I'm taking currently, I'm on methoxamide, which is gelatin, and Clonopin, 1 milligram. Oh yeah, the methoxamide is 300 milligrams 3 times a day. And the Clonopin I take at night, 1 milligram. And I take lacosamide, 200 milligrams twice a day. I was diagnosed in 1997, and I was just walking to school one day, and a couple months later, boom. And my parents seen the grand mal, and after that, another one came, and yep, I'm an epileptic. That's me.
Angel, are you not aware of your seizures usually?
Nope. I have they diagnosed me with CPS, um, and everything goes unaware. So the cluster one was the only one I was ever aware of. So I was scared.
Yeah.
So to what Angel was saying, or he was aware, mine, I was actually doing one of these, and I was just in and out of it. People were talking, and every time it would come back to me is when somebody would be like, "Hey, Pookie." Then I come out of it, I'd be smiling because I did not know where I was, but I didn't want to say anything. You can watch it on YouTube. It was crazy. I was having a cluster like out of it for like 30 minutes at a time. People were talking, and then they asked me a question, and I'm like, "Huh?" You gotta watch it. It was crazy. I laughed at it so much. My mother was like, "Are you serious? This is what was going on?" Yeah, yeah. I was sitting there just not knowing what was going on, and
Oh,
luckily there was other people to talk because every time the camera looked at me, I was asleep one time, and then one time I came out of it, and I'm like showing pictures of some other website with these masks and stuff. I was long gone. I was off topic by a long shot.
And that's how it's so easy to recognize when, like your whole tone of voice and like the pace changes and just how you're speaking. So just before I forget, levetiracetam and clobazam for me, diagnosed in 2006. Last seizure was Friday. And that was while I was washing the dog or getting ready to wash the dog, and I found the towels like hours later in the laundry room, and yeah, that was definitely a wander off moment. How about you, Melissa?
Hey, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yep.
Okay. This is weird to me talking to people I don't know. But yeah, I was diagnosed in 2007, and so I've had it what's 20 years now. And let's see. I take Kebra generic and Lamictal, and I take the Zopri, that's new.
Yeah.
I just started that. They just added it. She was hoping to put me on that and then it'd take care of my seizures and then wean me off Keppra. But my seizures, I'm still having them. I had one on Wednesday. Oh, and I take Trintellix. It's like a antidepressant. So I don't know if because I usually have them like once a year, but recently they've been like every 6 months and then 4 months, then every month. And so it's just, um, it's kind of scary because I put in the chat that I met one person that had epilepsy that actually had tonic clonics like I do. And then she died. She was pregnant. And so like I know it's like rare to die, but it's like, well, I met somebody, so it can be rare, but I know somebody and it's like really scary. And I mean, it's just so scary.
I'm
So
really
I guess I have trauma related to that.
Understandable.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
I didn't know her for very long, but the fact that I did know her and that her name was the same as mine.
Wow.
Nice.
Wow. Talk about bringing it
Yeah.
close to home.
Yeah,
Right.
so, yeah. And I'm going to the neurologist on Friday.
So were you
Um,
aware that antidepressant medications lower your seizure threshold?
well, some of them are worse than others. Like, I
Right.
know Wellbutrin is like a no-go. It's like,
Okay.
don't take Wellbutrin. But like some other ones are okay with epilepsy.
So at least your psychiatrist is, taking into account your comorbidities.
Well, I don't see the psychiatrist. My general practitioner
Oh, okay.
does that. But yeah, I look up everything because I feel like nobody really knows as much as I do, even the neurologist. And
Absolutely. Yeah,
um,
you do have to
like
advocate for yourself. That's a really common thread here. Go ahead, Emma.
we're military family, so we
Oh,
move a
okay.
lot. So I'm always getting a new neurologist, and
Oh,
so that sucks. I'll get a really good one, and then we'll move, and then it's like then I get a crappy one, and it just really sucks. My last, I was seeing the nurse practitioner at the the clinic I was going to, and she was like accusing me of not taking my medicine. And I was like, I am taking my medicine. And then she was giving me nasty look like you're lying to me. And I'm like, why wouldn't I take my medicine? I mean, that's ridiculous. I was like, you gave me 2 weeks of a sample. That's why I still have some left. And then she was just like, okay. Like, I was like, dude. And then so when I called for this next appointment, I was like, I don't want to see that lady again. I want to see the doctor. So I was like, and I'm like, I'm talking a lot now, but I'm kind of shy and I don't always advocate for myself. But I felt so proud of myself that I like stood up and I was like, I did not like that lady. She was not compassionate and I do not want to see her again.
Good for you.
Yeah, that's hard to say sometimes. Like it's so simple, but it's hard to say.
Mm-hmm. I like how you said that. It's hard to say. It sounds simple, but yeah, it's hard to say.
Oh, one last thing. I'm going to say this. I was in the military when I got diagnosed. So I'm very lucky that I get, whatchamacallit, disability money from the Air Force.
Thank you
So
for your
even though it sucks that I have it, I'm like, well, at least I was in the Air Force when I got it because now I get disability and I can't work. So it helps that with our finances and everything.
Thanks for your service.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah. Oh,
absolutely. All right, so
someone
we're
got the
moving
Eagles
on with
on.
the what was I going to say? Those introductions. I haven't been keeping track of who went and who didn't. So last I remember was Angel and Pookie. How about Jeff? How long
Right.
have you been diagnosed? What are you taking? And
When was your
when
last
was your last
seizure?
seizure? Yeah, there you go.
I was
Hello, how are you
diagnosed.
today?
Oh,
Better than some, worse than others.
aren't they all like
My
that,
name is
Tom?
Tom Mitchell. Okay, my health record. You need my health record number?
I muted him. Sorry. He doesn't know he wasn't on mute, probably.
Oh, okay. Yeah, probably. Okay, you're good, Jeff.
Oh, okay. Um, hello, wait a second. I was diagnosed in probably December or January of either 22 or 23. That's when I had my first known seizure, although recently my wife told me that I had some episodes previously. So I'm really new to this. My last seizure was, today is Tuesday, Saturday. And I get them pretty much 3 or 4 nights in a row. Mine are all at night. And I don't have them for 3 or 4 nights in a row. So that's kind of confusing to me. Other than that, I joined so I could learn stuff, and you guys are all terrific. And I love it here. This is the most welcome I've ever been on any site. You guys are all terrific and very helpful. The information is probably more accurate than I would get from my doctor because you're all living with it.
First-hand experiences.
Yeah, exactly. And I think that's something that the doctor, my camera keeps going off. I don't think that's something the doctors can generally give. They can tell you about stuff, but they've never experienced it. And that's my story. I generally listen because I don't know anything. I'm learning from all of you. And I hear your stories, and they're much worse than mine because I don't have time. If I do, they're asleep. I've had 2, but they're while sleeping. So I don't have those experiences that you guys all have, but I can still listen and learn stuff. So,
Hey, Rachel, welcome back, Rachel. It's like your 3rd time. Jeff is a regular now.
yeah,
Jeff from Philly.
I am becoming a regular, and
Right.
and I my wife keeps bugging me, don't stay on, and I tell her this is my favorite part of the week.
Same here. I always feel good the next day. Like, no lie. Like, the next day, I always feel good. Like, I just had a good day yesterday, and it just goes on. And, yeah, same thing with Friday. My Saturdays are always good.
Same thing. Even this Saturday was good, Pookie, when it was just me
Oh,
and you
yeah.
doing that one-on-one.
Yeah, that was nice. So my Sunday was good, too.
Awesome.
And Sailor Ma, I brought my yogurt today.
Who's next?
How about Rachel? We're doing going over introductions for everybody just to say what medications you're taking, when your last seizure was, and when you were diagnosed.
Okay. Rachel, I am in Portland, Oregon. I was diagnosed. First seizure was March of 2021. I'm on lamotrigine, lacosamide, and zonisamide. Last seizure, gosh darn it. I think it was in April. But I have auras, so I'm still at that phase in my journey where I'm like, was that a seizure? Was it not? So fairly certain I have them. Probably had a couple today. It's funny, I was thinking, man, it would be nice to have like a little portable EEG that just tells me. Because when I was in the EMU, it was like, I had the button to push it because I'd be like, oh, I feel weird. And they're like, well, push the button. And then when I'd push it, they're like, that was a seizure. So I was just trying to understand all those things. And in 2 weeks from today, I have my resection surgery right here. So I'm trying to just stay positive and hang out with my cats, enjoy the sunshine. I'm a plant person, so just really trying to keep myself happy until that happens. But I did want to reach out to my neurosurgeon. I had my pre-op last week, and I just kind of want to know, like, what are my restrictions? So if anyone's had a resection surgery, I'm curious to know what your restrictions were post-op. That's it.
I have not had
Thanks.
one of those.
I didn't have a resection surgery myself, but what I'm seeing on just kind of an AI overview is that the period of recovery includes pain management, incision care, gradual resumption of normal activity. So basically, taking it slow.
Right.
Watching out for on that incision for any signs of infection or just feeling anything outside of the normal threshold. Like anything feeling like it's you're reaching your pain threshold. I mean, it's hard to describe, but after like the second surgery, I realized, what it was the normal pain. Obviously, getting one of those neck pillows and then stacking up a couple little ones under that. Just it's prep. It's prep. Really was what made it easier after the second and third surgery was just knowing what to do by the time we got back,
Right. Yeah,
what you're walking back into.
for sure. Yeah, thanks, Katie.
No problem. All right. So introduction from Alex and Emma are next. Emma, you're unmuted. You might as well go first.
Is there another Emma? Because I did go.
Oh, okay. Well, welcome to my memory. I guess maybe Alex is the only intro that we haven't heard yet.
Welcome to everybody's memory.
Yeah, I was about to say the same thing. Yeah, I have a memory of a goldfish as well.
I forgot I was on mute.
So I've had epilepsy since 2015. And I take clobazam, Xcopri, and Tegretol, or carbamazepine. I don't know which name it has, but I take those three drugs, and I have a mixture of tonics and focal absence seizures. Yeah.
Okay. And then Jamie Lynn.
Sorry, I was trying to get myself unmuted and get my phone plugged in.
No problem.
So I was diagnosed in May of 2021. This is my mom's dog who follows me everywhere. I had a random grand mal in the middle of the night and then started having here's my memory, the auras like a month later, and then I got diagnosed with temporal lobe epilepsy after that. They have just become so much worse over the past few years. They were like once a month and now they're like every day. My medications I'm gonna put in the chat because it's so insane. The 5 lacosamide, topiramate, ficampa, clobazam, and clorazepate are all of the ones I'm taking right now. The ones above that are all of the ones that they've tried me on. So I'm going back to my my old neurologist tomorrow and just hoping that it will be a better route.
Well, you're doing an amazing job at staying on top of what medicines you've tried and what does work, or what you're trying now at least, because that's definitely an important thing to keep track of.
Yeah, thank you guys, and thank you for being here for me and just making people feel comfortable, because that's definitely something that is just
Total safe space.
crazy important for people going through. Yes, a safe
Yes.
space, exactly. Thank you.
All right, and Jamie Lynn, apologies for forgetting.
Hey, as you saw, our memories are on and off all the time.
There you go. Okay, so medications, date of diagnosis, and when was your last seizure?
Oh, my last one was, and I actually think it's been a few days. My last one was Tuesday, and it was the first one I've ever had. It was because of the ficampa. It was like a I don't even know what they told me. It was considered like a rage attack seizure. I don't even, like, I started blacking out, and then, like I said, I was trying to kill everything and just literally ruin I've never had a seizure like that. I didn't even know seizures could happen like that. But yeah, that was the last one, Tuesday. I'm grateful that it hasn't happened since.
Yeah, thank God. Okay, and catch me up, Pookie. Did I forget anybody else?
I don't think so.
Oh,
Everybody else
okay.
is.
Did we get Sailor Mom?
I was gonna say that.
Thank
Angel,
you.
there you go.
And I'm reading her
Somebody's
in the
memory.
chat right now.
Somebody was gonna remember it.
Fail.
I'm not new, of course. Everyone knows that.
My co-host right there.
Yeah, total founder.
Let's see. So yeah, my medication list looks about like that. It's like the ones I'm on, the ones I failed. It's about, let's see, we got 5, 8 or 9. I don't know. It's a lot of failed ones. So don't feel too bad, Jamie. That's like my yeah, that's what I do to my doctor basically. Yeah, let's see. I think I had, well, I had an aura yesterday, so I guess that counts. And I was diagnosed in December. Well, I had the first one in September of 2020, and I think we got final diagnosis October, November of 2020, after I had the in-hospital EEG, because they couldn't catch them, you know, on their little tiny EEGs and MRIs that they do. Yeah, but then they couldn't find the reason, you know, they said it's unexplained, all that, medication resistant, and high risk of SUDEP, because that's what I did the first time. I just stopped breathing in my sleep. So I've done it a couple times, but we're lucky. It's still here.
Absolutely. We have all learned so much from you.
I hardly know anything except what my doctor tells me and what my husband has researched and what I've literally lived through. Yeah,
Exactly.
Let's see,
That's the biggest help.
is that it? Let's see. Diagnosis, medication. Okay, so currently it's the Klonopin and the Fycompa and the Dilantin and the Epidiolex and yeah, a couple other things. Anyway, I can type them out if everybody wants to know.
When was your last seizure?
Yesterday. I had an aura. I had to go to bed for about 3 hours. Yeah.
Yeah, I think you told me that. Yeah.
I was trying to deny it, you know, like while it's happening, I'm going, I'm just, you know, it's hot and I'm full of, you know, dehydration and I haven't eaten enough and it's this and that. I tried all of the other things and it just kept happening. And I was like, okay, this is bad. I should probably just admit I don't feel good and tell everybody and lay down. And that's what I did, sadly. Anyway, okay.
Yeah, I think that's a common thread for a lot of mothers, especially. Just kind of blow it off until you can no longer deny it and actually have to get better.
Yeah. It was a big day anyway, so I was like, I can't, okay, forget it.
Yeah, pretty much.
Anyway, I guess Jamie wants to go, so I will mute myself because I've said a lot.
Oh no, well, I kind of just had like 2 things. One, I had a question with people's auras. My auras mostly are just like the most insane deja vu. Is that what other people experience, or is it just, or like heat? I guess that's my first thing, and then I'll lead into the other part. I was really, really interested in if that's what people experience or if it's something different with their auras. Yes, Santa Mom.
So sometimes I get super, super, super hot, like really fast. And my husband has woken me up after a seizure and said, been on top of me and feeling me. And he's like, "You're so hot. Why are you so hot?" But sometimes it's smells. That has been a
Yeah.
common thing lately, and I don't like that at all because the last time that was like a common thing for a few months, it led to pretty serious grand mal just like instantly. It was like I didn't even have time. I would have time to ask the person next to me, did they smell that? And then boom. So that's been a little freaky, but it hasn't been that quick. So I've been just keeping track. Yesterday, I think that was bleach, and it shouldn't have been. The other day was some other weird thing that I don't even remember. It definitely wasn't there. And I asked like 3 people. What else? Oh, sometimes my vision gets weird, and sometimes I do have deja vu. I, in the past, have had serious deja vu. That has gotten lighter, I guess, with this particular medications that I'm on. Maybe the Dilantin, I don't know, but yeah, for sure. So yeah, that's not that weird for sure. Getting hot, getting deja vu, get smells, watery vision, or like sometimes I get like, I don't know, rainbows in my eyes kind of before. I don't know how else to
Yeah.
explain it. or sparkles.
The last thing I did just want to say, because I'm from Virginia. I moved the day I was going to West Virginia to look at the house I bought is the first day I ever had a seizure. So I guess that should have showed me something. But I'm moving back to Virginia with my family. But there was one day I was in the house with my son, who's now 7, and I stood up after eating and I smelled this. It's always like weird rubber gas, and I had deja vu, and I got super dizzy. And the next thing I know, I woke up in the hospital, and they told me that my son found me on the ground having a super big grand mal. And so he ran out of the house. He ran to the neighbor's house, but the neighbors didn't answer. So he got on his bike. And my sister, thank God, lives down the street. So he rode down the street, got my sister, and they came and got me. And he saved my life. And so the fire department gave him an award for literally saving me. I just think that is the most incredible thing. And it's things like that that are just so special in our lives. And no, it's like, no, I never wanted to have something like that, but it's things that my son will remember. And I wanted to share that because it truly is just incredible. Even though not only am I still here today, but it's because of my son.
And trust me, if I can speak from experience, your children will never let you forget. My daughter throws it in my face so many times that she saved my life, so I should get her more Robux, bottom line.
He asks me about that all the time, so I should.
I'm telling you, they do remember. That's for sure. What do you think, Melissa?
I was gonna tell a story about my son. My husband was deployed, so it was just me and the kids. And it was right after COVID. My kids at the time were like, my son was 10 or 11, and my daughter's 2 years younger than him, so like 8, I don't know. And I decided my seizures weren't quite as bad as they are now. I decided it'd be a great idea to do something fun and go on a vacation out of state with just me and the kids. I ended up having like a really bad seizure, and we were out of state. My son was like 10 years old, and he had to get in touch with my mom, his grandma, and he didn't really know the name of the place we were staying at. So between him and my mom, they figured out the name of the hotel, where we were. So I didn't even tell my parents we were going on a vacation because My mom worries too much about me, so I didn't want to tell her. So he figured it out, and the paramedics were able to find us. And I woke up in the hospital, and yeah, and then my parents came out of state and came pick me up from the hospital. My kids were just pretty much sitting in the hospital the whole time while my parents were driving. And it was like the middle of the night too. So it was like midnight or something like that. But now he's 14 and like I'm really not cool and he'd rather have nothing to do with me. So there's that. But he has been there for me several times. My husband was deployed and it was just me and the kids. And, I'm just so lucky to have him. Just kids can handle a lot more than, people outside our family realize.
Probably gonna have to heat it up in here.
Absolutely. Sometimes I feel I couldn't help but feel guilty about her having to grow up so fast, but she remembers a lot more of the positive and important things to actually that, definitely more. It seems like children always have an easier time focusing on the positive than the negative if you even like start to steer them in that direction. This is stuff they come up with is inspiring. And children are amazing, that's for sure.
And things always, my
I live
mom
with you.
always. Oh, go ahead, Jeff.
My
Sorry.
name is- So I'll eat now.
Jeff is not talking to the group. Go ahead.
I was just gonna say my mom always tells me things always happen, as hard as it may seem or may be to accept. Things always happen the way they do for a reason, and it really is once you take a step back and realize it. And it's good for everyone because you wouldn't be here without the people that are around you. Like me right now. You saw me at the beginning of this meeting. I'm calm right now because of you guys, and I'm really, really grateful. So thank you guys.
No problem.
Absolutely. Glad to be here. So one of the first topics of discussion we had, looks like Anne is getting ready to come in, so we'll give her a big welcome. All right. A post said, does anyone else find that they sweat basically oil when they're in an episode? It stinks to high heaven and wakes you up every hour or so when you sleep. Then you can't sleep because your PJs are all wet and you need water, but you don't have the coordination to walk to the taps. Then you promptly vomit it all back up. Then later have a seizure and the sweats come after. Anybody else feel that way?
So sorry.
All the time.
That happens. Sometimes I'm just like, why do I stink so bad? I don't understand. I've never ever smelled like this. What is this? Anyway, sorry. But I was gonna say to Jamie that I'm from the Shenandoah Valley in Virginia. I've spent quite a lot of time in West Virginia. And hi. Hi, fellow Virginian.
Hello. I'll be back in Virginia again all the time soon.
I'm sorry to say that I am glad I'm not going back to Virginia. I suppose if my grandparents left me their house, maybe I would, but ooh. Yeah, I don't know.
So is it just cost of living or like negative memories out there? Because we're definitely going to be looking in Virginia maybe for some property this summer.
No, it's my brother.
Okay.
He's still there, and the last time I talked to him, he threatened to murder me. So I don't
Okay.
want to. We don't go there anymore.
Yeah, I would call that no reunions.
You're
I mean-
saying that your siblings are in Virginia still?
Only my one brother. My mom left. My other brother's here in California. Yeah, and I don't think there's any. But maybe my stepmother may or may not. She might be in West Virginia. She might be in Virginia. Last time we heard from her was the sheriff calling to try to get us to give up her location, and I was like, dude, I have not talked to her in like 15 years. I don't know. I don't know. You know why you have my phone number.
My mom and I had a really deep conversation when I first got here because my siblings are in West Virginia and that's where I'm leaving. Because sometimes you just, as much as family is family, sometimes family can't understand what you're going through. They just really can't. And sometimes you have to be away from them in order for everyone to grow.
Yeah. Absolutely.
That's why I do this, because a lot of people might have a circle around them and still not.
But still don't have support.
Yeah, still don't have the best support, but you have 10 people around you.
I mean, we've all talked about how I got epilepsy in the first place, so we're not going to go over that again.
Yeah, but I still just appreciate everybody's perspective because of how much light it can shed on what treatment will be. I mean, once again, I'm looking at property taxes and, education and everything else that you look at in a new place to live. But you guys are telling me exactly, and you guys are telling me like where the best care is, basically.
I
I'm
don't
used
know
to having to
anything about
travel
the
3
care.
hours. But what I'm understanding, honestly, Anne just had me kind of piqued my interest in looking up all the marijuana laws, THC and CBD from state to state, and Tennessee and Kentucky are like the 2 most strict states on like still prosecuting possession.
Well,
Yeah.
I don't know anything about Virginia now, but I know what it was like a long time ago, and I wouldn't trust them. And I'm sorry to say that.
Okay.
Me and my friends had some interactions with West Virginia police as well, so I don't know, but what is it now, Jamie?
No, I'm saying you're saying you wouldn't trust it, the marijuana laws or any laws in Virginia.
Oh, well, I've seen some people get away with some things.
Because I was gonna say I know a lot of people and they're doing a lot of things. That's all I can say.
Yeah, no, I mean it wasn't like people weren't doing it, but like if you got caught, they were pretty strict. Like, yeah. But I don't know. That was 20 odd years ago, so I don't know what the laws are like now.
Curious. Just because I'm curious, where is everyone in this group? I know, Alex, you said you're in the UK. Where is everyone living right now?
I'm in Florida.
If you're okay to share.
We share.
Oh yeah.
I'm in California. I'm in the Bay Area. You ever heard of Stanford? I'm like right next door to Stanford, like the gold standard of hospitals for epilepsy.
I go to UCSF in San Francisco, but I'm a little bit further north in Northern California. Yeah.
I'm in Philly.
Cool.
I'm in Oakland. I'm from Lancaster County, Pennsylvania, but I'm in Oakland now.
Oh, nice.
I'm in
Wait,
Florida.
Were you a Mennonite?
No.
No, I'm sorry.
No.
It's because I was. Both sides of my family, like, both my grandfathers were Mennonite ministers, so that's why I'm asking that bizarre question.
People on earth.
Okay, I'll shut up now.
Always welcome. Always. Now back to that sweaty subject though. I've noticed the difference in body wash. Have you guys ever tried a body wash that's not so thick, like comes out the consistency of like conditioner, and it's just like so much more moisture? I mean, maybe it's the humidity here has a lot to do with it too, but when I switched to literally just a kind of watered down body wash, it seemed like it helped me. The sweat wasn't so oily.
I sweat for no reason now. I think it's the medication. The sweat, my sleep, sweat for just sweat. Just it's the pills. I've never sweat this much in my life. But yeah, I wake up with a wet shirt. Yeah. So yeah, sweat is a thing these days.
Could I interject real fast?
Go ahead, Tom.
Please. I just got off the phone with my neurologist. I just had a video chat. And I'm trying to get off of the Keppra. And he just prescribed me Excapri. And does anybody know anything about that?
That's what we started with.
I see lots of hands.
Taking Excapri.
I'm
What do you
allergic
think of
to
it?
I
Did
just
Alex-
started
What about-
taking it not too long ago.
Okay.
But I might need an increase because I'm on the lowest dose possible right now. So I don't know. like I said, I think it's brand new. It's like the FDA approved it in
Well, he jumped all
2019 or
over it. As soon
something.
as I said I wanted to get off the Keppra, so oh, I got something for you.
Yeah, it was just
This is a
recently.
new guy. I've never seen this guy before.
Oh,
Yeah.
And he
It's expensive.
oh yeah, I just saw the dollar signs.
Yeah, it's like
Yeah.
$1,400 a month.
Ooh, that ain't happening.
But with my insurance, I pay $40. So
Okay.
that's
I'm on
doable.
Kaiser, so
So
but
yeah, and yeah,
I've
that's
never
really
spent more than
expensive.
$40. But yeah. And he says, well, you just stop taking Keppra and
What?
start this stuff. And I said, excuse me?
Oh, turkey.
You want me to just stop
Okay,
taking
yeah.
Keppra? I said, I'm sorry, that's not going to happen.
Good call, bro. Good call.
No.
Yeah. No,
I
go.
said,
Don't
no,
even
no,
go.
no,
I would
no.
not even go back to them. Okay.
Oh, this guy's on contract.
What kind of
I've never
contract?
heard of a neurologist on contract with Kaiser. And I'm like, huh?
Oh boy, don't get me going. Oh boy.
Please
Oh,
do,
no,
Ann. That is why
and
we
don't go
love
there.
you.
Right. Let's
No,
get Ann
yeah.
going.
Yes,
Don't get
please.
Ann going yet. Don't get
No.
Ann going yet, because I'm not done.
Mm-mm.
So
Okay, of course, of course.
life is good. Life is good. So and there's like 3 or 4 different prescriptions of this same stuff. It's XCOPRI.
It's another
Yeah.
AED, if that helps you at all.
Yes, I know that. And I guess the generic is Cenobamate or something. But anyway, so yeah, it's got like 3 of these of the same drug. And I still have Keppra. I don't know. I'm gonna tell this guy that I'm sorry. I don't think this is going to work. I'll deal with my problems right now. My wife says I get a little angry sometimes.
Don't
On the
apologize,
Keppra, you
man.
do?
Don't apologize to that
Yeah.
doctor.
Tom,
Yeah. So yeah.
I mean, I think you can probably find online a a schedule to work down your Keppra as you work up your X-Copri. Now, I'm not saying that X-Copri is going to work for you because it's one of my failed ones, and it is a brand new one. I'm not going to say anything like that, but I'm saying I'm certain that online you can probably find, because
Oh yeah.
there's been times when
And
I've been like, I need to cut down something, and I haven't been able to get a hold of my doctor to figure out how much I can cut and how often. And I have looked it up and generally been able to find that information online. So maybe.
Well, I don't think I'm just going to stay where I am. I'm
Yeah.
not going to do that by myself. But
Okay. Well, I'm just saying there are,
I appreciate that.
resources.
Yeah.
Also, if you
So I
want to talk
checked
to him.
I checked the side effects.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay.
we got 2 pages.
Yeah. I'm going to say
So
that I did not.
I think I like Keppra.
I
I think
dropped
I'm
this
going to stick with
Capri
Keppra.
pretty fast. But you know what I would say is, if you really do want to change something, just like I told Anne, Dilantin is 150 years old.
No, I know I did die.
And it didn't work for you. Okay. Yeah, and then
Well,
I don't.
I used it forever. But
Oh, you did? Okay.
oh my God! Remember,
Yeah.
I've been doing this for
Right.
50 years.
That's what I'm saying. You've been on it a long
Yeah.
time, so.
No, I've been doing different things. He asked me what meds I've been on.
Okay.
And I just laughed. I said, so you got a piece of paper? But anyway, I just wanted to hear about X-Copri, so.
Right. Yeah, I wish I had more information about what I told him about why I asked him to change me, but I know I wasn't on it very long, and it wasn't the price because I didn't pay anything for it. So, Anyway, yeah, I don't know. I'm sorry.
Okay.
Why did you want to change off your Keppra, if I may ask?
Because Tracy said that I get upset sometimes.
Okay, you know what? That's not wrong necessarily. She could be
Oh, wait,
right.
She said very upset.
Yeah.
Very upset.
Yeah,
Pepper rage.
Not just upset.
That's
Not just
something.
upset.
So what things have you failed? You failed at Dilantin. What other things did not work for you?
Oh,
Don't remember?
no.
Okay. I'm
I
just
mean,
curious.
I did
Valproic acid.
Depakine, Boprec, yeah, and Depakine and
Okay.
Depakote,
Lamictal?
Lamictal. Yeah, I'm doing Lamictal now. The
Okay.
generic
Okay.
Keppra.
Right.
Oh,
That's
just I don't know. There's so many of them.
there is. I was just wondering. I mean,
Yeah.
Yeah.
I took oxcarbazepine for a long time and it was fine for me.
So anyway, I'm going to go in and see this guy
Yeah.
in a month,
Right.
and I'm going to go in and talk to him and see, see what's up with this stuff.
Right. Yeah. I mean, honestly, I would, thankfully my doctor is really nice about when I go, look, this one doesn't work, or, oh no, I read the side effects and I'm not going to take this after you prescribed it. Thanks a lot. I do appreciate it, but like, it's just, I can't risk that.
But
So
it's like he ordered 3 different of these drugs, the same thing but different milligrams. Let me see. It's got 12.5 milligrams. Just let me see. 1, 2, 3, 4 of the same brand medication, and then clonazepam or something for emergency drug, and then I'm going to stay on lamotrigine.
yeah, clonazepam for your emergency
Yeah.
med, right?
You can go with Alex
So
next.
yeah, I have to go see this guy because this doesn't make any sense to me.
Yeah, it seems like you should sit down and really talk to him about what has and hasn't worked for you, and then really get him to explain to you why he wants to give you the Xcopri, because that's what I made my doctor do. Anytime he goes, I want to give you Vimpat, or I want to give you Xcopri, or I want to give you oxcarbazepine, I go, why? Why is that different than the thing that I am telling you is not working, or I'm having really bad side effects? Explain to me. And so usually he has to tell me like it's in a different, med category, or it works a little differently or whatever. But ask him to explain it, because if it doesn't make sense, don't accept.
And isn't that the way they do it? All of these different drugs have got they're in different categories, right? I mean, it's just not a whole big list of drugs, but they are organized in certain. So,
in our anti-epileptics, there's several different categories. Anti-epileptic is a classification.
Yeah.
Where underneath that we have categories such as I don't remember all of them right now because
no. I was just
I'm floating
on
my
I didn't want you to go into all
that. But like the ones that I was offered when I was coming off of lamotrigine, and because Keppra didn't work, Depakote and lamotrigine together wasn't titrated properly. Anyway,
so there's only certain ones that they put together.
Yeah, and some can't go together, and you have to be careful.
Yes.
But you never, ever, ever come off of one and go on another. They did
like
that. That's how they put me into that coma for 9 days.
Yeah.
So no. The thing with like Fycompa and Xcopri, I was offered that before I started taking Vimpat. If you have or have had the unspoken side effect, we call it SI.
No, I've never.
Suicidal ideation, depression, agitation. right now, I think you're experiencing the rage just from the Keppra, but never let a doctor flip you on a med. You have to do
No.
a seesaw titration off one onto the other. It's miserable, but it's safer.
That's why I've always hated changing
Yeah.
from one script, because the changes you go through,
Oh God,
your
I
body
know.
goes through. I mean, that's to me, that's worse than the side effects that you're on with the one drug.
Can
But
I ask
yeah,
what is the most or the highest amount of medicine that people are on right now? Like I know people are usually they can be on 2 or 3 or 4. I'm on 5 right now. Is anyone else on 5 or maybe more? You are as well? Okay. I just wanted to make sure that wasn't another it feels crazy and like you were saying, don't let them just flip you. It's like my
Yeah.
doctors are like, oh yeah, no, we won't do that. Let's give you another. Let's give you another.
Yeah.
Let's give you another.
And then they
It's
try
like,
to tell us
what?
that we don't know what we're talking about until we show up at a doctor's appointment with their crediting association and walk out and say, peace out, bro. You know,
Yeah.
I for help for 5 years. Yeah, they're getting it next Tuesday and they'll be looking for help because this is the kind of stuff that I see happening all the time. But Tom, what it sounds like they gave you a lot of different potency, like the smallest milligram to a higher milligram. You might have a titration schedule somewhere written down, or you didn't write it down, or it's just somewhere. Because when you
this was just a video chat. I've never
Okay.
seen him.
Okay,
It could
yeah.
have been a month. Yeah.
But yeah, if you've got a lot of different potencies of a medication, he's planning on titrating you. You may just have not understood it.
Right.
I would call his office and ask them to email you the record or
Well,
his
I'm not even going to
notes,
go
whatever.
there. I'm going to
Okay.
go talk to the man.
Well, that's great. You know,
Yeah.
I'm just saying
Yeah.
if you wanted to do it, you
Yeah.
could probably. Gosh, I've had a lot of trouble with pharmacies and titrations. They're a pain in the ass.
Go ahead,
And
Alex.
Kaiser's really good with me. You know, I've always loved Kaiser because they've always taken care of me whenever I need anything. So, as far as that guy, I offered to go into his office. I suggested that I come in because he was just going to order the stuff for me. And I said, well, we've never met. And I haven't seen my neurologist in 2 years. So I think this would be a good idea for me to sit down with you and let's get to know each other a little bit.
And maybe let's take our blood pressure and weigh ourselves and all that
that's
stuff,
another
right? I mean, come on, right? How much
that was
weight have
another
you
good
lost?
thing.
I mean, seriously,
Okay.
this is an important
This was
thing.
another good thing is he offered that he suggested I get blood levels done. And I'm going to check my VNS, you know, see where if it needs to be calibrated. But yeah, and this was all my issue, the fact that I haven't gone in to see my neurologist. Anytime I ever wanted to talk to him, it was just a video chat. But now I feel as though it's time. I think it's time I go in and sit down and talk with him.
If I may, Tom, just to potentially help out, I've been on Xcopri since 2022. I think it became legal in the UK slightly after the US. The titration packs, like you start off at 12.5 milligrams and then you go up every 2 weeks, like to 25, 50, 100, and your optimal dose is normally 200. One thing that I would say, I don't remember, but you're not on clobazam, are you?
No.
Okay, because personally, I would highly not recommend taking those two medications at the same time, just because it's been proven in literature, I think that Xcopri highes the blood levels of clobazam in your body. And you also have there's so you're on Keppra and which other drug, sorry? Or is it
what's that called, guys? It's the generic Keppra. I
Is
mean,
it
levetiracetam.
that one and the Lamictal.
Lamictal? Okay. Because I would just double check if Xcopri affects your blood levels of Keppra or Lamictal, because that's something that my neurologist didn't tell me before I started it. So it's just important. Another thing I would say is that Xcopri is a uh, like it's a drug that focuses on the GABA. I'm not entirely sure what it is in your brain, but it can have tolerance, which means that it's not necessarily like a benzodiazepine, but you can get to a tolerance level of Xcopri. Like personally, I hit 150 milligrams. I was seizure free for a year, which was amazing. And then all of a sudden, the seizures started coming back, and I've had to double the dose to 300. And now basically, I'm like a walking zombie. And my memory is like pretty bad, and the seizures are still here. So I would have a bit of caution with
Yeah, see,
Xcopri.
that's the other thing. I'm working right now, and I don't want to start having seizures and lose my job. So I'm just cautious as to whether or not I want to do this.
Yeah,
Because I don't have grand mal seizures right now. And I don't want to change my medications and then start having seizures on the job because I won't have a job.
And if I already asked this, I'm sorry, my memory is just on and off. Is anyone on Topamax or Topiramate, and is it doing anything for you? I'm sorry, they just put me back on it.
Reese is on it, but she's not on right now.
Oh,
I
okay.
think they're getting her off of it.
Yeah.
Okay. And
yeah, I was on it. I never even got to the dose they wanted me on because I literally, people who know me, they know how meticulous I can be. And I couldn't even remember if I took my pills. If I had that day, I had to change my pill cases to the ones that had Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday written on it. I was getting everything so confused. And it was then that a former neurologist of mine said, this is why we call it Dopamax, because you turn into dopey. And I'm like, you know what? I need to get off of this stuff. It was great for pain. If you have any nerve pain, it was wonderful. I miss it for that. But I'm better off not on it personally.
I'm so glad I asked that again. And Anne, thank you. And just responded that in the no, because seriously, not only has it been making me they put me back on it to try to help me get off the other one. Not only have I felt so crazy because I'm asking this and that and then asking it again and this and that, but I'm yawning all the time. And I'm just like, what is going on with me? So good. I'm glad that it's not just me, and I'm going to bring that up. I'm on Dopamax.
Yeah, Dopamax. We forget that
really
we can say no. I just had this conversation with my daughter.
Yeah.
She has a business where she's in health and wellness, and she has this conversation with her clients all the time. Oh no, my doctor's going to put me on this. I'm so scared to go to the doctor. They're going to give me, you don't have to take them. Okay, if the doctor says, I want you on this statin, okay, explain why and what can I do to reduce the need for that first.
Right.
So, when they had me on Topiramate, and I'm like, this is danger. They had me taking Onfi, that can't even say it because I took it today, clobazam, every single.
They have me on that too.
I'm mostly alone, and I ended up tearing up my shoulder, popping discs out of my neck because of clobazam. No, when I asked for sublingual lorazepam for my breakthrough, or my clusters, you know, and I'm still fighting. Well, you have epilepsy, but all the seizures you have are not epileptic.
Right.
Right.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you so
Oh,
much.
yeah, you're welcome.
Thank you.
Yeah. Hang in there, kid. We have to stand up for ourselves and ask questions. You know, it's like we don't just have to say, oh, okay, I'll try it. No, we don't have to. You know, and then when we go in and say, yeah, okay, I'm ready to talk about VNS. No, we want to try you on these brand new next gen targeted medications. Yeah, okay, no. I got off that hamster wheel a long time ago. So no, you don't have to. There's other options. And if there isn't, you know, ask them if there's a second opinion but no, if you don't want to take a medication,
You don't have to.
you don't have to.
I've been a total pain in the ass, okay? But look, what I will say is you have to advocate for your own health, because I wouldn't have a husband if he didn't 16 years ago. So I learned from him, you have to be a pain in the ass and advocate for your own health. Even if you're
Squeaky
the
wheel
most
gets the
annoying
grease.
patient they've ever had, because nobody else is going to do it for you. And they're going to push you aside if they can. They're going to just say, here's another drug, or, you know, go here, or whatever to get you out and get you, you know, seriously. I'm not kidding. It took him 5 years to get taken seriously. He needed brain surgery. So advocate for his health. Seriously. This is not,
Thank you.
Yeah,
not
right,
a
Jamie.
joke.
We got you. We got
you 100%, and we will keep supporting you and saying, go to the doctor, keep complaining. If you don't like that medication, don't take it. You know, I refused to do I was going to do therapy. I refused to do freaking therapy because they wanted me to sign a contract saying I would take whatever medication they gave me without them knowing what. Oh, and if I didn't take the medication, my husband just pointed out that it said in the contract, if I signed it, that they could lock me up in a mental facility if I didn't take the medication, and they weren't going to look at what my epilepsy medication was to see what the interaction would be. Why would you do that? Then they sent me this horrible letter saying I was not eligible for therapy or mental health because I wouldn't sign this contract saying I would take whatever they wanted and agree to be locked up if they didn't like how I was doing.
It sounds like something you want to talk to a lawyer about.
Oh, I was like, okay, forget it then. I don't need your help. I'll go here. I found you guys.
I just for this meeting, is it the same ID, same password every time, every Tuesday, Friday, every week? Okay,
Yes.
That's wanted to make sure that way I can. Thank you guys.
And my personal goal, just to know that like this group has really made it, is by the time I can memorize that meeting ID, then I know we made it. We got a good thing going for real.
Yeah, someone told me thank you for the meeting. They were like, not just thank you for the meeting. You taught me how to spell Guatemala, which is
I'm still having trouble with that.
You did.
I have to go back and paste it in every time.
There you go. All right, so another hamster wheel thing. Sorry, what'd you say?
I said I still have yet to remember exactly the meeting ID number. I'm just like, what is it?
Oh, that's gonna take a long time. Are you kidding me? That's as long as like a social. Okay.
I'm so glad I don't have to use it.
Well, lucky you. But that hamster
It
wheel comment.
remembers it. It remembers. I have so many. All I do is look for the
there you
last
go.
two numbers. 89 is the last two numbers.
There you go.
Kate, the thing about we were talking about not taking the pills. I was just thinking that I haven't taken all the pills either. I found 2 bottles of Keppra and a bottle of oxycarbazine that I didn't even know I had. So you don't have to take everything, as you see. I've been okay, and I haven't taken the other 2 that I forgot they gave me. And I'm not taking Keppra, and I told them that. So yeah, they keep giving me that at the emergency room, and I just keep it in a bottle in a closet somewhere. Forget I
Yeah,
have
exactly.
it.
I've been having it filled, and honestly, I just feel more safe having that stockpile if I decide to stay on the schedule for. I know it's hard to get. I know with the move and transferring service, especially on Medicare, they're not fast. So that's why I honestly feel more comfortable not taking what the doctor tells me, bringing it up to where I can have a pill bottle in every room and the diaper bag. And just more peace of mind does a lot more. And I'm noticing too, like on the doctor's notes, maybe this should be another red flag. This doctor that I was seeing through, the RNS adventure and everything, she writes down all the failed medications, but never made note of the dose. I'm seeing carbamazepine, Aptium, Briviact, clobazam, Vicompa, nisamide, and Vimpat, but
What?
no
And they also
doses.
buy it failed, right?
Nope.
Then you have to go back
She
through your
tried
records.
multiple medications over time, including all of those, and I think this was the year I got kicked off the PPO from my parents' insurance, or my mother's insurance rather. So this might have been another transition. I don't know. I don't know. I was going to this lady for a long time, and she's the one who put me in touch with USF to go for the surgeries. But yeah, now that I see how not thorough doctors' records can be when they should,
How
I'm
do you get
definitely
a
going to
hold
have
of
another
those
red flag to look
records?
at. I'm on my chart right now, and my chart's a pretty common patient portal that they use for a lot of different medical facilities. But to figure
And
out how
they
you can
don't.
get a hold of yours, you would have to talk to your providers.
Yeah,
But
and you
my
don't see
chart
all
does
of it.
not show you what the dose was for some effed up reason. I'm sorry, because I tried to do that too.
Exactly.
So then I came back with my bag because I saved the freaking thing.
Oh, I'm so no. That's like
Yeah.
worse than.
I have,
Oh, I would
but
lock up the pills like tighter than the gun. Seriously.
oh well, I have it. I had them in a big box under my bed. It wasn't like that, but
Okay.
plus all my kids are much older. But
I'm
well,
thinking the
like for
dog.
instance, my ex. Well, yeah, but he couldn't get up there because he's a Chiweenie.
Okay.
I
There
have
you
him in
go.
like a big like wardrobe thing. Anyway,
There you go.
but my ex Capri one anyway, I was taking 200 milligrams per day at this point, and I don't know if I went up above that. My Vimpat. Let's see, my ex Capri, I be taking. Hold on a second now. Okay, I was taking 800 milligrams of X Capri. Shit, I have the Vimpat here, so I can do it. I was taking 200 milligrams of Vimpat. These are the ones when I went off it. Like I said, no more. I don't know. Anybody else know what they were on before they? Oh, here we go. No, shoot. My oxcarbazepine, holy cow. I was up to 1,800 milligrams a day on the oxcarbazepine, at least.
That is insane.
It seems like a
So
lot,
that
right?
is insane. Yeah, I mean, I don't know if anyone else was similar to that, but that's crazy.
I only weigh 100 pounds, just for for like how much that is. That is a lot for my weight. Yeah. Okay. So I was taking I was taking like 1,000 milligrams of Keppra at the beginning. I don't even know. Holy cow. Lamictal. Who was taking Lamictal?
Oh, I was. Yeah,
How much were you taking?
1,300 a day.
I feel lucky when I hear about
Wait,
everybody's doses and
Pookie, what
medications.
did you say yours was?
Yeah,
Mine?
I
I'm
didn't.
only on 200. That's why I
Ann was
feel
on
like
like
Yeah,
feel like
mine.
everyone's doing so much more than me. Like I feel like my situation was a freaking cakewalk. How people talk about what they had to go through. Like I got hit
Nah,
by a
Pookie,
car.
me and you were the same. I only had 200, and I thought that was normal. When people say 1,400, I'm like, how are they alive? I didn't realize they could go up that high.
I was having breakthrough seizures that were putting me in altered state for 3 to 9 days. And the doctors weren't changing anything. And it was just a twist of fate that I ended up with somebody that I was associated with in another support group. And he said, okay, that's it. I'm taking you on as a patient. We're getting you off of this.
Yeah.
But
yeah.
I might have, we're still, and I'll never know, the myoclonic jerks that I get might be from the neurologic jerk that wrote that prescription for 5 years. You know, and it's like, I didn't know. I seriously did not know. I don't know what happened to my brain. They're like, well, why didn't you check your, your resources? Because I was a nurse. And I'm like, okay, you have no idea what kind of fire they stirred up in me. And that was back in, like, I would say 2012. So, looking at that, listening to all of you guys, it's like, no. You wouldn't do this to a cardiac patient. Why are you doing this to a PWE, a person with epilepsy? It's
Especially
gross.
when they say something like at the very first thing on your chart is like super high risk of SUDEP, completely,
Yeah.
Unexplained, very high medication resistant, things like
Yeah,
that.
or
Like I know
suicide
Anne's been in the
ideation.
hospital where they've been pushing just an IV constantly, just trying to keep you from going status or bring you out of the status. I know exactly what that's like. And it's
And then, never no status epilepticus. I've had that happen over 36 times in my life. Too many times for them to say, no, it never happened. Oh, no, I never called your accrediting foundation. I never called them.
Seriously.
I
That's
don't
awful.
understand that.
I think the only thing I have left from my ex-Godfrey is one of these little doohickeys. It had the 12.5 and the 25. Yeah. I don't know how I was supposed to go up, how far it was supposed to go, because I don't have any of the packs left. Anyway, I'll be quiet now and let you guys go back to...
No worries.
One
no
thing
worries.
I did want to say, my husband brought up is that there was an interview on in the Senate the other day where they interviewed people who had been hurt by the mRNA vaccine. And I know that's something very, like everybody don't want to talk about it. Okay, but the problem is that the people that they had a Facebook page and they were connecting with each other. And after they shut down their Facebook page, a bunch of them killed themselves the next day. So I wanted to talk to the mods about maybe setting up a second line of being able to talk to each other or get patients and everybody to get in touch with each other if they shut us down. Like my husband said we should try X. I don't know if that's true. I've never used X, whatever. I'm just saying that he suggested we try another platform just to have a secondary home in case somebody shuts us down, because we wouldn't want anybody to hurt themselves because they can't get a hold of us. Do you guys agree with me? Is that something we should think about? Yeah, I do have I didn't send you mine, but I will. Yeah.
Yeah,
Wait,
if you
Cindy,
have
what? Sorry, it cut out for me. I didn't hear that last part.
Oh, I'm sorry. I was just saying, we don't want anybody
No,
to
no,
hurt themselves, and so we wanted to.
No, I didn't. Were you saying send phone numbers or a different website?
Oh no, I
link?
just
That's
said
what
I hadn't.
Hear.
I just said I hadn't sent him my email address yet. Some of the people have sent emails and phone numbers, and I hadn't done that yet. But I will.
Okay.
I just, I kind of talk to Pookie every day, so I hadn't done it yet.
My bad. Sorry.
No, it's fine. It's perfectly fine. I'm sitting here taking over. I just wanted to bring that up before I forget about it, because he was pretty worried about it and serious about it, because he knows that this is kind of a big deal for us and kind of a support that we wouldn't have. And he knows how much it means to me, and he figures it probably means that much to you guys too. So just throwing that out there. If somebody has an idea of how to set up a new or another line of connection, just in case.
Yeah, I was also gonna say, someone told me about another one that starts with a P. But anyway, I give you my email, so you can use my email, and if you have iPhone, you can FaceTime through email. I just found out. So yeah, I'll talk to you about that later. Or yeah, you guys ever need someone just to listen or talk to? I'm a good listener. And I cry a lot too. I was crying when Jamie was talking.
Yeah,
Big crybaby. I think it's
You're
the
about to
pills.
make me cry again, Pookie.
we're all crybabies. We're
I
all
think it's the pills.
crybabies.
Like I am so much more emotional on these pills. Like it's the pills. Like I've never been this emotional.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's the medication. I got my towel next to me because Anne always makes me cry with her stories. Then Jenny was crying, and then I was just like trying to get off camera and stuff.
Oh, come on. We all
Yeah,
gotta have a washcloth. It's either sweat or tears.
right.
Yeah.
Last time somebody was crying, and I accidentally took off my shirt, and I was just like doing this, and everyone thought I was taking my shirt off. I was just trying to wipe tears. I didn't have my towel around, so
I
had
think
to
I
use
was
my
crying
shirt.
too. I was
Yeah,
crying too,
I
I
hope.
think.
Well, I hope everybody saw that Sia's updates. You know, she's sounds like she's getting back on track. She's been in touch with Anne, and I sent her a message too. And it sounds like once again, this group really, really actually made a difference for somebody. She's really got her priorities in order and definitely taking care of these urgent, urgent matters. And once again, I mean, this healthcare system, it's a bitch. I can't say anything else.
Yeah.
She couldn't get to the treatment she needed essentially because it was out of her price range when it was most important. And at this point it's still get the appointment, wait for the scan, and prior authorizations and things like that are definitely something that get in a lot of our way.
Yeah.
One other
Yeah.
thing too, who's our UK guy? That's Alex, right?
Mm-hmm.
I use your epilepsy website. It's I forget what it's called, but I like that one so much better than like the American Academy because I was trying to look up scholarly articles, things of urgent discussion or what's it called? Like discussions that would make sense basically for here. And the American Academy of Neurology wants $300 for somebody who doesn't have a doctor's license to be able to read these studies. And it's within the last 5 years. So that's just another red flag for me. But that hamster wheel thing you guys said before.
Sorry to cut you off, Kate.
Yeah, no, please.
Just very quickly, I find it like insane, as in like we don't have to pay for our drugs here. Like it's completely government sponsored. You can just get as in any. I just find the concept like insane, like in the States of like all the Medicare, Medicaid. Like I've learned a lot coming on this like on the past call on past Friday, but already it's like such a bad illness to have, but on top of that to have to deal with like the insurance and so on, like it's just I don't know, like it's not fair, but
So
that's just my
you don't have to pay for any of it over there? I didn't realize that.
no, it's completely free, as in
I'm
you
bragging.
That's great.
I promise you I'm not. It's just
I'm kidding.
Well, my mom, and I say mom, my mom is from the UK, so I'm gonna have to bring that back up to her. But with my Medicaid in West Virginia, usually it's free. But when I was in Virginia, I went to go get it, and they're like, "Okay, well, it's gonna be $1,400." I'm like, "Huh?" I have Medicaid, and I gave them my card, and they're like, "Okay, $300 and something dollars," and I was just like, looks like I'll be going back to the state of West Virginia to get it that way, because my mother and I talk about it all of the time. It's unfortunately just a form of robbery for everyone in this country. So I'm so glad that you're over there not paying anything for it.
I wish everyone else could come here as well. But yeah, it's great. It's just insane. Like that's the word I could use for it, I guess. But yeah.
Well, one of the few websites that do have some legitimate studies that we don't have to pay for. We're talking about a web-based algorithm that rapidly classifies seizures for the purpose of drug selection. So more AI, more robots doing the doctor's work, essentially. What are you guys' feelings on that?
Yeah.
I feel safer. We did that when I was in Baltimore. They had bots in, you know how we call them cows, computers on wheels. But they had the next level where it literally was bot. And they would put in all the information, and before it referred it over to a doctor on a video screen, the AI would assess and do a triage and say, this patient needs to be seen by. And they literally named the doctor that was on that shift available. So it saved so much time. It saved a lot of misdiagnoses. And hey, they're doing that at Johns Hopkins and MedStar East in Baltimore. That was up and up. I was pretty impressed with that. And but as far as AI, I'm uncomfortable. I'm a boomer, let's face it. So they're already having their own romances and breakup makeup fights among the AI community. Okay. So these artificial intelligences are having emotion. Oh no. So we'll see what happens from there. But I think as far as like medical records and things like this, I really do appreciate that AI is much more established in the intelligence and not the emotion, because some doctors will literally make a decision based on emotion just because they don't get the right vibe. And I get that a lot here. And this is where pretty much this is my soapbox. It's like, okay, doc, this isn't about you, and it never was until you made it about you. So now I'm going to make this about me again, but we got to get you out of the way and take care of that. But AI avoids all of that shit, pardon my, but it does. It avoids all that complication. It's not always going to be right. Chat GPT, oh boy, man, that has loaded some of my conversations on email with knives and daggers in the most polite and intelligent way I've ever seen. So you take what I say and the way I say it and let AI embellish it, bazinga. Okay, I got directly to the executive director in one email. And it didn't, so I appreciate it. I do. I can't lie. I wouldn't let it give me stitches. Well, I don't know. But I think it's helpful.
Yeah, I was gonna say, firstly, I was gonna say everybody needs an Ann in their life, but you gotta find another one because this one's mine. And then I was gonna say something that I forgot, so we'll come back to that.
Well, I appreciate Ann's point because I'm surprised, honestly. Like you said, just but hey, that's just more evidence to how awesome you are because you see that when something like AI is used in the right way, it really is more helpful. It takes out that emotional bias kind of factor that a lot of these professionals make decisions based on. And yeah, I mean, if maybe it would actually allow for more accountability. Get the doctors to kind of double check themselves before the robot calls them out on, this interaction isn't allowed. This patient's already been on this, the generic or the brand name, and don't put him back on the, just calling it something else. It seems like that might actually be kind of useful.
What
Toaster,
I
what did
was
you
gonna
say about
say,
oh, okay, yeah, go ahead.
what I was gonna say is, it's like a few people said thank you for this or whatever. I was gonna explain. I did not know if this was gonna work. I bought Zoom and I thought about the podcast and everything. And when I started, there was one person and I had posted it everywhere. And I was like, okay, I got one person. Maybe this is not going to work. I was with him for like 30 minutes and then someone else joined. And then someone else joined. And then someone else joined. So then we were like 5 people in the first meeting. I was like 30 minutes with him. I was almost giving up. And then I was like, yeah, it worked so far. I got a nice story with him. And then, like I said, it went. Oh, yeah. It went from one person to almost giving up after 30 minutes, then people just joining rapidly after that. And I thought it was going to help me. So that's why I was like, this is helpful for me just talking to one person still. And then, like I said, when more people joined, and then week after week, we went from an hour, 4 hours, 6 hours to 10 hours. I could be here all day. Like I told what's his name? Rick. I told him that this is so much funner talking to people that have this than a lot of things we're doing. I'd rather be doing this right now and tomorrow and the next day than sitting somewhere watching TV because I can't work and I'm thinking about I can't work and I can't do this and that. I'd rather do this all day, every day.
I just want to say, guys, too, I'm in a bathing suit because I'm at my uncle's house and I was supposed to go swimming with my family. I'd rather be on this right now than outside swimming because this really is so amazing. And I have not felt happy like this. I want to say thank you to every
I'm so
single
glad
one.
I found you it was last night, I think.
Yeah, wow, Jamie, it's great to meet. And you look gorgeous, sweetie. Don't worry about being in a bathing suit. Stay with us if you want to. That's what we were all
just see
talking
your
about.
face anyway, honey.
Yeah, it's okay.
Thank you, guys.
And as Pookie and all of us were talking about, everybody chooses to be here or not be here. So if you want to be here, we're perfectly happy to have you. We're more than happy to have you. It's great.
Yep.
Yes, absolutely.
And
hey,
some
Pookie,
might not be able to make it. Don't worry about it.
Yeah, we'll be back
next Friday. I have to
Friday.
work.
What I was gonna say is, oh Lord, come back.
That's me. Time. Hey, don't worry, it'll come back.
Light up, it'll come back.
I'm sorry, Pookie. I didn't mean to take over and interrupt you.
No, it's all right.
No, Sailor Mom is totally the marketing genius. You
Yeah,
have
good
that
question.
title.
Is it the same time on Friday?
Yes.
I forgot.
Yeah, same time. Same time. 12 Pacific. Yeah, 12 p.m. Pacific, Tuesdays and Fridays. It's always the same time and same login information.
That's what I was gonna say. Is like when I said I started with one person and it went to more and more. Oh my goodness. Yeah. I lost myself again. I forgot that was in my hand.
It got one person and then another person and somebody else joined and it was like so fun, right? Because you're like, wow, you understand. I know.
Well, we've lost three other people that were on today. So where are we at now? 12? So that makes 15.
Yeah.
That we're all on.
All right, you're the guy that's still good with the numbers.
What I was gonna say,
I'm just looking at the number down here at the bottom of the screen.
Oh, okay.
And Anne's your lawyer.
It comes and it goes so fast. Oh, I was gonna say that. Yeah, I started with like very sporadic. I was just like, did it one day, and then I was like telling people I'm gonna do it the next day, and then they came, and then somebody was like, "You gonna do this again?" And I was like, "Sure, I'll do it the next day." And then I was like, "Hold on, this is kind of taking up my schedule. I need to set some days." So then I just started doing Tuesdays and Fridays, and still doing that. I have like
now we'll have to do
Wednesday. I have almost 60 hours of footage to edit before I post it. So, and doing that alone, like that's all I'm doing is editing. So, so much footage, but it's so helpful. And then like I'm sitting there crying, listening to people's stories, and gotta pause it and cut
after
this piece
this,
out.
I'm about to go outside and I'm gonna be bawling my eyes out, telling my family about all of this. So just know that, okay? You're
right.
changing
Come
all
back
of
if
our
you like.
lives.
Yeah, I'll be here for another 10 hours. Yeah, but I got so many hours of footage that I just ordered a 2 terabyte hard drive because my laptop took up 450 gigabytes of video, and now I got everything on the cloud. So I don't want to stop. I'm gonna stop paying for the cloud, so I gotta get this hard drive when it comes in the mail. Because I got so much footage that I just need to edit, and then so much that just needs to be saved, so I have it and sitting around. But yeah, I also do one-on-ones, and I post those on Saturdays.
Again, we got to do that.
I do not post on Sundays, but I post every other day. I've done one with Angel and sorry, Tom, I don't know how I forgot your name. That's right there.
Who?
Yeah. and Jeff. But yeah, whenever you get
this is
time, you
great.
want to do a
Let's do it
one-on-one,
some
we
more.
can do it. You can tell your story and so on.
I think that
After
one
I'm
with
done moving, yes.
that one with Kevin got a lot of views too, right?
Yeah, that was the first one. That one got more views than I thought.
Yeah.
And then I posted the one with Aaron, but he didn't have his camera on. And the only reason I posted that one is because he was kind of rude about when he jumped into the other meeting and asked everybody if they're lying about their stories. So I just had to post his and get that out. Because I was like, I need to get this out of my hard drive. But yeah. He asked Sailor Mom, are you guys telling the truth? I don't know who else was
he
there.
freaked me out. I was like, what do you mean?
Who was that? I do remember that.
Why would I lie about that?
His name was
It's such a
Aaron.
horrible
Yes,
His face.
Ian.
Aaron.
Okay, yeah.
ARON, is that right?
Yeah.
Yeah, ARON. Is he the rat?
I think.
Hey, I like rats.
Shocked. You know,
Hey,
it's shocking to hear some of our stories. Yeah.
You sure it wasn't me?
Sure wasn't me.
I hope not.
I hope not too.
Yeah, go ahead, Toaster.
Well, it brings up another point. A lot of people, that actually, I think I got a kind of a Reddit post on it too. I think I don't remember, about how people don't believe us when we say, "Hey, I have seizures," or "Hey, I have epilepsy," or "Hey, I have blah 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 blah." And I remember one time I had just moved back to North Carolina, was trying to get a new doctor to get medications. And the doctor saw that I had a medical card for medical marijuana and decided instead of giving me any drugs whatsoever, or excuse me, medications, that she was going to hand me a slip for a rehabilitation center. It's like, yeah, no. There's so many.
Why would anybody lie about being epileptic?
Right.
And why would you think that you need to go to a rehabilitation center instead of get help for your anti-epileptic?
We have a name for that.
Epileptic drugs with all these side
We have a
effects,
name
yeah.
for that in the cannabis
I want
community.
more.
Thank you, Ann. I knew she was going to take this one over. Go ahead, Ann. Tell us
Sorry,
all about
guys.
what we need to know.
Yes.
It's only going to take a moment, but it will last forever, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
We have a name for that, and that's what happened to me. And I knew it. I knew that in 2020. But you got to let it linger. I just let them dig their hole deeper. So
I can see
we
that.
call it medical kidnapping, and being held hostage by your essential medications. So there are a lot of support groups in the cannabis community. I'm trying to get reconnected with the legal groups. I have meetings on top of meetings, and I'm just, yeah. But yeah, we call that medical kidnapping when they say, okay, well, we're going to put you in rehab because you use cannabis, but we're going to take these anti-epileptics away and put you on antipsychotics instead.
Yeah.
Because that's what happened to me. Now.
Well, I already had those.
Yeah.
I already had Prozac, and I already had Seroquel.
Yeah.
I don't need any other, and I don't need other things messing with my mind. I don't even take Adderall. Well, I hate
But
Adderall.
I needed my Vimpat. And what happens to most of us on those targeted anti-epileptics, usually within 24 hours, some of us 12. It takes me about 12 hours before I go into status. So,
my mom is coming home with my medicines, by the way, just for update for people.
Congrats.
Yes, she's going and she's getting my medication.
Good.
And she's going to go ahead and talk to my pharmacist about just change what Kate said about changing the just taking away the other insurance.
Yeah, the big word to use is primary. What
Primary.
you want, yeah, what you want is primary and secondary, because the private insurance, you just have to get off of all your files, especially as soon as you start the separation, because you know why not? You don't know how quickly HR can change something, and that would definitely be a safeguard.
It would not surprise me if he ends up in jail again. So
There you go.
I don't pick
So
them well.
one of the, trust me, you're not the only one. Shit, now I just remembered the retainer fee for this lawyer.
Oh, sorry.
Okay, no, I'm thinking. Okay. Peer comparison. That was the other kind of subject that this discussion reminded me of. When a physician or a professional, when you encounter them, or even family members, how often do you feel like nobody except for, this community really understands you? Like, even family can say, like, I mean, I've known twins before. I think we met some twins on this community that one had epilepsy and one didn't. And, how often do you guys experience that kind of comparison?
Never met anyone with epilepsy before this. Like, no one, unless I was like in the hospital and we both had a seizure there in the bed next to me. Other than that, never knew anyone. And when I was in the hospital, it was like, what kind of seizure did you have? And then he was like, so on, I think he forgot what he said he was on, but he couldn't explain. He was like, but
I
yeah,
didn't
they had
even
him.
know there were any different ones. I thought there was just one.
Right, same here. Like
Having
the ambulance would always
convulsions.
ask me, what kind of seizure did you have? And I'd be like, the ones where you shake, the ones where you're foaming, you're shaking. And come to find out, I've been having seizures for over 10 years, focals and myoclonics that I didn't even know what they were about. I thought it was just like a precursor to a seizure, and I'm sweating and feeling my heartbeat. I thought that was like the precursor, but that is a seizure. So been dealing with that for 10 years. And when I told my neurologist, he was like, are you serious? You haven't told me this? And I was like, I didn't know this until I got on Reddit. I didn't know I was having seizures for 10 years that I didn't know was a seizure. I thought shaking was the seizure. It's the biggest misconception on the earth right now. So you only shake when you're having a seizure. People need to understand that there's more than shaking, because we can sit there going through a seizure and you never even know. Like, I left work one time. I tell the story all the time. I left work and I lived 4 miles from work. But instead of leaving work to go home, I went to my hometown. I took 3 buses and a train before I found out, where am I at? How did I get here? I don't know why my brain told me to go to my hometown, but yeah, you can have a focal unaware and no one even know, because I don't know what I was looking like on that bus and train, and people just weren't saying anything. I don't know. But yeah, 3 buses and a train, and no one said anything until I got off the bus, and I was like, where am I at? Why am I here? I don't live here anymore. So yeah, got to do this for awareness, because there is little to none, even on the internet.
So the one meeting that I was having with Pookie and Twix, I could tell something was wrong with Pookie, but I couldn't, like, I kept trying to get him to like tell me that something was wrong, and he wouldn't say it. So I just kept kind of asking and then like talking to Twix and kind of keeping it going. I feel kind of bad. Like, I think I should have just been like, okay, Twix, we gotta go and let Pookie go rest. I think something's wrong, but yeah, but you know what? I swear I don't think anybody else would have known anything was wrong with you at all. No, I don't.
Every time you were asking me, am I okay? It's like every time you asked me, was I okay? That's when I came out of it, when you said you were okay. And that's why I was laughing every time.
Kind of normal a little bit, and then you would kind of not. And I was like, oh, I don't know if I should just stop this, because I'm pretty sure he's like having little ones, but he keeps saying he's okay, so I'm gonna shut him down.
I was smiling every time you asked, was I okay? Because I came out of it and I'm laughing like, I'm not okay, but I'm just going to tell her I am so we can keep going with this. And I watched the video back. I forgot I even had that on the SD card. I watched that video and I was like, I don't remember any of this. And I'm watching it over and over and I'm like, okay, I'm going in and out of it at this part. And I start reading and then I sit up and I'm like,
yep. And I was like,
And
"Are you
that's
all
what I was
right?
going
What's
on, and
going
then I was
on,
fighting
honey?"
the focal. It was taking over. I started sweating, so I sat up, and I remember sitting up and starting reading and like doing like this. Then I don't remember anything else, but I read it, and like every 10 minutes, she would ask me, was I okay? For like an hour and a half to maybe 2 hours. And I kept saying, yeah. But every time she
Yeah,
said, are you okay? It's when I started smiling because I knew I wasn't okay. But I
right.
was
And I was like,
here and I was
"Okay."
interested in doing this. So I was just like, I'm okay. I'm okay.
Yeah,
And
yeah, I know, right? And
the
that was
video is
me too.
hilarious. You have to watch it. Go look at
It
it on
is pretty.
YouTube.
I did watch part of it. I haven't gotten through the whole thing, but I was watching. I was like, "Oh yeah, there I am, asking over and over again if he's
Yeah, I
okay."
looked at it and I showed you a picture of like mask or something. I was looking at the video and I was like, I wasn't even looking on Reddit. I was looking at some other site just out of it and showing you pictures of something that had nothing to do with it, with this.
I was
But
okay with it. I was
I
like, "It was
laughed
all
so
right."
hard when I looked at
Twix
that.
needed to talk. If I recall, Twix really, really, really needed to talk. You know,
Yeah,
if
she
you've
cried
watched
too.
it,
I would have been
she
crying if I
cried
was
a
there.
lot, and she needed to talk about it bad. So it was okay, but I mean, I still feel bad, and I'll try to be better about like going, "Hey, okay, we're
No,
done."
you played the top mom card that day. On that video, we watched it not too long ago over here, and you played the top mom card. You know, your just expressions and everything that you were saying every time Twix finally spoke about what she needed to say. And then you would, I could tell you were looking back and forth between Pookie and Twix just to see if
Yeah.
Pookie was kind of like leaning over and doing
Right,
whatever.
I
Like,
was worried he was gonna
yes,
fall. Oh my God.
yes,
I should have just
exactly,
shut it down.
Toaster. A mom
But
is the
Twix
one to
needed
help
to
out.
talk. She had to. I could tell
Oh
she
yeah.
needed
Mama
to.
bear.
And I was like,
Yeah, I put that on the
Well,
video.
"I'm
Every
sorry."
time you spoke up,
I
I was
do
like,
have a
there goes Mama
question just
Bear.
before I get off because the kids are now really.
Oh, yeah.
Gotcha.
Okay.
Well, Jenny, thank you so very much. We highly appreciate you. And remember, we're always here for you, okay?
You said you had a question, Jamie? Oh, okay. I probably
Oh,
heard that wrong.
bye, Jamie. We'll miss you. I hope to see you Friday.
Oh, no, sorry. I was trying to ask a question before I get off. My
Yeah.
connection
Oh,
is really bad. I'm out in the
Okay.
country. I was gonna ask first. So I have all kinds, and I know that there's all different kinds of terms, but I have absences or focals. But so I will sometimes have an absence where I am like I lose consciousness. So like I might be here and I'm like this, and I don't know I'm here, or sometimes I'll be staring and I'm still aware. So, impaired consciousness or aware consciousness, whatever they are. Oh my gosh, and then I just forget my question.
It's
that
okay.
is normal. Trust me.
Oh
It's the
my gosh.
pills.
It's the pills.
So I think I was just gonna say, like, when that's happening to you guys, is there anything that you do? Because like a lot of the times I will just be like the last one that I had, I was standing in the kitchen with my partner and her mom, and I was talking and I was like this, and then all of a sudden I'm like, and literally I just look like I'm going crazy. And I don't know if that is a focal seizure or if it was leading to something else, or I don't know. I guess I just don't know what to consider that, because like you said, some people call them absences, but now they're called focals. It's just confusing, the terminology for it sometimes. So
Right.
what do you guys consider them when I'm like, if I'm having an absence and if I'm like this?
Okay, so
Okay.
I had one of those. I had one of those a few weeks ago before I started taking these vitamins. I thought it was just like a focal aware because
Yeah.
I was like staring out the window and I was just looking at like this tree. And I was in the living room here at my stepdad's house. And I don't know why I was staring at the tree, but I was staring at it for so long. I could hear him talking. I couldn't make out what he was saying. And I don't know why that tree was interesting. I'm thinking about so much other stuff. I'm looking at the tree and I can't take my mind off it. I can hear him. And then when I came out of it, I heard nachos. How's that sound? And then I told him, I'm gonna be honest, I told him, I don't remember anything you just said. And he was like, okay, yeah, you were looking a little out of it. And then he just restarted. How about nachos tonight? Didn't ask about the seizure or anything. Just how about nachos tonight? But yeah, we got to get people more aware so people aren't
Because
just.
we're used to it.
Oh, okay, you're okay
People
now.
around us are used to it.
Yeah, you gotta. People can't just be like, "Oh, you're okay now. It's over with." You're talking again. You're standing and walking. You're okay now. That's not how it is. But eventually, they'll learn. Hopefully, they watch some videos and learn that there's more than shaking that goes with this.
Oh, that's okay. That's just Tom.
And I guess the one last question I have that I did just remember, thank goodness my memory decided to work a little bit more, was I've had this happen a few times, and it happened I think last night or the night before. I didn't well, I don't know if it was a seizure or not, but with this Ficompa, I have just not been myself. I literally, usually I'm the person that's trying to help people calm down, help whatever, I'm a nice person. Instead, now someone could look at me and I'm like, do you want to fist fight me? Like I'm just mad at everything. So instead I'll walk away. And I something irritated me so badly. I'm like, Jamie, walk away and go in your mom's room and just calm down. So I was in my mom's room, and the next thing I know, I'm on the floor and my mom's looking at me up above me and she's like, what are you doing? Literally, I was just laying on the floor and I'm like, so I don't know if I don't remember ever losing consciousness. I literally just remember being like, and falling on the floor like that. So I don't know if that's like I lost consciousness for a few seconds or if I literally just let myself go in a way that I fell on the ground. I don't know if that's happened to anyone before and I mean, I talked to my neurologist tomorrow, but you guys are obviously such a helpful group. I'm curious if it's ever happened to anyone else.
Yeah, other than me, that was my experiences. I have like blackout seizures, I call them. I don't exactly know the name of them. But yeah, lately I've been walking in people's homes and stores and not there and being told the story later.
Yeah.
Okay.
Toaster had something to say. I know for me, they've called them
concrete
atonic.
so many times.
Yeah.
We just call them fallouts in my house.
Fallout. Okay. Oh, that's okay. And that's exactly what it felt like, literally just like a fallout. And then them being like, you okay?
Yeah, and then you're not completely fine. You still have this haze for the rest of the day, but that might just be the medicines. I don't know.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's what I'm feeling today. Yeah. I've had I've done this for a long time, treated and untreated, and I had for a couple of years I was having atonic seizures. At least that's what my doctor called them. I would literally just drop, and I wouldn't go clonic. I wasn't shaking. I would do exactly what you said, Jamie. I was just down. My eyes would be open, but I would have that momentary where I was literally clonic, where I couldn't move, but I would drop and then just stiffen. And
yeah,
it's like a dead man drop, a dead man seizure. A lot of people have, but it might be. Just journal it and explain it to your doctor.
Journal it. It happened to me twice, pretty much, but thankfully my daughter caught me before I actually hit the kitchen floor. But I was like,
wow,
going like this over top of a bowl of steaming pasta. So I could have gone forward into the pasta, or could have gone backward and hit my head on the other countertop. Thankfully, she came around the corner and saw me and grabbed me. And she's bigger than me, so that was good. And then the other time I happened to come to as I was about to fall off the thing I had landed on, like I was balancing on something. And I was like, whoa, okay, I need to get down lower before I fall and hit my head again.
I see you, Toaster.
Oh, yes, Toaster.
I was gonna say, like you were, Sailor, you're talking about your thing you did in the kitchen. That reminded me the other day. I made dinner, and I'm so excited because the last time I was in the kitchen and made dinner, my memory took over. I started making dinner, and then I think I heard something on TV, so I stepped over to the living room, and then that went to a commercial, so I wasn't laid down. I totally forgot. That's my memory. I forgot I was cooking. I laid down and I started hearing rice. Well, start smelling something burning, and I burned the rice. That's the first time I seen black rice, like black. Memory just took over, and I forgot everything was happening. I think I
It's in my
turned
medical
off the light
file.
as I was
Yeah.
passing the kitchen.
That's
And
actually in my medical file that I tried to make rice without water in the rice cooker, and my family told my epileptologist, and that's when he was like, no more cooking. And then I was trying to do the pasta, and then he was like, definitely no more cooking, honey. You can't do that.
I got an air fryer now.
Oh,
Safe.
yeah.
Safe. Real
As
safe.
long as you put the water in it. What if you don't put the water in it?
I forgot.
Bye,
Go ahead,
everybody.
Toaster.
Gots to go.
Bye,
I just
I'll
want to
try and
say,
stop
thank
in
you
later.
guys.
See you later.
I love you guys so much. This is who I used to call Pookie. So I'm gonna go play with her now.
All right.
And I will see you guys later. Thank you so much. And thank you for everything. I love you guys already, and I'll see you later.
Check back in later. We might still be here.
Yep.
Awesome. I will. Bye.
Bye.
Have fun.
Exactly. Kate gets to see him every day.
All right. So another topic on here that I saw got a lot of conversation on one of the boards was about behavioral therapy and family counseling.
Okay.
If, it seems like a lot of these younger families, when we're talking to like the mid-20s couples who already have their life plan, met in college, regular whirlwind romance type thing, already have children a lot of the times. Do you think, looking back, does anybody wish they would have gone to, some kind of counseling or sought like professional guidance in how to navigate this new lifestyle, essentially?
I
Toaster,
wish
go
there
ahead.
would have been a better
Oh, okay.
system for me.
Yeah.
Yeah, if I had known, I'm sorry guys, but I would have done it sooner. I didn't realize everything that was going on, not just with my seizures, but how PTSD just from our seizures. Some of us have that going on. And, anything like that can really make things worse. And it did. It was making it worse. But I think for families, I think about our new friend Saya, she's a young mom going through this back and forth. And it's really hard for them to accept what's going on, even though they know it's serious. It's like, how are we going to manage this? Well, you can't think about that until you take care of yourself. So you know where you're going from. Like Tom says, you got to have that foundation first. But having a therapist, especially trauma therapy, for me, is what helped me because I didn't look at that as trauma. And the psychiatrist that I talked to, she was like, I don't know why you wouldn't. And just listening to the story is traumatizing. So yeah, and it was the best thing for me. Therapy is it's a great tool. It was for me. So I would highly encourage it. I'm one of those, well, you guys see me in there. And I'm still in both of our epilepsy subreddits. So haven't been kicked out yet. Yeah.
I'm officially banned from 2, but your parents when they're getting old, I gotta start doing Uber Eats and adding credit cards to accounts and stuff. So I'll be here, but I gotta add cards to accounts and buy food from Popeyes, and I'm here.
When it comes to therapy, personally, I guess again, I was lucky or unlucky if you call it. Um, when I was a teenager, I was diagnosed with insomnia with something called, and actually, you guys might know what it feels like because honestly, seizures feel like them. Has anyone ever heard of shoot, now I can't remember the term. Um your body is asleep. You can't move, but your head is awake. You are aware of everything, but your body will not move. Sleep paralysis. There we go. Now I
Yeah,
remember.
Tom's paralysis, sleep paralysis. Yeah.
Oh, okay. He has it too. Well, at least I'm not the only one. I was diagnosed with that when I was 15. And my mom, being the child psychologist that she is, got me counseling. That and of course a few other things that went on during my teenage years. And I also had PTSD, and I had what was, or at least we have no clue, but at the time, diagnosed as panic attacks. Looking back, my neurologist is quite sure that they were seizures. And I'm here thinking that my seizures started, well, I'm not here, but I've always considered the start of my seizures to be when I was pregnant. And then someone brought up, I think it was yesterday or the other day, how compounding issues, trauma in the past compounding the epilepsy now. And it's like, that might have something to do with it. The puzzle pieces fit, as she said, or something close to that, or they said.
Yeah. Yeah. I I'm not sure where you saw that, but I'm one that says the same things because it's like a shingling effect. You know, you can only put so many layers of shingles before the roof is going to cave in. And I'm looking back and I'm blessed that I had contact with some of the best epileptologists, you know, and not realizing how valuable they were to me until now. But the study that we did at Mid-Atlantic Epilepsy and Sleep Center, that's where we found out, oh, your seizures did not start in 2007. They started in 1968.
Because of the scarring in your head?
Because of
scarring?
Because of medical records that they were able to get to.
Oh, I remember this. Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, yes, yes.
And
Okay.
it's like, I didn't know that the
You
school
had it
nurse
as a
records
teenager.
go into your permanent medical records that are literally locked up in, you know, and, you know, they just keep them in a central record. Sorry, the dog.
I have them too.
Yeah. Hold on, I'm gonna have to mute. But yeah, that's how we found out, was the researcher looked back into my school nurse, my doctor, our family doctor in 1968. I had a seizure right there in his office. So it's like, yeah, you know, they go right back in all those records and they can find it. It's costly. I had to sign over the ownership, but it was worth it.
Right.
You know, and telling the doctors now, hey, we have this, and the basic notes, that the notes that are important to my treatment are there. But because they can't read the whole thing, we want to know everything. Well, you can't, and you got to take my word for it, you know. But that was the most fascinating thing I did, was it's like, oh yeah, I didn't know. Now I know that funky feeling, and we remember that. And like Nate was saying last week, what can happen is those seizures that we don't always feel, like that memory that I had, which is kind of like a PTSD flashback, where you just kind of, sorry, I think she calmed down. My daughter's associate locked herself out of the office. Oh shit. Sorry. Oh, I gotta breathe. So anyways, but yeah, you know, I remembered those feelings, and with, you know, with the therapist that I worked with a trauma therapist. Um, you know, she gave me the tools I needed to get a little bit past that emotion, past that fear, and say, wait a minute, I recognize this feeling as something else. And that's how I was able to start to separate what they were calling as psychogenic from my actual focal seizures. But what I was saying was how Nate had said those pathways get burned in. And, you know, reconsidering a VNS just for that, to let those pathways heal, you know? But yeah.
Well, to go to the therapy thing again, you mentioned PNES. So 30% of epileptics have PNES. So do not be surprised if other, yes, you know. And if you if we've chatted before, you know that I talk to my neurologist all the time. She's from Duke, Dr. Parikh, and Dr. Parikh has been very forthcoming to me when I got diagnosed with PNES on top of my epilepsy. They found both.
Right.
I had both types of seizures in the hospital. And she said that the best help, not cure, but help for PNES is cognitive behavioral therapy. Big name, scary, but it helps. And it also, it's not a cure-all, as some neurologists will try to push it off as. But because it's a process that you keep having to go back into, and I think, and this whole group actually helps with this. That going to therapy, it helps me stay positive during everything else. You guys being my outlet, my therapist, which, oh, by the way, her son has epilepsy. So I actually do know someone with epilepsy. Well, I know someone who knows someone. I have never actually met her son.
That's awesome. And
yes,
I agree. This has been the best therapy, the best.
yes.
And
She
yeah,
has approved of me being on here very much.
yeah. The thing with cognitive behavioral therapy, like you said, Toaster, they'll say it's something you have to continually revisit. And I prefer to say, instead of putting it that way, I look at it as it was a definite lifestyle change for my mindset. That's why I don't even know the rules yet. I posted a YouTube video with Mel Robbins, and she has one of the best coaches that has ever lived give talk about his book and talk about his mindset coaching. And because my daughter is a professional personal trainer, that's part of her training is the mindset. That's what helped me. That is what got me out of, yeah, a lot of the crap. But we still see, you know, we know what's going on. I mean, we can't deny it, but excuse me, but if you see that, definitely take the time to watch that if you can. You know, self-help, mindset, cognitive behavioral therapy is literally a mindset. It's like, wait, I'm feeling this and that feeling is controlling me. I need to have control over that feeling, so I have to recognize where it's coming from. So the first thing I had to learn was that, wait a minute, everything's okay. You know, because I was going into panic attacks, especially between like clusters. And I had another one Sunday, and it was so bad. And y'all know when I say this, we don't want anybody to know because we absolutely love this woman now. My daughter couldn't leave me, and we were out of Nasalem. I told my doctor this was going to happen. Been telling them for 3-4 months now. The pharmacist drove the Nasalem to my house. Yeah. So there's love out there, guys. And that's the mindset. It's like, okay, I had to really shift gears from being just so pissed off to being able to really truly advocate. And Pookie, yep, you shifted the gear. Good morning. There you are. I was worried. You with us, man?
Oh yeah, he was just having some technical trouble.
Okay. But yeah,
But
this
that
little,
pharmacist actually, how did that happen? You called the pharmacy and just explained the situation? Because I mean, if you
the
knew you had no refills, what even put you in touch with the pharmacist?
whatever my daughter did,
Good
because I was
God.
in and out of some myoclonic clusters. I I subluxed my shoulder, and we were able to get that back in last night. And then I started feeling I get a rebound. I don't know if you guys get that from nasal. I'll get a
it's
rebound
terrible.
seizure. And sometimes that rebound seizure is the one that puts me in the hospital.
Mhm.
So I was like, fuck
Yeah.
this. I'm taking 10 milligrams of clobazam. Took all my CBD, everything. And I'm like, the only thing I don't want to test positive for is psilocybin. So I left the shrooms on the counter, I'm like, okay, no. But yeah, but that pharmacist, so there is love out there. But I knew it was coming. And I'm
That's
glad I don't have
amazing.
as much stress as I did because I have you guys. And
Absolutely.
I
that's that.
actually had to cry to get my medication the other day, and I would have been out of my Dilantin that night. And they knew it, like I told them, and they were supposed to stay open until 8, but they closed at 6. And when I got there, and because you have to get a ride, right? You can't like demand like take me now, if people are busy. So I'm there, and they're saying no, we're all closed, and I'm like, no, no, and I started crying, and I was like, you can't. I don't want to die tonight. You can't. And they were like, what is it? And I was like, it's my epilepsy medicine. You guys, seriously, I talked to you yesterday. I said you have to get this refilled now, and you managed to do it, but now you got to give it to. And they had to reopen the registers and give me my goddamn medicine. And they recognized my name because I had made it so clear when I
Yeah.
called the first time.
Yeah. And you said, I don't want to die tonight.
I
And
said,
they
I don't
think we're
want to die
crazy.
tonight.
Congratulations. That is baller.
I was
Yes.
like, I did. I was like, I don't want to die tonight. You can't do this to me. And they were like, come back tomorrow morning. And I was like, I can't. Like,
I
what
won't
if
be
I'm
able to.
gone?
Sometimes
they
I wish
think
I
we're
had that
kidding.
type of spine.
Yeah. Yeah. They think we're joking when we say that. And I got
No.
arrested at Walgreens. Well, they
Oh my
tried to
God.
arrest me. And I just stood there, and the officers, and I'm standing there, and I'm still upset. And I'm like, okay, I have to calm down because I can't race the levels that I have in me right now through faster than it's gonna, I need to
Yeah,
hold
I'm
on
going
to
to
what I
end up
got.
having a seizure right now.
And this guy is looking at me, and he's like, what are you talking about? And I started explaining to him, and he's like turning white. And I said, I'm going to let you help me or not. If you don't help me, I will call the DEA, and they're right downtown. They're 5 minutes away, and I will have somebody come here and get this medication for me. It is day 32. You're coming into this conversation. They're only giving you their side. I just gave you mine. And this cop, I'm not kidding, he was like 6'4". I'm not even 5 foot tall. He was so white, I thought I was going to have to catch him. And he's like, hold on, ma'am. And you hear his hand go down on the counter. All right, who do I got to talk to back here? And that was it. And it's like I wasn't being nasty. I wasn't threatening anyone. And they wanted to take me in on a 5150.
See, they could have tried that on me maybe, but I was like, I just started crying, and I was like, I don't want to die tonight. You can't do this to me. I told y'all how important this is. And they were like, wait a minute, what's your name?
Wait a minute.
I've been arrested during a seizure before.
Yeah.
No.
Yep.
Yes. I've
Sister.
yes. This was when I was attempting to go to school. Get something of myself. Yeah. And I was arrested. My partner at the time, she did not take kindly to having me in handcuffs while I am still seizing and kicking at them. So, yeah, that was fun. My dad works for a university here in Charlotte who has ties to the community college that I went to. Needless to say, everything was fixed. Yes. I
Yeah.
may not have a spine, but my dad surely does.
Yeah, my spine may be a little crooked, but it still runs straight. You know, I am the FAFO patient. So, and I don't mean to be nasty or harsh, but I get it. It's like I woke up arrested and in restraints. And I'm like, seriously, like either one is going to win. I don't give a fuck. You both lost because I dislocated my shoulders. So,
Yes, I dislocated my shoulder and I had a broken ankle at the time because of a different seizure. Yes.
have they called it self-harm yet?
Oh, yes, it did. I was arrested and they did not, well, they took me to the jail to start the processing, and that's when my dad came. I was scared to death because this is the first time I had ever been in handcuffs. I was like, my mom is going to kill me. What did I do? I don't remember what happened.
That
And
reminds me. It reminds me of a time I was recently told about it, and it kind of came back piece by piece as I was told about it. He told me that I had had a seizure in Target, so the staff after that were following me around, and I went outside. And as soon as I got out the door, I just turned in the bush right in front of the door and started peeing. The cops were already there by then, and the ambulance, so I just dropped my pants to my ankles, and then my uncle's like, "He's having a seizure, you guys. He's having a seizure." And the ambulance are there, so they just like watched me pee, and I was like, I could have went to jail if my uncle wasn't here to tell him I was having a seizure at the time. But yeah,
public indecency, but you know what? That's funny as hell. At least you didn't piss yourself.
right.
Because I had that going with me too.
Oh yeah, been there, done that. Yeah, the whole mess.
Yeah.
Been there. Yeah. Yeah. And you know, this is the thing with awareness too. You know, we can get into a lot of trouble just over a biased misunderstanding like that.
Mm-hmm.
And I literally got physically injured, and they're putting off repairing that injury for it was 2 years now. Like it's been 2 years. It was May 27th in 2023. So, you know, I know what's going on. I have 6 months left to file a malpractice claim. So they know the time is out. I'm not doing it. But that's what happened. It's like I woke up in restraints and cuffs, and I knew I had a
Oh
seizure.
man.
And I'm like, oh God, my shoulder. Oh my God, I can't move, you know? And oh no, we don't know anything about that. And then that time outside the emergency room, you're not seizing, ma'am. And they had to give me new clothes
I gotta
twice.
go. Bye.
Bye. Okay, Toaster.
I'm sorry. I'm so sorry.
Don't worry,
Son just
we
came
might
home
be
from
here.
Taekwondo.
Check in.
I love you
Bye.
all.
Love you guys. Love you, hon.
Bye, Toaster.
But yeah, oh my God, the stories we have. It's just, this is the thing. You know, it's like, come on, people. And we didn't know, my daughter and I didn't know um that so many of these things are regulated by either, you know, whether they're in an epilepsy center or there are the, like, Kate, you probably could help me even more, but I can't right now. But yeah, that these doctors are required to maintain certain professional practices, and they're not doing it. But as far as like public and first responders, they don't recognize some of these seizures, you know, and that's a scary thing. We end up cuffed and arrested, and, you know, thank goodness for some people to get it, you know. But yeah, you were just talking about how somebody, Pookie, when they'll tell you, like, oh, this is what you did, and how it starts coming back to you. Does anybody else have that happen and then have people say, see, you were still, it couldn't have been an epileptic seizure if you remember saying that?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I've been told I didn't have a seizure, and I'm like, how do you know? Like,
Yeah.
I don't remember this. So what do you think? Like, I don't want to pretend I had a seizure and give you this story like I'm getting out of something.
Yeah. Yeah. And it's like, we just went through that Sunday. It's like, well, how do you know she's having a seizure? And my daughter was timing it and she sent a video to the pharmacist. And it was like, yo, if this doesn't work, she has to go to the hospital. And Natalie, because I just had that Wednesday. So we're looking Wednesday. And then again, Sunday, I had to take clobazam today. And they're still saying, well, we don't believe you're having epileptic seizures. How far are they going to push that, man? But they can get reported. That's where we are now. It's like, oh, I'm not giving up on this fight. I might have to lay down, but I'm not giving up.
But no matter
So,
what, they treat you for that injury. That's admission.
yeah,
Yeah, they
yeah.
can't deny that. There's,
They
like
never found, yeah.
there is physical evidence.
And the same thing with the concussion. They never followed up on the concussion. And then I found out that October 2023, I had what was called a hypertensive event, which is also known as a stroke. Okay, it was no obstruction, anything like that. But a hypertensive event is, a lot of that happens with clusters. Your blood pressure just keeps going higher and higher until you do have a brain bleed. It's like, I shouldn't have to be telling these people this. I'm like, okay, let's play. Um, you know, so at least I know for myself, and I'm just ranting. Everything is
No, you're
already,
educating every single one of us.
Just
yeah,
like I shouldn't have to be telling everybody that an aura is a seizure. Why do they not tell everybody
why
that?
aren't
They
they
should
telling
tell
us?
everybody that. It's
Yeah,
important to know.
right, because your
Oof.
seizures really are lasting longer than you think,
Don't
and
ask,
even
don't
on the
tell.
EEG. Yeah,
Yeah.
Well, that's another like blissful ignorance type of point. Back to what we were talking about when a lot of these diagnoses happen in childhood, or the diagnosis happens later in life, and you realize you've been having epilepsy or seizures for longer periods throughout your life.
Mm-hmm.
How many of these cases do you guys think that children, when children go into therapy and just get put on some kind of antidepressant, it happens to lower their seizure threshold. So of course, when the hormones start raging and things, or earlier and earlier nowadays, it's like 10 years old, then they'll start actually probably having more obvious tonic-clonics that just can't be denied.
Mm-hmm.
right. Or they're diagnosed with ADHD, and they treat them with Ritalin, and then boom, bada bing, where'd this epilepsy come from? The Ritalin triggered it. It really wasn't ADHD. It was probably focal. Like all my life, I was, I was the one with the bad temper and the bad attitude. And
Right?
they thought that I was having a temper tantrum. And, it wasn't until later when stories started coming in, like from cousins, that relatives that were still alive. And I'm like, are you kidding me? How did no, oh, we knew what it was. We didn't know your parents weren't getting treatment. Oh, I can't be mad at them, but yeah. And it's like, how did we not recognize that? But even when I was a teenager, and then all through my adult life until I was 46 years old. And I was so close to not making it on that one. So yeah, it's just, it's an oversight. And now we're seeing the reverse, where people like me, and this happened to Saya. And hi, Saya, I see you. I see you, Saya. But yeah, we have clinical evidence of epilepsy, and they're telling us we have PNES. Okay, 30% of individuals with epilepsy do have PNES. I know that. I accepted that. But don't say that because I have PNES, we don't have to treat the epilepsy. because that's where you just went wrong. And I didn't know that they had to treat PNES in PWE, people with epilepsy, in order to maintain their accreditation.
And where they really went wrong is doing it that way with you.
Yep.
That's where they went wrong.
And this is where I said for 5 years, and it's in my records, she's harsh, she's threatening. She has a statement, please don't make me do it. She's threatening. This is what I was talking about. You know, I'm like, I really have been begging for treatment that they were required to give me in order to maintain their accreditation. So all of that is already set up, regardless of the outcome of that appointment next week, because I'm communicating with the executive director of the National Association for Epilepsy Centers. And I think the reason I started getting triggered again is because she's pissed. And she got emotional. And she's like, I can't do this on the phone. I can't do this on Zoom. I'll talk to you tomorrow. So we're in email.
I mean, it's not like it has to be notarized. Why would you want a third party to be present on Zoom?
No, it's
Are they
not
really
that.
that scared of you?
I am.
I do not mean to be intimidating. I'm simply
Too smart?
asking. Yeah, there's that.
Oh,
But I don't have the cognitive ability to understand my condition. And he put that in my records. I piss myself laughing.
I bet.
It's but no, I never expected this to go directly to the director. The executive director is the one that she's the gavel. Okay, she's the gavel to decide whether they are even an epilepsy center at all. And she said they may be just completely revoked from membership over things like this. And I'm like, yeah, I waited too long, but I don't have to do anything at all. And I'm still giving them a chance next week. Anyway, what I'm saying is that complaint has already been established. And I can't change that because it's already happened. It's not this doctor I'm seeing now. But so when I go in next week, it's like, okay, let's just start all over again and go back to 2016 for me. But I don't mean to be intimidating. I really don't. It's just, don't make me do it. Is that really intimidating? You never know who you are talking to. You never know that that person knows people that truly will help in a way that you didn't expect. And that's why, medical conduct is supposed to be 100% equality. And if nothing else, that accountability for that ethics violation is enough to get these guys suspended. Or wait, what I want to see is the extended required continuing education hours that we can put together for them. And it's like, yeah, you're going to hear from people with epilepsy and how we feel, so that's what I want. It's like, I don't want to see them suspended, or I want to see them do some time on continuing education and listen to us.
An actual neurologist doesn't have to know how to read an EEG.
Correct.
That's a fact. And I'm happy to be not banned from everything on Reddit, because one of the groups that I joined is neurologists. And
Yeah.
I just did a search on epilepsy, and some of them were literally complaining about that.
Yeah.
This is not my specialty. I don't think I'm gonna have to, ever see these kinds of patients. I'm literally getting into this for the easy way out. It sounded like a lot of them were literally only passionate about Alzheimer's, or only passionate about, you know, cerebral palsy, or, they only
Yeah.
had one true condition that they wanted to help people with. And that's a shame. They really, really have to get over that, or get them to transfer sooner. So
I
actually requiring those courses is a must. Yeah.
yeah, I hear what you say, but for general neurology, they don't have to know how to read an EEG. And what these guys are people are talking about is in neurology, you do have to select a specialty, whether it's general neurology, which is where like a neurosurgeon would get their patients, like a general neurologist, if you messed up your shoulder or your neck and you needed to be referred to another level of neurology, that a general neurologist does that. Whereas like an epileptologist, we all know what they do. Or then you have neurosurgeons, then you have those specialties with, Alzheimer's and all of that, the other neurological conditions. But they do have to specialize. Whereas like orthopedic, you don't have to say, I only do hips, I only do elbows. You know what I mean? So neurology is highly specialized because it needs to be. And epileptology is one of those very highly specialized and multidisciplinary because we also need other neurologists. We need neuropsychologists. We need neurophysiologists, in general neurology. I might need a different type of injection in my shoulder just to get me through to next week. I might need a nerve block in my neck like today. So, I don't know, but that's a specialized level of neurology that also includes radiology. So there's a lot of different levels. And I know it's like, oh, these guys got to get it. No, they do get it. And they know where to tell you to go, not in a bad way. And I misinterpreted that for a long time too. And I'm not saying I didn't mean it. I don't want it to come out in any negative way, but that's how I felt. It was like, oh, yeah, you don't get it. No, they don't, because that's not their specialty. And they want you to be where you need to be, especially with stuff like this.
Forgot I was on mute and did want to cut you off, Ann, but what's her name? Is her name Emma, or what is her name? The girl from earlier with the shorter haircut?
Yeah, I think so. I think it was Emma
Yeah.
or Jamie Lynn.
She's
Jamie Lynn and Emma were the two newbies today.
yeah,
I
she's
think.
gonna come back. I think I wouldn't say she felt bad, but I think she said she hasn't been diagnosed with seizures yet. So she didn't know if she could stay or not. And I told her, yeah, you can stay. You're having seizures still. But she's gonna come back. She didn't know that she thought it was just for people with epilepsy. But yeah,
So
she's
maybe we
coming
should
back.
rethink the intro. Let's rethink the intro just to ask, do you
Yeah.
have seizures? Are you diagnosed? And
Yeah.
if
Because
so, when was
I
your
also
last? How
put
much you
parents
taking?
of
Yeah.
I also put parents of children who have epilepsy too. So just
Okay.
like a roundabout thing, but seizures are seizures at this point. A lot of people are being misdiagnosed. She probably is having epilepsy and she hasn't been diagnosed, she said. But she left because she noticed that everyone has epilepsy except her. She'll be
Yeah,
back
Oh,
though.
I told her that in chat. It's like seizure is a seizure. We're all feeling it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think, and we all know how long did we go with other diagnoses before we got diagnosed with epilepsy. So, it's hard to get to, it was so hard to get to that diagnosis. And I don't get that,
Especially these days. You gotta wait 1 month and 3 days for a neurologist, unless you have one already.
Yeah. Wow. Out here, which is really sad because an hour away, I can get an appointment in a week. But here you're waiting 8 months after your first evaluation. And people are freaking out because it's like, I don't know what to do. And they're just telling me, wait for your next appointment. And then, oh, well, they're telling me to try to avoid, extensive ER visits. Well, isn't that why we're calling you? You know what I mean? It's like they tell us, if there's any problems, call us. Why? You're not doing anything. But we're getting the lecture from them and from our insurance. You need to cut down on the ER visits. You know, and that's when you talk to your insurance, and I have Medicaid, and it's Blue Cross Blue Shield under Medicaid, and I had to get a case manager. And it was like, oh, that's what's going on. Yeah. So, that's, you got to start somewhere, but
That's what's gotten me questioning a lot of the statistics too. I'm seeing those with uncontrolled epilepsy with 1 in 150 dying from SUDEP. But I'm questioning that statistic now because how many people have been already just misdiagnosed with the PNES, never been treated with an AED or something for epilepsy, and then all of a sudden SUDEP takes them. So misdiagnosis is a big problem with why overall treatment isn't better early in life and, at whatever stage.
I was just talking to my sister about she watches this show with her kids, and we were talking about it yesterday because I finally got to see her after a little while. And she told me that in this show that she and her kids are watching, one of the kids, the actor kids, he died recently at the age of 18 from SUDEP. And she was telling me about it because she thought about me and how long I went untreated and how many times I have already almost died. And like, it's just crazy to me talking on this subject of hospitals and general neurology versus the specialties and stuff like that, because the only neurologist in this area that I live in within a 4 to 5 hour radius is a migraine neurologist. He only specializes in migraines. Anything else, he will not tell you where to go or what to do or what to take. He'll just diagnose you with migraines and give you migraine medication. That's what he did to my sister. And that's the kind of stuff that ends up leading to SUDEP later on in life. Because if you don't know anything about epilepsy or seizures in general, any seizure disorder, you could end up losing your life because you are not being treated properly, first of all. And second of all, you don't know how to take care of yourself, and neither does anyone else around you who's trying to support you. There's just not enough good information.
Was that the Hey
Thanks.
Jesse actor?
Yeah,
No,
I think
it was
so. Cameron Bryce.
Descendants.
Yeah.
Yeah,
It was
yeah.
Somebody else in Descendants.
Yeah,
and
Cameron
Descendants.
Bryce.
Oh, was that him? Okay, I didn't know if it
Yeah.
was him or not.
Oh, okay, yeah. Daughter just confirmed that was him.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, Saya, the thing that gets me with you and your story is you live in a more rural area of California.
I do.
And this is another goal for the National Association for Epilepsy Centers. I'm learning so much from, too much. It's overflowing. But they are also getting different teams together from other epilepsy centers that do what's called in tandem, or there's several terms for doctors who travel. And I remember Dr. Rovner in East Amherst, you can look him up, he's a wonderful man, is one of those doctors, and he's been to California, North Dakota, several of our states that have rural areas like yours with people like you that need more specific neurological diagnoses. And that is something that the NAEC has information on.
Well, and I think, oh, sorry, I didn't mean
No,
to
go
cut you
ahead.
off there.
No, I got to get a drink of cotton mouth. That's all.
Okay, no worries. I do agree that that is like a good thing. It's in the right direction. It's just difficult because like I did get a referral for neurology when I first moved up here, and my appointment was scheduled for the end of the year, and I was like, okay, I can't wait that long. And so I called the office and I asked like, why is it going to be this long? They were like, oh, well, he's one of those neurologists who travels. And so he's only here for 2 to 3 months max, and then he leaves. And I was like, oh man, okay. Like it's helpful in a sense, but at the same time, like to have more people who are experienced in stuff like this in these areas that are permanent and actually do a good job, because the ones that are, you know, in the other direction from where I got mine, my one that I'm using right now, they all have terrible reviews. They don't talk to their patients, they don't listen to their patients, they, you know, blah 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 blah. I think honestly, I think California is really just in general not the greatest place for healthcare. But but oh,
Beg the
I got
differ.
the here, wait. I can start my camera. I don't know. Can you guys see me?
There you
Yeah,
are.
when you
There
said
you
Hi.
are.
California,
Hello, beautiful.
the medical
Hey.
system, I beg to differ. Where
Wait,
you
what
at?
was that?
Where you at?
I'm in California.
Yeah, like where? Because you said the insurance here,
It's
like
northern California.
the Bay Area or higher.
Not that far. No, it's like in the desert areas.
Okay, you're probably like towards where my mom is, like Fresno desert area.
Yeah, pretty much on the other side of the mountains, though.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah.
Their insurance sucks out there. My mom lives out there
Oh
too.
my
But
God,
when you
dude.
said California as a whole, I'm in California, and the
Yeah.
healthcare out here is amazing. I could go right now and get an MRI at the emergency room. It's I don't know,
I
like
could tell you that insurance meant they put me through a whole world of hell after my first neurology visit with this new guy, because they were like, "Oh, we can't do any of these prescriptions." And I was like, "Wait, what? You guys said that you could handle these prescriptions. I told you I was going to be doing this." And they were like, "Oh no, you have to do home delivery." And I was like, "Okay." And then I had to spend a whole month trying to get my Nasalam, even though I haven't even used it, but like just to have it just in case. I had to spend a whole month talking on the phone from like 15 different reps, spending hours doing that. And they still screwed it up to the point where I had to call my neuro's office again for the fourth time. And they were like, "Okay, what is it this time?" And I was like, "Look, I'm sorry, but my insurance wants to have you guys call them again because they lost the information." Like, it is the worst insurance in the world.
Yeah.
okay, again with the medical insurance thing, what medical insurance do you have out there?
We have Anthem out here.
Okay, yeah, my mom has Anthem because that's real popular out there. But you don't have to go to the hospitals out there if you have Anthem. My mom has Anthem, and they have these medical Ubers that'll bring you guys to hospitals out here if you have a doctor out here. She got misdiagnosed so much out there. At those hospitals, they told her diabetes and all kinds of stuff that made her stomach hurt. Come to find out years later, it's lupus. All kinds of stuff. But she comes out here to Stanford, and she's like Visalia, Tulare. It's way past Fresno and stuff,
Oh
deeper in
yeah,
the
I know that
desert.
area. Yeah.
But yeah, if you got Blue Anthem, try to work online and find you a doctor out here. As long as they can agree that you have an appointment, they'll send an Uber. They'll come get you and drive you all the way there. My mom, she leaves at like 2 a.m. to get out here for an appointment at 6, and
Wow.
she said she sleeps the whole ride. 3 hours, like 2 hours and 45 minutes from the Bay Area. Yeah.
Yeah,
Your
that actually comes
insurance.
in handy because I got appointments next month and my husband's freaking out about calling out of work that much.
Yeah.
I
Try
should try
Stanford.
this. I should
Try
see.
Stanford.
I
They'll
should see
bring
if
you
I can
here.
get down to UCSF on an Uber with it.
That'd be
And these are
yeah.
things they don't tell you. Like a lot of things are like on a don't ask, don't tell. Like a lot of these doctors and insurance stuff, don't ask, don't tell. But I know my mom does it, so I'm letting you know. If you need more information after that, get in touch with me, and I'll get in touch with her and figure it out. Because, like I said, you guys are in the same area, and once we figure it out, she can come to Stanford from out there. She's been doing that.
Oh, that'd
And
be
just
really
a
nice
heads
then.
up,
No problem.
if you're
Call your
asking your
insurance.
doctor,
Yeah, they just call the doctor and make sure you do have an appointment, and then they'll come get you, and they'll make sure you know your driver days ahead of time. Like my mom got to meet her driver several times, and it's been the same person.
nice.
Wow.
And they
Yeah,
just
that'd
wait
make it a lot
outside.
safer than Uber, right?
Yeah, for real. I was gonna tell
Yeah.
you too, just give you a heads up. When you're telling your doctor now to give you that referral, if they wanna, get an attitude with you, don't let it happen. Because I've had
Yeah,
that
they
happen
they
before where
they
I just
tried
want to
to.
transfer because I want a better doctor, and
Mhm.
they don't want to hear that, but they have to give you a referral. If that's
I've
what you
I've
want,
been through
that's
that
better for your
so many
lifestyle.
times too,
Okay.
like dealing with that nonsense of like, oh, we don't want to give you your records. I'm sorry. Legally, you cannot withhold my patient records, dude. Like, are you kidding me? Why even try to put me through that? It's so stupid. But yeah, I have dealt with that, so I know how to handle them at least.
Definitely stand up for yourself. Good. Good. I'm
Yeah.
glad to hear. Okay, so lots of the subjects already been covered here. I'm looking at PTE is an acquired form of epilepsy with seizures beginning weeks, months, or years after a traumatic brain injury. PTE accounts for 5% of all epilepsies and develops in up to 50% of those who have a severe TBI, traumatic brain injury. So the ensuing seizures not only slow the recovery from the injury, the TBI, but can worsen in type and frequency. And I think this one came from some kind of veterans chat, somebody who was definitely in war, suffered from a grenade, and that was, eventually resulting in difficulties in thinking, mood, and memory. Like how often I think Pookie's probably the only one that I've heard of right now that had that TBI that progressed to or brought on the seizures. But anybody else with insight or input on that? How an
That's,
injury can lead to epilepsy?
yeah, that's what I have.
Okay.
Mine started in a car accident. I was 1968 in the back of a station wagon. And yeah, we were T-boned. So my head took out the windows, and that it was like 6 months later I started having seizures.
So has anybody
And
ever mentioned post-traumatic epilepsy to you as a diagnosis, post-traumatic epilepsy?
Yes, that's exactly what they
one
told me
second.
I had
Okay.
when I was at Mid-Atlantic in Bethesda.
Okay, so Bethesda really does. Damn, I hate the winters in Maryland. Oh, but they did have better
So
doctors.
1 second, Kate. So see ya. Mom, tell her what to do.
Okay, so you have to call 5 days in advance. But you can you gotta know the phone number and the address to where you're going. Tell them you don't know your doctor's name because you haven't met him yet, or her. And make up a time. If you say you got to be there at 8 o'clock in the morning, they'll be to pick you up about 4:30. Yeah, so you got to call. If you call today and make the appointment, so what's today's date? The 2nd?
I have no idea, Mom.
It's the third.
So 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So if you call today, they'll pick you up on the 8th.
Yeah, we just need to figure out how to do it.
5 days in advance.
Send me the information on how to do it. She just has the same insurance you have. She out there where you at. Send me some information on how to do it. That's what she needs.
That's how you do it. You call 5 days in advance.
Yeah, like what number and all that. Mom, I'll text you.
It's on the back of the Anthem card.
Oh.
Transportation.
Oh, okay.
Oh.
Yeah, just call transportation. It's on the back of the Anthem card. Yeah, and that's all you do. It has to be 5 days in advance. They also have extra benefits. So, yeah, tell her to call. Yeah, just 5 days in advance. Know the address, the phone number, and what time you want to. What time is your appointment?
Okay.
Thank you.
All right. She said.
You doing the podcast?
She said thank you.
Oh, you're quite welcome. You guys have a good day.
All right, Mom. I'll get back to you.
All right, love you, son.
Love you too.
Hey.
Oh, she's so sweet.
All right. Yeah. So yeah, the number's on the back of your Anthem card. There you go.
Okay. I'm gonna take a screenshot of what Kate just said. There we go. Okay, perfect.
Just gotta know the address of the hospital.
Okay.
Tell them you don't know the doctor yet because you haven't met him, and set it all up on yourself. And then next time you do it, you're gonna need the doctor to have the information, and they're gonna call them to actually set it up and all that. But if this is your first time, like she said, just call, tell them you don't know the doctor yet. But yeah, figure it out over the phone, get the appointment set up and all that. You good? Hopefully that
Heck
helps.
yeah. Thank you so much.
No problem.
Happy to help.
Yeah, because we hate it out there. I told her I hate those doctors out there. They just have clinics and they just take you in and just tell you this and then send you home. They told her she was pregnant. She's 52 years old.
Oh my
It was
Lord.
some type of something in her stomach or something. She was crying and all kinds of
She
stuff.
could
And I
have
told
been
her,
pregnant,
Mom,
but it's not likely.
yeah, I told her, if you have a baby, I am not raising a child. I am 30. I was like, we are not doing this. Figure that out.
You know what? If she has a baby, I'll raise it.
Come
got
on,
kids of my
Sailor
own.
Mom. You gotta want the empty nest someday.
I did it. I wanted more kids. I really did.
I
They
hear
were
you
really.
on that.
They made me.
Yeah, my
They
dad's
made
asking me
me.
to have more kids. My dad wants me to have 10. He said, I have 6. So I told him, I don't really want any, but he keeps saying, you should have more kids. He likes a big family. We both have 6
Six
kids.
isn't enough, huh?
Yeah, he has 6 and I have 6.
Man, I thought that was a big family by itself.
Yeah, he wants more
Well, I have
grandchildren.
5.
He wants 10 grandchildren out of me. Yeah.
I hope to have 10 grandchildren, but I'm not crossing my fingers, even though I have 5 kids.
Oh, I'm gonna have 10 grandchildren. I have 6 kids. But yeah,
So,
call that insurance.
Okay, I will.
Get you to a good hospital. Your hospital sucks. I'm sorry.
We want to move too soon because I found some places in another state that we're thinking about moving to, just because you know what, California sucks in general anyways, so it's so damn expensive.
Yeah, the expensive part, yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah. Got you the
well, I mean
information.
that
Take your
leads
car.
to one of the other pretty busy topics I noticed was, how have your plans changed, especially for, newly diagnosed and whatever stage that you were at in your life, a lot of times making those major decisions. How have your goals, more appropriately, I think would be, how have your goals changed since diagnosis? I see nobody's shying away from having a family and raising one.
Yeah, so with mine, I was in high school and I was real self-conscious at first. And like, since I had it in my web design class, they thought it was the computer. So I dropped that class and eventually I was just sitting around for my 3rd period. But then like, I was thinking like everybody was watching me because I would walk past crowds and I'd be like, he was in that class. And then him and all his friends looked this direction. So I'm thinking he told them. And after a while, I just got used to it. I was just like, this is going to happen. I got to get over it. I got to not try to attack him for feeling like he's telling everybody and everyone's looking at me. Yeah, it was hard at first, but yeah, like I said, after a few seizures and I got used to people seeing me get put in an ambulance. I didn't even talk to them afterwards. I'm just like, all right. Yeah, you see the ambulance, you know what's going on. So how to cope with it? I was a teen, so I wouldn't know as an adult. And I know it can be real depressing. As a teen, I just went about my life. I just like, okay, I have epilepsy after that. Didn't let it stop me. Had to get used to it.
I'm more interested in everybody's perspective just because I can't remember. I didn't journal then. I didn't keep any hard drives or little, memory cards or anything from the pictures. So I have no idea other than, what anecdotes my mother can tell me basically of like who I was or who I wanted to be. So how about everybody else?
I'm in a pretty interesting situation with mine because like I don't really know yet still if I've had this for a longer period of time than I think, or if the surgery that I had led to this, because there's 2 things on the table. It's either the lack of oxygen that my brain had when I was hemorrhaging 2 days after a laparoscopic surgery that I had, or it's that I've had this, for many, many years since I was a child. I had a lot of blackouts, loss of consciousness, things that people couldn't explain, and they always said that it was just panic attacks. But it's kind of back and forth for right now because we're still like in the early stages with this new neurologist. But As far as like the way that my life has changed, I already had my kids. I was married already see, it started in 2024. We got married in, I got to do math. I'm terrible at it. 2020. So been married for 4 years at that point. And not really much changed except for the way that we had to do things. Suddenly it went from, I was a stay-at-home mom to, just dealing with menstrual health issues, which wasn't nearly as bad as this, to I could no longer drive. I couldn't cook all the time. I couldn't clean all the time. I couldn't do all the things that I used to do all the time. And like I am at this point now more controlled than I used to be. So I did laundry, I cleaned up today, I cooked. But on my bad days, when I still have my bad days, I still have to like let go. I've had to learn to just give up and let other people help me because I was such an independent person for so many years that it has really affected my mindset, and it put me in depression in the early stages of having it because I was suddenly not independent anymore at all, and I had to be so dependent on everyone else around me for everything that I knew. What happened? I had to ask other people. I have to do something. I have to take a shower. I have to go somewhere. I have to ask somebody to help me because I'm still recovering, and it's a big change, and it changed the way that we were raising our children as well because at first when we were raising them we wanted to be very very soft parents. We're very what's the word for that? Like, you don't want to tell your kids about things that they don't need to know about, like talking about death and stuff like that. And after this started happening, they had to be told so many things. They had to be explained so many things. They had so many questions still, even to this day, about so many things. And it's forced us to be different kinds of parents because now we have to explain to them, what happened to mom and what happened this night where she didn't get to come home and why she was gone for so many days. And it's changed a lot of aspects in that sense. But as far as like a career, I don't know, Kate, you probably remember what I said earlier on Reddit, maybe, about working in a veterinary hospital for years.
Yes.
Yeah, I went to school for it, and that was my dream job. And I had been working there even through my pregnancies. Sort of gentle parenting, but more so like, sorry, I'm just responding to Sailor Mom, but sort of gentle parenting, but more so like, I don't know, uh, avoidant of bad things, I guess. But back
Prolong
on
the
the deal.
childhood innocence
Yes,
vibe. Yes.
exactly. Yes. But yeah, back to the other point. What was I saying again? Oh
Just
yeah,
how
my
your goals and
schooling.
achievements changed.
Yes. That changed before my seizures became tonic-clonics. And they were very apparent seizures at that point. Um, and that was because I was already dealing with two chronic conditions before this, endometriosis stage 2 and adenomyosis stage 4. And that surgery that I got that started it all for me, that was to diagnose me for those conditions. So I had already had to leave work. I was already going through the process of, dealing with a chronic issue that affected every aspect of my daily life. So it wasn't such a huge change, but it was still a change in the point of us thinking and being scared of me possibly losing my life, or the lack of oxygen that I've had so many times and hitting my head so hard so many times, and how it has physically affected my body, whereas before those chronic conditions were mostly invisible.
Yeah, so I wanted to help you again because another thing is my mom didn't say, The thing, like sometimes I can say I feel like a burden at times, but would help me with this Uber for the medical transportation. If you need to go to a pharmacy, you don't have to ask anyone. Call them, they'll make sure you get to a pharmacy. And you don't have to feel like a burden and ask someone for a ride and all that. I call for a ride, I need to go to this pharmacy, or I need to go to this clinic, or I need to go to both and then back home. You can do that. Like I feel like you were on a don't ask, don't tell. Like you have this card in your pocket and didn't know what you can do with it.
I had no idea. No, honestly, I really didn't.
Yeah. So
I guess I should
yeah.
have looked at it a little more, but yeah, that would be very helpful because yeah, I mean, I have family support here. I have my mom, I have my sister, I have my husband, but they all three work full time, and it is hard on the days like for my appointments in next month with my neurologist. I have another EEG in office. I have an MRI with contrast, and then I have a follow-up after that. And it's like in this weird 2-week span of time next month that's going to be kind of difficult to navigate. And that would be so incredibly helpful because my husband is scared shitless about losing his job because he's already had to call out so many times. My son, he started to have health issues recently too. Different, thankfully, but still just as concerning. And we've been having to get him appointments, and those were like emergency appointments, like I wait with mine, but with his, that was like, yeah, he was peeing blood. So I was like, okay, no, we're going right now. You need to come home. That's it. We need to go right now. And so
Okay.
he
Yeah. You can
missed.
call your insurance and they'll get you and him a ride.
Ah, that's smart. See, yeah, I would not have even thought of that possibility, especially being in a small town. Because I mean, I guess I kind of have check still, but
You want tricks
um,
on working the system, talk to Pookie.
oh yeah, that's what
I
I'm
don't do that
noticing.
anymore.
But no, seriously, that would have been so helpful for that. Because man, that was a scary situation. My husband got in trouble the next day. His boss was like, "They had to cover all your stuff." Like, I'm sorry, man, my son is more important.
Yeah. You don't have to call around, ask for a ride, ask people to leave work, none of that. You got
And
insurance.
maybe he's gonna end up being a union rep for that company.
Yeah, huh?
Yeah, like I said, they're just gonna ask you for the little number on your card. I don't know what it's called, a HPSM. Out here, it's called an ID number. Basically, they ask you for your little ID number, maybe like 10 or 12 digits or something like that. And yeah, they just ask you for your name after you give them the ID number. Make sure you are who you are, your name and your birthday, and then they'd be like, "Where do you want to go? Do you need a ride back?" And then what they will say is, "Can you let us know? Is this?" They ask you, "Is this your only like part only transportation you have?" You can't be like, "Oh yeah, well, my husband's at work or he could take me." You got to be like, "Yeah, this is my only way of transportation," and there you go. That's all you got to say. They're not going to question you or nothing. The person who answers the phone is probably working from home in another state anyway. So
Yeah, that's true.
yeah, do that. Because
Okay.
like I said, I felt like I was a burden for a while, and when I found that, I don't even ask nobody. I just be like, "I see you guys later." You
That
tell
that's
people where
like
I'm going. See you
that's
guys
like the
later.
hardest part of having this, like the feeling of being a burden is so huge, and like especially when it's unknown before you actually get diagnosed. The things that people say, the way that they think about it, the way that they treat you is like, geez, I didn't know you had that in you. Like, damn, you know?
You have insurance, use it, especially in
Yeah.
California. I'm trying to tell you, use it.
Mhm.
Go to Stanford. Tell them
Okay.
you want to go to Stanford. My mom said it. They will take you from 4 a.m. She sleeps the whole ride.
That's
And then
actually
she,
funny you bring that up because I met someone in April. It was my roommate in the hospital. She had just been taken off the tube and she could barely speak, but she heard me on the other side of the room because she was right next to me just with a curtain. And she heard me having my seizures and heard them all freaking out and everything. But they were, despite the fact that this hospital here said, no, this is epilepsy. That hospital said, no, this is PNES. And so they were arguing with each other, and they were not doing my care properly. And it was like this whole thing. And so the nurses were arguing about what to give me to stop the clusters from continuing, because I was having so many. And that lady next to me, she was screaming at them, even though she had just been intubated, so she could barely speak. She was screaming at them, telling them, it's a tonic-clonic seizure. Just give her the damn meds. And they finally did, thankfully to her. But she got transferred out to Stanford because hers were still uncontrolled. So that's crazy you bring that up, because I don't know, maybe I'll see her when I go there.
Yeah. Yeah, I was gonna show you like all my tabs that are open or Uber rides, maybe like 12 of them. And yeah, when you call, they send you a link to know where the car is at. And yeah, you figure
And
that
so
out.
they cover it and everything, like the gas and everything.
Everything.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah. So yeah, you got to take advantage of these insurance things, or they'll just be like, "Oh, we have it. It's on the car. You just didn't use it. Don't
Yeah.
ask, don't tell. Gotta ask." Now you can look at the number there. Got you.
Also, Rachel, my husband can't get FMLA because he's only been at this job for I think 3 or 4 months total. Because we moved here, gosh, I want to say 5 months ago, I think. My memory's off, but we haven't been living here for very long because we were living down south in San Diego before this. So it's very new up here.
But you're in California, right?
Yeah, I am.
So I would still have him talk to his employer, because even if he doesn't qualify for FEMLA, there might be something else.
They did tell him, like he spoke to HR, they did tell him that he can take a month off of emergency leave. They won't ask him any questions about why he's using it. But it's completely unpaid. They refuse to pay anything for it. So we are thinking about the possibility of using that for next month. But we would have to get PFL through EDD to be able to do that.
Another thing is with using that insurance, they're gonna ask you if you have like any medical devices or whatever. They're gonna ask you if you're bringing anybody with you. None of that matters. You'd be like, yeah, I'm bringing this person. I'm bringing 2 people, 3 people. They'll get you a bigger car. Yeah, need more space, bags, anything.
Yeah, like
Yeah.
if it's like nearby, I'd have to bring my kids. But if it's going that far out for a hospital visit, then it would just be me. But yeah, that is extremely helpful though, to know that they accommodate for it sounds like just about everything.
Yeah, they help you. Like I said, since we cannot drive, they help you with all that. And
Yeah.
like I said, that part had me feeling like a burden that I had to ask someone to go out of their way to take me somewhere when they had something to do. This helps with all that. You don't have to ask someone to go to the pharmacy or leave early or I need you to do this. We're not supposed to be alone doing it, but it feels better when you're doing it without asking someone. So I take advantage of it. Well, I use it when I need it and feel like that.
We have the same thing up here in Portland too.
Nice.
It's a nice benefit too. Yeah. Yeah, I've had to use it a couple different times going up to OHSU for services. And it's been definitely a nice benefit to have.
Yeah, they're trying to cut
that's
down on mine. I used to be able to call same day, but I think they said next month you're gonna have to start calling like 2 days ahead of time. So I gotta change up my moves with that. I used to be able to call, be like, I need to go here today, now. But they will take me to a pharmacy same day. But doctor's appointments, they want me to call 2 days ahead of time. So if you need a ride, something like that.
But yeah, maybe I'll just give them a call ahead of time, to a lot of time ahead, since it's still next month. That way I can just kind of like learn more about it and see what they have available for me up here. So I'll probably try doing that at some point this week then.
Does your grocery store have a pharmacy?
It does, but the only pharmacy in my area that accepts my medications and that has them like in stock is the one that's 40 minutes away.
People are paying for insurance and not using what they're being given, or all kind of stuff.
I will say though, I think my husband would be probably pretty afraid of me going to the store by myself.
Man, I went and got an Uber one time, and the lady took me, and when she picked me up, I smelled like weed. So she rolled down all the windows for the whole ride. It was like 10-minute ride. I wasn't complaining because I already knew what was going on. I was like, let me hit that, and then I'll see y'all later. But yeah. So I did that, and then she dropped me off. And when I came back outside and I called the people, like, yeah, I'm ready to be picked up. They're like, all right. They put in for a new Uber. But she was in the parking lot, so they usually call the closest one. She was in the parking lot with all her windows down, all the doors open, and she looks at her phone and presses accept. And they tell me the driver's a minute away. When she's coming towards me, the ride says canceled, and then she just looks at me and drives by. And then they send me a text, your driver canceled, we'll send you another one. But yeah, she was
Oh
like, I
my
already know he
God.
smelled like weed. I just aired my car out.
I don't
Like,
want to
I'm
deal with
trying to
that.
get to working. Yeah, so you have good
Also,
things. You just got to know how to use it. And like I said, they won't tell you. You probably had this insurance for ages, huh?
yeah, we've had it the whole time that he's been working at this job, and they never told us anything about it. I will
They're
say
not.
though that the one nice thing is that I have an elderly lady as my what does she call herself? My care coordinator. She calls me like weekly to check up on me and see how I'm doing, and that part is actually quite sweet because she's super nice. And
She gets
she'll
paid
just
for
chat
that.
with
That's
me
what
for
she's
like an
doing.
hour. I mean, hey, she gets paid for it, but at least she's nice, you know?
Yeah. She's getting paid to call in. Like, hey,
Yeah.
how you doing? I checked on her today. Give her a few hours on her clock or whatever. And yeah.
I don't need her as much anymore. I got a therapist now, so.
Dude, you need to go to the therapist or the dentist or anywhere with a doctor, massage therapy, asthma doctor, anything where they need a doctor for something,
Mhm.
dentist, anybody. Massage therapy, I said. So yeah,
I
I've
will
gotten a
definitely give
massage.
that a try.
They don't pay for the massage, but yeah, there you go.
Also, Kate, I just want to say really quick, as far as rural areas, my experience here, it really hasn't been that terrible. Like the hospital here, the doctors here that I've dealt with so far, they're very kind. It depends on where you're gonna go, and you have to like look super heavily into it. I don't have a doctor per se, as my PCP. She's a nurse practitioner who consults with a doctor team, and she is incredibly sweet. She's very understanding. She always listens to me. She gives me like extra long appointments, and I just barely met her back in March. So I'm like brand new to her, but she's been giving me special treatment anyways. So like there are a lot of stigmas of living in a rural county. It can be difficult to deal with, especially with chronic conditions, because not everyone's going to be so understanding. But if you do your research and you make sure that the people you're going to go to, they have good reviews and they're understanding, then you can find good people still.
All right, I do need that encouragement because at this point we got it planned to. I never wanted to rent again after saving up all this money and just feeling like running that hamster wheel. But we don't know where we want to go. We just know we want to get the hell out of Florida and, be some place that's likely to have seasons, but nothing too extreme. Not going, but that's the only thing keeping me from going to Maryland again. But at this point, yeah, I did need to hear that because we're going to end up renting somewhere around the Tennessee Virginia border and just looking around. We're literally just going to spend the year driving around and whatever place has the best homeschool clubs for the little ones and medical care for me, we'll try to find somewhere to settle down that's less likely to get hit by a tornado.
Yeah, I'm terrified of tornado.
Yeah, but I mean, I don't I mean the house in the mountains, I'm again just curious to see how that if the elevation might even make a difference for seizures, who knows? Maybe that's
Well,
why they
yeah,
didn't figure it out
actually,
until we left Jersey.
I have to say, as far as that goes, my seizures did not get as violent as they did up until we moved up here into the mountains.
Oh. And you don't think that was related from the stress of the move?
No, because the stress of the move, that was non-existent because this was we were doing this to be rid of stress.
Oh,
And so it's a very beautiful place. It's where I grew up. Like I'm experienced with this place, but I haven't lived here in so long. And so I wasn't used to the altitude anymore. And I still notice after being here for this many months, if I go up into the mountains with my family to the lakes up north, which is much higher in elevation, 8 to 9,000 feet, I start to feel off and it affects me. And it doesn't go away until we come back down. And so, yeah, I do think the elevation plays a role in that.
So that could be a trigger.
It could be.
What's up, Sailor Mom?
Yeah, okay. I was gonna say that I was at like sea level for 20 years. I mean, I was gonna look up exactly what the elevation of the place in Virginia that I was born was, but I didn't get that far yet. And then I lived in Florida, which is like sea level too, for a couple years, and we moved out here 20 years in sea level, and now we've moved up higher, and I imagine it's probably higher than I lived in Virginia for my childhood and whatnot. And I didn't have any grand mals or whatever you want to call them, tonic-clonic, for about 2 months after we came up here. And then I had one, I think I've had maybe 2 since we've been here. But yeah, I do remember I used to go back to Salt Lake City, Utah, with a friend every year. And I remember getting violently ill every time. And I couldn't say really how I would get sick. I would end up in bed and like pain and like I would just, yeah, like I probably shouldn't even flown back because I would end up with sinus infections too and all this other weird stuff. But now that I realize, what I had even then, it hadn't been turned on 100%, but it was an infant injury. It had to be there. I had episodes as a child, right? So just because nobody paid attention to it doesn't mean it wasn't happening, right? And just because, nocturnals were my big one at first, and that's, yeah. So how do you know unless somebody is there to wake you up and go, hey?
Yeah, if somebody doesn't point it out to you.
Right.
Especially when it sounds like a lot of the cases do start as, focals or partials, and those ones that are really just basically your parents, the ones that are raising you to notice those early symptoms.
Mm-hmm.
So with the elevation, I'm seeing Virginia. I mean, if you were close to the mountains, it could have been up to like 5,700 feet, and Bay Area, California is sea level, like closer to sea level.
Yeah.
So
So I
that could
don't
make a
think I'm
difference.
as high now, but I'm higher than I was. I'm slightly more north. I'm not as high as Virginia, maybe, but.
And it's definitely a different climate overall.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Well, Bay Area where I lived was pretty dry. It was pretty deserty, and this is pretty deserty too. Although it definitely had more
Okay, Pookie?
Yeah, Pookie,
Yeah.
you all right?
Yeah, let me sit up.
Okay. All
I
right, I'll
am
stop
good.
talking. I'm just running my mouth here. I'll be quiet. Bye, Rachel. I didn't mean to say, like, talk through her.
No worries. The only other thing that I wrote down to discuss today was a surprising thing that I saw on some website out of Canada. Was food triggers: tea, coffee, chocolate, sugar, sweets, soft drinks, salt, spices, and animal proteins.
That was
Just
a
that
tough
blanket
one.
term of animal proteins. That's a lot of different food groups.
Yeah, basically,
Cranberry,
if you
what is it?
avoid all of that, you're not gonna be eating anything.
Avoid grapefruit juice.
Yeah. Well, grapefruit juice, I think they say to avoid because it interacts with the meds, right?
I
It
think they said
Or
does.
something
is it
about
a
overdosing.
okay, yeah. So that comes from the meds, but I think they're really just talking about even if you're unmedicated or for the most part controlled, tea can bring on another one.
I mean, I guess for me personally, I do have like, I guess you would say food sensitivities, but it's not with my seizures. It's with my other chronic conditions. Because like an endo flare-up can be triggered by coffee. For me, it could be triggered by ice cream. I'm lactose intolerant and I cannot handle too much fat and protein all at once. And so I get pretty screwed up. And then the endo flare up could lead to a seizure for me. But it's like a different way.
They also don't tell you no chamomile.
Yeah, I didn't hear that
Yes.
until I heard it from you guys.
Yeah, no chamomile. It's not good for us.
Wait, why? I've never heard that.
I can't remember. Just look it up.
Okay. Okay.
And that's where I come in. Chamomile, while traditionally used for sedation, should cautiously be used by individuals with epilepsy because some studies suggest that it may have anti-seizure effects in animal models, but it can't replace standard seizure medications. Furthermore, it could lower the effects of your anti-epileptic medications because of like
Wow.
causing the drowsiness and how it's intended to have those cognitive effects. That's kind of the red flag of how it could potentially lower the effectiveness of your meds.
I
Yeah,
mean,
and
it's a good thing that I don't drink that stuff.
I was
For
using
me, it
that
was
because
green
these
tea.
pills that I take cause insomnia. I was using that to help me sleep. Lamictal causes insomnia, and I'm drinking chamomile to make me sleep, and not knowing that I'm sleeping, and then I wake up and have a seizure the next day, and not knowing because I had a drink yesterday. I didn't have alcohol, but I had chamomile.
You should try
And
magnesium.
everybody wants you to drink herbal tea because you can't have coffee and you can't have soda and you can't have, all these other things, right? So they're all like, oh, drink herbal tea. And then I discovered that chamomile is like the number one ingredient in almost every single herbal tea you're gonna find. So you have to be careful which ones you buy. And now I'm being told I can't have any tea, like black tea. It's the only thing I
That's
have left,
caffeine.
guys.
Exactly.
I used to be
Caffeine.
obsessed with black tea, the sweetened black tea, and like I would drink that every single day because I couldn't handle dark sodas anymore, and I can't drink coffee. So I was drinking that, and then I started to realize that it was starting to make me feel like crap, and I had to stop drinking that. And I was like, well, I guess that's it. I'm stuck with water now.
I drink bubbly water if they buy it for me, like like LaCroix or whatever. But I guess I'll just have to be careful with my black tea. Maybe one cup a day, maybe.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I
Angel,
still
you
have one
said
soda every once and then.
Angel, you said the black tea thing, but I believe that teas that are named after colors have caffeine.
They do. They do. They have a lot of
Yeah.
caffeine.
So if you get caffeine seizures, seizures from having too much caffeine, colored teas aren't the way to go. And then teas with chamomile aren't the way to go. So drink water.
Yeah, I
Drink
drink
plenty of
mainly
water to
water.
counteract whatever else you're drinking if you're going to have anything that's got anything in it. But Caffeine from coffee and caffeine from tea are two different kinds of caffeine, according to my epilepsy doctor. I don't know why, but they I don't know, digest in your body differently, or they come from a different source. Somehow they're chemically slightly different. I don't know. I don't know. I imagine chocolate probably falls into the coffee variety because it comes from the cocoa beans and so forth, and
Yeah,
tea
it
comes
would.
from leaves, so it's something like that, but I don't know exactly what it is. But I mean, it doesn't mean I necessarily need to be drinking a lot of it.
Okay. Yeah, I just had to do some research on that caffeine thing. But what I'm seeing here is that it is perceived, I guess, in coffee to just generally have a more intense effect,
Yeah.
and tea usually has a lower caffeine amount. Just the presence is lower. So maybe that's kind of the message the doctor was going for.
Maybe. I don't really know why he said it was different. I'm not really sure.
Probably just like you said, because of how you metabolize it, and how caffeine has more of a hit, I guess is the word, in coffee.
Mhm.
Like it's a more intense or immediate effect.
Mhm.
So yeah, that was my 10 subjects for the week. Anybody else have some good stories?
I have a
about-
I'm looking at
question.
one.
Go
Looking at
for it.
one right now.
All right.
It has
Well,
quite a
let's listen to
novel in it.
Sia's question.
So sorry, Pookie.
No, go ahead.
I
As long as
just
you need.
got a blood test yesterday, and for context, I was gonna make a post about this, but then I was just like, I'm just gonna ask him tomorrow. But for context, I have never had a normal blood test my entire life, because I've been in and out of hospitals my entire life. When I was a child, it was pneumonia. Teenager, it was other things, and then an adult, menstrual issues, and now seizures. So I have never had a normal blood test. And yesterday I got my results back pretty quick, and I had the first normal blood test that I have ever had. Ever. And I don't know what it means. And they're not going to call me. I already talked to them about it. The doctor's not going to call me because it's normal. So I'm like, well, I want to know, why is it normal? I'm been on the Keppra for almost 2 months now, and I'm wondering if, I know it wouldn't be a direct effect, but if not having as often of seizures has actually regulated my body.
Possible. I mean, I certainly could be, I would imagine. Gosh.
Oh
I
my
mean, that's
God.
kind of a big deal.
It is.
And it's 2 months, it could have built up enough to counteract whatever was happening, but I don't
And
know.
I did have, because I talked about this on Thursday last week. I did have a cluster last week on Thursday. Or I talked about it on Friday, but it happened on Thursday. And we still don't know exactly what happened. Which is why I think Kate said, if you're still having issues, maybe they're not testing for the right thing, which is true. Maybe they aren't. But it is weird to see everything like regulated out, because I haven't made any other changes to anything except for the Keppra.
I hate Kepper, by the way. I'm the biggest hater of Kepper. I got so many stories. I could go to Kepper right now. But yeah, since you're taking it, I'm gonna let you just not hear all the hateful
Hey,
words.
I gotta say, man, for me at least, it hasn't been bad. But I
know
did
some other
notice that,
stories.
like as far as like my TC stopping, that has stopped. Except for last week, that one that came out of nowhere, but we're thinking that has more to do with something going on in my brain, because of the thunderclap headache that I had. But as far as like the Keppra keeping things controlled, it feels like it has. Just the focals that come up during my period are still quite rough.
Okay, yeah, this is not for everybody. Sometimes it works for some people, but it doesn't stop the fact that I have a lot of stories about it. So
yeah, no, hey man, it's all good.
It shouldn't
you're
be
one of the
one
success
that's
stories.
given to like everybody though.
Yeah, they call it the gold standard. That's what they told me at the hospital before they gave it to me, and I was like,
Here you
okay.
go.
The first
The
one they give to
epilepsy
everybody.
starter kit.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, some people can take it. It's just
That's
that
why
I know it's
I
the one that works. Yeah.
and I can't really hear you.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
we can't hear you, man.
Oh,
Just a
yeah.
little muffled.
She
Trying to
muted. She
hold
probably
down
wasn't
that
talking to us.
anger from Keppra is so hard.
Yeah, I'm like fading out here. I think the
Okay, now
stuff
we
is-
can hear you better.
Yeah,
You were
we
just
can hear
saying
you.
that Keppra works for some people and others not, right?
Yeah, and I don't know if you guys ever noticed the ones that it works for without the side effects. It's like perfect for them.
Yeah.
I'm almost jealous
I
that it
know.
works that well. It's like I couldn't use it, but they're right. It's a gold standard because it's actually the diagnostic part. It's like if this doesn't work, we have to try something else, which is usually lamotrigine, and it's part of that diagnostic process. But give me a break, man. I can't do Keppra. Okay, I literally tattooed it on my arm. Do not give me Keppra because no, I can't do it. But for those that it works for, amen. I appreciate that. But
Yeah, I am grateful that it is helping. Well, I can't really say that I know for sure that it's helping yet because I've only been on it for 2 months and I've still had, I don't know, 5 or 6 seizures and then that cluster as well. So I guess it's not really, I'm not controlled still. So it's not really doing as much as I would like it to. But as far as, not having any of the side effects, I haven't had any issues with side effects from it except for the first week that I started taking it, which was just like some dizziness, some nausea. But other than that, it went away pretty fast. So I'm grateful for that.
yeah, that's a good thing. Wow. But they might just have to add something, and like we're saying, you can when you see an epileptologist, you don't have to see them every 3 months. You can do a lot of that on Zoom, whatever. But it'll get you some better care.
Yeah, I think that would be important because like my goal, like everyone else's, is to be 100% controlled. I want to have my life back. I don't want to just settle down for, having a seizure once a week. I want to not have any. So I know that that's not, possible for everybody, but if we can try for it at least, that would be nice.
Right. The goal is always to minimize whether it's the frequency or the intensity of your seizures. That's always the goal, but it isn't always possible, and it's not expected to completely eliminate them. That's why epilepsy is considered, we cannot get rid of that completely. Some people are lucky, some aren't, but we have to always anticipate that there could be a seizure, but I know what you mean. It's like we want to make it as best as we can, as quickly as we can. Yeah.
I am gonna have to
before you start.
go real quick.
Oh, okay.
My son just woke up. He's right with me, so I'll talk to you
right.
guys later. All right.
Have fun.
Have a
See you
good
later.
day.
Bye-bye.
Love you, Saya. See you soon.
Love you too. Bye-bye.
Yeah, I have something here. I'm gonna start. Or oh no, you had something. Go ahead.
Oh, I was just gonna say that apparently the difference between coffee and tea is an amino acid, L-theanine is in tea, and it promotes relaxation, while coffee contains cryogenic acids that contribute to stimulating effects.
I'm not hearing you guys.
What's that? Did I not say that right? L-theanine, an amino acid that promotes relaxation, is in tea, and coffee contains cryogenic, or I'm probably not going to say this right, cryogenic acids that contribute to stimulating effects. So I guess that's why he said
Okay.
they have different kinds of caffeine. I don't know.
Yeah, so
He's a pretty
those sound
smart
like
guy. I don't know.
I would think if he can pronounce those, that's that's enough right there. But yeah, that sounds like two totally different classes of chemicals or substances or whatever. Right, Pookie, go ahead. Tell us that story before you forget.
It was a
Shit, too
post.
late. Oh, okay.
It says focal seizures. What is happening? I'm a 20-year-old with relatively good health, just a history of depression, bipolar disorder. Sorry if this isn't the right place to ask, but I'm just very scared. I don't know where to go. Around 2 weeks ago, I had an episode where my wife had to call an ambulance. I felt like I was having brief periods of 2 or 3 seconds where everything froze in time and my vision. Then the room started sliding in one direction, and I could feel myself losing balance and about to fall. I then got very tense, rigid, and shaky, particular in my right arm and left leg. Anything else that happened that time is such a blur until I was about to leave the hospital. But my wife said I was incoherent and the paramedics and my heart rate was very fast. I was under the influence as well as had just started medication when this first time happened. So I was sent home and stopped the new medication. The same thing happened again Saturday while not under any influence or anything abnormal. I got intense deja vu, and from the first time, according to my wife, I was able to get myself to the floor. It felt like everything was slowing, shutting down, and I smelled weird metallic taste. The next thing I remember is my arm shooting out in pain a couple minutes later. I had the same shaky as before. I went to the ER because I thought it was broken, but it was a pinched nerve in my neck. However, they had me stay overnight to do multiple CT scans and MRI and EEG. During the EEG, they did a test with flashing lights during which I became very tense and my legs started shaking. I could feel my eyes rolling back in my head, and when I told them to stop, I was slurring my words. They didn't listen. Everything else looked normal except for the abnormality on the MRI, which they didn't think was a concern. After everything I mentioned to the doctors, they think that it was some type of focal aware seizure. They're classifying it as first unprovoked seizure since the first one was under the influence. They also asked if I've had any instances of this happening at a less extent, which I realize, as they asked, has been happening since November or December. I get some tingling, twitching in my right arm, specifically in my hand, very shaky in the legs, and I start to feel like the world is spinning, which has caused me to fall before. I get confused. I feel like I can't do anything when this happens. These last about 30 seconds to a minute, and my memory has got very hazy after. The only thing consistent, minus the symptoms, is that they always happen in the evening or later at night. Please, I'm just really scared. I don't know what's going on, and I need some advice. I feel defeated, and I have nowhere to turn for advice. Can anyone guide me? I'll first say we're not medical professionals, but go see a medical professional. Another one, a different one. Get second and third opinions. That's what I can say. Anyone else?
I mean, we know
Agreed.
anything untreated, the fact that they were going after something besides the pinched nerve is scary. Because if that is untreated, then that's going to bring on some numbness, tingling, weakness, something that could be mirroring an aura, and obviously the long-term complications. Girl, shut up. My bad. Just cut that part out.
Gotcha.
What was that? What was that, Kate?
That was my stupid labradoodle.
Oh, when you said girl shut up, I'm like, no, you are seriously talking about me right now. With this mesh in my neck.
Never use me.
No, I'm
Never.
serious. Not like that. Not in any negative way, because that's exactly what's going on with me right now. Because that
That's not
fusion, the entire fusion in my neck moved over. So the disc above and below it is letting my vertebrae lean on my spinal cord.
Well, after talking to you, I had to do some research to know what the hell was going on. So that's why that pinched nerve part jumped out at me.
Yeah, it's like,
Because
what
now
the?
I understand how many complications can result from something like that being untreated and lead to misdiagnosis, which obviously they've, willingly done to you for so long.
Right, and now we're more worried now about the fatal injury that can occur during a seizure right now. Because if that disc slips enough, it will cut off the supply to what's called the phrenic nerve, and my diaphragm will be paralyzed. So I can think and talk for a moment. That's it. That's just, I don't know why they're not taking it seriously, but I'll find out next week. But yeah, that's a scary thing. And when they don't apply all of those pieces of that puzzle that, come together, and we call it the central nervous system. I simply have a short at one of the outlets. And if we don't fix it, it's going to trip the main breaker and burn the house down. So yeah, that's just how it is. But they don't seem to want to put it together. It's weird.
Well, they definitely picked the wrong one. You're going to teach them. You and your team are going to teach them. You're being more and more prepared every day. So, I can't think of any other way to say it, but Lord willing, God be with you, because you're prepared. You're
Oh,
prepared,
yeah.
especially with that team that's going in there and all the evidence you have. Even if you're feeling out of it on that day, you are going to get something done. The
Oh,
right
no
thing for
doubt.
you.
No doubt. And I got the universe. Yeah. Got you guys.
Exactly.
It's definitely, and it's not, I'm just so afraid that this is happening to too many people. Like, we've got Saya. It's like, what the hell, man? Thank you, Pookie. Thank you for holding her hand through that and saying, hey, we're going to get you what you need. And love you, Pookie Mom. So, yeah. This is why we're all here.
Yeah. A lot of people don't know about these services that we have. And like I said, that feeling like a burden, this helps that so much. They don't even know you called to Uber, but you ain't got to ask them. But yeah, get around. Got to get around. Can't be alone. So I make sure I tell the driver. And most of the times we're having stories about it, and then it ends up telling them about the podcast. And yeah, so that's been all right. But yeah,
Do you believe they still think in some parts of the world that epilepsy is contagious?
wow, I never heard that before.
Yeah,
Yeah,
in
I
some
mean,
parts of my family, they do.
oh, God.
I'm sorry, that's not funny.
Wow.
Okay,
Or
guys, yeah, yeah.
demons, right?
Oh, we won't go there.
Possessed by
Could be
demons.
genetic, but not contagious.
Now, the demon thing, you've got an Italian Catholic up against an Irish Catholic that divorced a
Ooh.
Baptist pastor who is now in prison for the rest of his life.
No.
No,
Hello.
So bad.
no. It's yeah. We'll skip that. I'm possessed. It's like, well, if your God is so great, how come you can't fix me?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Just saying.
Yeah, I'm finding all these on the this page about myths. Myths commonly associated with epilepsy, and that contagious one definitely jumped out at me. The first couple are really just more
Oh,
about
shoot.
awareness.
forgot my windows were open.
You know, people didn't know that seizures, you know, that you can still work when you have seizures, or that if you have seizures, you don't necessarily have epilepsy.
Right.
I don't
I
know if
got
we talked about this because I went to talk with my daughter when she called. But I was reading on a post last night, and I did invite her through DM, but I don't know if she showed up. Like there's introverted people, and there's people who bottle it up inside, you know? And it's like, imagine a teen doing that. It's like, how like, I know we went through the therapy thing, but imagine a teen just bottling it all up, you know? Like,
Yeah, any child having to grow up with epilepsy, I couldn't imagine. Like I said, I don't remember. So I don't know if that just means maybe I did drink a little too much. I don't know. Just don't remember those years at all.
Speaking of drinking too much, I was just on something about drinking. That was my next question. It says alcohol. Are there any older teens? Oh, never mind. We're old. I'll read it anyway. Are
that
there
was
any
the
older
post I
teens
saw.
here? Any older teens here who don't drink? I'm 18 and due to start at the university in September. I don't have a big social circle with my best friends, mostly being online. Through choice, I prefer this, but I'm excited for the social aspect of uni. I'm just worried that I will feel pushed out or be left out if I'm not drinking. It's obviously not great for anyone and also not great on medication and just not with epilepsy, but I also have some family reasons I don't drink on top of this and just want to. Will I have a shit time? I'm genuinely scared. Man, F
You
those
got
friends.
so many more important things to worry about. That you got so much more to look forward to than to ever feel excluded for not getting drunk. Now
Right.
you got less risk of getting roofied. Come on, you're going to college. Think straight. Have that conversation with your parents.
This is the beauty of being the designated driver. You get to have fun and watch all your friends be idiots. And you get to remember everything and tell everybody else about it. And I was always the designated driver. Like from the time I got my license on, I didn't like drinking. So I can tell from experience, you don't have to feel excluded just because you don't drink. It's actually a lot more fun to be sober and watch your friends.
Nowadays,
Don't
you
worry
could
about
probably
it.
be the one taking the pictures.
Exactly. You can take the video. You can do all kind. There's lots of fun things to do at a party that don't involve drinking. And certainly do not involve drinking with your medicine. That's a terrible idea. Or with your seizures. Just saying. I don't know.
Yeah. I think Kate read that one. I got another one about alcohol. How many of you had to quit alcohol for weed? Wait, quit alcohol for weed? Genuinely, sometimes I get so sad I can't go out with my friends and drink anymore. But at the very least, I can still smoke. Has anyone else had this? To be fair, it's probably a healthier option. I'm just sad it's only legal for medical use where I am and quite hard to get. But at the very least, it's quite tolerated where I'm at. I just say forget friends that you don't have to drink with everybody. That's kind of peer pressure, right?
Yeah, what happened to you do you? I thought that was like a big thing.
Yeah. Avoid those
So
friends
this
who
one is, yeah, basically, this one's saying if someone's having a seizure, you should force something into their mouth. That is a dangerous myth that the CDC had to actually, still post this can injure teeth or the jaw. I don't know who started that or where it came from, but apparently It's still something that some people and places believe.
Yep.
We do not swallow our tongues.
It
We might bite it,
physiologically cannot
not
happen.
swallow it.
Yeah, same thing with restraint. You know, they still have these beliefs in places that it shouldn't last more than 30 seconds or so, so should just hold on to them real tight and then it'll be over. Yep, and then they
I
correct
got.
all that with what you should do.
What if it's like 45 minutes long?
You
What do you do
know,
then?
Don't
where in
remind me
the
of
world
that.
are they still preaching this? That's a shame.
It's terrible.
I got another novel here. It's pretty long, but I'm getting through.
That's your specialty.
It says, sometimes I feel like my partner is forgetting that I have epilepsy and it's starting to get annoying. When we first started dating, they'd always cover my eyes when something flashy came on the screen. They give me a heads up or avoid flashing lights altogether. Now flashing lights aren't one of my triggers. They make me very uncomfortable though. I told them about my triggers and it feels like they only heard it's not one of my main triggers part and completely ignored the however. Side note, no
Say
sleep,
yeah.
little sleep.
Nope.
No
Oh,
sleep,
shit,
little
sorry.
sleep is one of my main triggers and makes me more sensitive. The thing is we're doing long distance and on Discord sessions can get a little longer. But even when I tell him, hey, I gotta head to bed, they try to extend session as much as possible. Cute? Sure, but also dangerous. Here's the thing. They love Geometry Dash. So Epilepsy's arch nemesis. And keep showing me levels they enjoy and I just gotta look away the entire time and kind of have to guess my reactions. I don't want to hurt their feelings, and they seem so excited. At the same time, they make seizure jokes throughout some levels, and that's what's pissing me off most. How do we go from being protective while dating to not taking it seriously? Maybe I should talk about it and tell them how I feel. I just felt like ranting before I address it. Or maybe am I overreacting? I don't see overreacting. Making jokes, you reacting the right way and some. Anybody think she's overreacting?
Absolutely not. Lack of respect is
Yeah.
red flag reason to walk away. The sooner the better. So
Right?
yeah,
Yeah,
you can have your talk, but
Yeah, and if they're not going to recognize your needs, that isn't a relationship at all. That's
exactly.
only one-sided for them, and it's your fuel for abuse. That's it. And I don't care whether you have epilepsy or not. That's unacceptable.
I'll move forward. Got one that says worth it. Hey guys, I really don't want to sound depressed or done with life, but my life is just full of shit since I got it. I was happy and full of life before, and now I just feel like a piece of shit and I have panic attacks every time I feel weird. I cry so much, I'm just so done. I just wonder if living is worth it. Does any one of you think the same? I used to. Um, yeah, I just got used to it. Got to live. Well, I started having kids. I had people to live for.
yeah, that
Yeah,
is one of the easiest ways to look at it. But I can't believe how many like actual suicidal posts there are.
I know, right?
It's pretty bad sometimes.
Mad.
That's
And they're not reporting it to their doctors.
Right.
Because
that's the
when we do, what happens when we do?
You get locked up, and that doesn't
Exactly.
help ever.
And that's
It never ever helps. Sorry.
and you get that on your record and it sticks with you and you're officially in a different category.
Yep.
If you don't reach out to the right people who are not going to hold it against you for the rest of your life.
I know. And it's
Yeah.
The reason I'm so grateful for this, because, you know, look what people are going through. We've been through that. It's like, yeah, I've bottomed out more than once, and I get it. But why is it that when they tell us to call the doctor when you've got these things going on and you're feeling this, let your provider know right away, they tell you to go to the hospital and you end up in psych? It's like, no, that's not how I thought this would work out. Yeah, no.
No,
I don't
Like,
know.
I wasn't like this before.
And that's where it's just so sad that it goes wrong with preteens and juveniles who the parents literally just don't even take the right course of action because they don't know what to expect.
Right. You know, and we have so many people with especially focal epilepsy that have been diagnosed as schizophrenic because those symptoms do overlap. It's undeniable. You know, they tried to do that in my diagnosis, and it's like, whoops, no, you can't, because I've been talking to a psychiatrist for 4 years, and she simply doesn't agree. You know, between her and my therapist, no, this is epilepsy, but so many people, and just the damn side effect. And Andrea she has the YouTube channel All Shook Up, my epilepsy journal, or my journal Journey with Epilepsy, and she
Yeah, I see
talks
that.
about
Yeah,
that suicidal
I saw that.
ideation. Right, and it's just part of a side effect that when we have to approach it and we have to deal with it, it seems like we're being judged or punished rather than being cared for the way we should be.
You
You
want to
agree?
hide it.
Yeah, because we're scared. Because the medical model of psychiatry now, you know, they think, oh, you know, everything in medicine can go over to psychiatry. Well, what was that? What happened there? And I don't recognize how they're treating people with epilepsy. It just doesn't fit what they should be doing. And this is one of them. People coming on Reddit, it's like, somebody help me. I'm scared of how I'm feeling.
And
Yo,
don't have the resources to help.
Right. Or the
yeah.
support. I have my mom. She's the best support I have. And my son's mom. So
Well, yeah, but
yeah, I
another
got
thing
that.
that like a point Melissa just made about teens not always telling their parents. So I can't help but feel like maybe I was in the same boat if I had reached out to a more, equipped, trusted adult instead of, running off, then maybe this would have gotten handled a little better sooner. So
Yeah.
communication, it seems like is just as important these days.
I think mine's is the same, like you said, just not telling the parents because I would be like out with friends and stuff. And I think there was a few times that my friends have called the ambulance and their parents had picked us all up from the emergency room. And then I never ended up telling my parents because I probably forgot. But yeah, I think I've been through that a lot of times too. That a lot of times there's stories my parents don't even know. The stories that are coming back to me, as you just said, that I was having seizures with friends all the time in my teens and just didn't say anything. I was like, I'm okay. I'm back. We continue to go to the park and
Yeah, what were
whatever
we
the
talking about
case.
10 minutes ago?
Right. Uh,
I probably just
but
called that being stoned.
right.
Yeah.
I
I
got
mean,
something. Go ahead,
there
Angel.
was times and when I was like, this is about 20 years ago. But yeah, there was depressing moments, and like my friends could even tell like how bad it was without me having to tell them, and they would like know how to get to me, and that goes again with having the right support. Like my friend played a song by Crossfade It's called Colors, and the key line on it: the colors that you shine are surely not your best. And he was just trying, like he was having his one-on-one with me with that, you know, because I was going through that big depression and stuff, that down moment.
Yeah, I'm surprised to see here some people really do like the dark humor aspect of epilepsy because they actually have a subreddit of epilepsy jokes.
Yeah, I've seen that. It's crazy.
Yeah, and it's popular, so
There were so
I
many
mean,
jokes that I started thinking some of these people don't have epilepsy. You can't. Some of
exactly. You
this
could
stuff is crazy.
never.
I don't think, yeah, I don't know if I should
That
go
that
there and
goes
look
that
at that.
crosses a line. No, that crosses a line of dark humor. There's
I
there's
don't,
no there's no humor in this.
I don't like it when my family makes jokes about it and they're,
Exactly.
here because they don't know what it feels like at all, right?
Right.
They're just on the outside, and I know that they get traumatized and there's a certain level of hurt, but gosh, does it
Yeah, I
feel
got to get off this page.
terrible.
This is bad.
Gosh, does it feel
Yeah.
terrible when somebody makes a joke and they don't, and it's somebody you care about, you're like, oh my
And you might
God.
still be sore from the last one, or you might still have that headache, or you're constantly just reminding yourself to, breathe and stay even and don't get in like the wrong position where, God forbid, but yeah, there's no humor in this situation,
Yeah, I was going through
especially
it,
from
and I
those who don't
was
find it. Yeah.
I was going through that dark humor one, and like I said, some of those people sound like they don't even have epilepsy. There was so many misconceptions in some of those jokes, and I was just like, some people are just here just to be funny, I guess, because there was a whole lot of misconceptions that I was just like, this person, if they had epilepsy, they should know this isn't possible, this isn't gonna happen, and this is not a joke with all the LOLs and LOL, 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 OL, all that stuff.
And to buy
Not funny.
merch, to buy a shirt that has that logo, but instead of Caesars, it says Little Seizures. Why the hell would you ever want to put that out there to, that would offend a lot of people. That's not, there's a difference between not giving a fuck what people think and like actually trying to start shit.
Right.
Oh, Jamie Lynn, you're back?
Welcome back.
Yeah, sorry, I was
Okay.
having a bad moment. I was hoping you guys were still here.
No apologies. But when my little one popped into the first meeting, I had to find out from Pookie that they're not allowed to be on the YouTube edits. So I had to make a note to myself of trying to keep my children off camera during the meetings at least, because then it's just another step in the editing process, I guess.
It's all right. It's a few seconds. I can just put the symbol over him.
Mine never come on camera. Sometimes they go past, but I usually have it muted.
That was my niece, but I will never bring any kids on again. Sorry
No
about
worries.
that.
No worries. We always like it better in the lives.
Yeah, we got to know him, but the internet, anybody on YouTube can't just
We
get to
don't
know
want the kids on YouTube. Protect the
Yeah,
babies.
they asked me, is there any kids in the video? And I say no, because there hasn't been. So I block them, and then other people tell me you shouldn't put kids. So I don't.
And I'm glad that I'm not gonna say my point because I think I'm in one of those moments with the. Oh, sorry, Angel. I didn't realize it was talking. This was my connection. Yeah, my sister made me think when it first happened. She's like, "Oh, we should get you that shirt, Little Seizures," and I was just like, "Is that? Oh, yeah, that's supposed." I was like, "What the fuck is that supposed to?" And then she literally found other ones, and I'm like, "Is this supposed?" It's so, and now I'm like, okay, maybe you're supposed to be away from certain people that are like that when you're going through things like this. You really are. Even if it's family, things happen for a reason.
I've heard people say that, like, I stopped dealing with this person in my family because I had epilepsy and they were kind of careless type. I've heard that before. There's people I've distanced myself from because I was just like, yeah, they're not going to get better. They're not going to get it. And they're not going to have any sympathy for my situation. So I avoid them at all costs every day, all day.
Right.
Yeah. So
There's certain people that I can't talk on the phone with because it will send me into clusters. So we just don't do that anymore.
Yeah, give them a special ringtone.
Or just block them entirely.
Or use it when you're in the EMU. That's what I did.
That would have worked.
Oh, it did.
I was lucky enough that I never had to actually do anything crazy. I started before my medication even wore off.
Talk about a plan B.
There you go.
I got something else here. It says feeling lost. Hello all. I do not have epilepsy diagnosis, but I recently had an EEG done and it came back abnormal with generalized epileptiform disturbance without definite focal features. That's all in quotes. So that's one thing. Wow. Yeah.
Wait, Pookie, can you read that again? That sounds like a long explanation for bilateral generalized.
Yeah.
So it said, I do not have an epilepsy diagnosis, but I recently had an EEG done and it came back with, in quotes, abnormal with generalized epileptiform disturbance without definite focal features. Another quote.
Yep.
And it says, my neurologist ordered it after I had what we think was a complex migraine. I thought I was having a stroke, vertigo, numbness in half of my body, and facial drooping, and end up at the ER, etc. I don't think she expected it to come back abnormal, and definitely didn't. I definitely didn't either. I did have seizure-like event 10 years ago after passing out, but at that time my EEG was normal, and the doctors told me it was from lack of oxygen from passing out. I also have POTS diagnosis now, POTS. I heard of it, but I don't exactly know what it is, but we'll talk about it after. Anyway, my neurologist I was seeing only really works with migraine, so she told me to see another doctor in the practice after giving me my results. She didn't give me any information on if I should be driving or anything I should be doing in the meantime, except to get a 72-hour EEG. My next appointment is in July, and I've just been spiraling since. I struggle with health anxiety in the first place, and the last month and a half of my health has just hit rock bottom since the event. I'm scared and don't know what to do. I have 3 kids under 6. I so badly want to be healthy again. Not sure if this is okay to post here to get any attention or responses, but can anyone help me? I'm just feeling way too lost.
Well, it sounds like the POTS could be a trigger for the seizures, postural orthostatic tachycardia syndrome, where your heart rate increases excessively when standing. So that is enough to cause dizziness, lightheaded, fatigue.
Vertigo.
Right? Worsen when upright, improve when lying down. So that's something. Looks like it primarily affects women, starts in early adolescence. Let me see.
Yeah, it's another thing that, and I'm not saying that we all end up having epilepsy, but it's just another picture in that puzzle that it's like, wait a minute, maybe it isn't, postural orthostatic tachycardia, whatever. I don't know, because I had that same misconception because I had a head injury, but it's like, oh no, you're having fainting spells. I even knew when I was 12 years old. It's like, no, I hit my head. Things have never been the same, and we end up arguing, which is why, Jamie, I just want to say to you, I'm glad you're back. because so many of us started out just like you, and we went years before we got a solid diagnosis and treatment that works. You know, in my case, I waited almost 4 decades, and now I'm fighting with doctors right now all over again who want to say, oh no, it's psychogenic. Yeah, you have epilepsy, but all your seizures are psychogenic. You know, I'm not letting them do that anymore because I'm in trouble right now. And it's because of them. So, you know, so it's like, don't feel that you don't belong here, because you do. And I know there's a seizure is a seizure, even if it's a, you know, even if you're having seizures from, you know, psychogenic, what they're calling, everything is going in this diagnostic garbage bag of psychogenic non-epileptic seizures. And so much is being missed, including diabetes. You know, so, you know, don't feel, yeah, we've been there. Mine started the same way, that POTS. It's like, well, yeah, but they forgot I hit my head so hard that I didn't stand up for a while. You know what I mean? So I guess I'm being maybe over analytical, where I feel that too many people aren't getting the diagnosis that they should get.
We all know you're not being overly anything, because the first misdiagnosis makes it so much easier for those shithead doctors who don't actually want to get to the bottom of it to just say, this is what it is, let's up your dose, go home. So you're not being overly analytical at all, because now I understand how many different causes there are. And for ones who maybe I was better off forgetting everything and just saying, I don't know. I don't ever remember hitting my head, but I don't remember anything.
Right.
Thank
So
you, Kate.
that could be maybe hopefully more common tactic. Obviously not for everybody losing the memory, but what you tell your doctor, because we
Right. And
all
if
know
you
the
don't
truth
know,
does not always help.
yeah.
You
And
have
it's
another seizure, let's up your dose.
right. And even the thing that really blows my mind is some of the stuff that I've already heard. Try some Benadryl, or epileptologists are not well versed in sleep medicine. Yo, you know, just hit another red flag, man. But this happens to all of us. It's just happening too much, and I'm getting more scared. I mean, I don't want any more Nasalum. That's for damn sure. 2 shots in 4 days? Fuck no. I'm not doing it again. But I don't want to keep taking clobazam. And I'm still arguing with this. I'm gonna just vent it out. This cunt that is calling herself a doctorate of nurse practitioner. Hell fucking no. I will get her license and burn it. I'm so pissed. But this kind of negligence, man.
Honestly, I feel like you right now.
Well, what they did to me, Jamie, was I had an established diagnosis for like 13 years. And I moved around a little bit. I originally from Buffalo, New York, and I ended up in Southern Maryland with the pretense that my sister felt I would be safer, because she had to call an ambulance from Southern Maryland when I was living in Buffalo, New York, because I was having seizures while we were on the phone. And, you know, so it's like, okay, I won't be alone. I won't be a burden on my kids. That did not work out. So during my month of being homeless in Baltimore, I ended up at Johns Hopkins. And holy mother of, yeah. So then I moved to Rochester, New York. I have an established diagnosis, just talked to Johns Hopkins about getting intracranial electrodes, because I was diagnosed in 2007 and confirmed with several other, you know, EEGs. I get to Rochester. Oh no, there's hope. You don't have epilepsy. You have a condition known as psychogenic non-epileptic seizures. You do not need this medication. And all I did, I looked a doctor in the face and I went, I fucking dare you. I double dog fucking dare you. So what did they do? they refused to refill my medication. When I miss 2 doses of Vinpat, I go directly into status epilepticus, which is the seizure they can't stop that causes your brain to explode. Okay, let's do it. No, you've never had that happen. Here's my records. And I'm still fighting with these people, but this time, you know, it's like, no, I'm not fighting alone. I'm taking in somebody who literally decides whether or not you can call yourself an epilepsy center at all. So we're in the fight together. We understand. And sometimes we got to just go boots on, gloves off, and they're going to feel it. You know, they have to, because this is my brain. This is my life, my kids. And this has affected everyone around me. But, you know, too many times we're just getting these misdiagnoses, but you can't do what they did and literally revoke a diagnosis of epilepsy. That's like revoking a diagnosis of type 1 diabetes. It's irrevocable. So if you ever, and I didn't know I was diagnosed in 1968. So, okay. But now why am I trying to prove to them, even with their own EEG here in Rochester, that the psychogenic seizures are not my priority? You know, and it's like, well, okay, now the epileptic seizures are going to be, because I can't stop those now. And I start to have focal clusters that will go farther and farther into that spectrum of focal epilepsy, where I'll go myoclonic. If I don't come out, I'll go tonic-clonic and just stay there. I'll go right into, it's called non-convulsive status epilepticus, where it just looks like I'm in a coma, but my brain is literally black dot. The entire graph is like somebody took a Sharpie and colored it. They can't even distinguish one brainwave from another. But these people here are trying to tell me I've never experienced that. Yo, you're gonna be sorry I survived last time. So, but this is what we go through, and I don't want it happening.
That's the thing. I'm so sorry you've been through that.
Well, it's there for me. It's finally something that I can use, and I don't want to be the Debbie Downer, but I just want you to know that we get it, man. Some of us been through this shit. And honestly, I think I may have talked to you on Reddit that, you know, I really don't want you to have epilepsy. I hope you're disappointed if that's the diagnosis you were looking for. I want you to be disappointed, because it's easier to treat psychogenic, non-epileptic conditions, you know, especially when it is a mental disorder. And that's not in any negative way. You could have had a traumatic event, and the memory of that traumatic event could cause you to have an unusual reaction. Like all of a sudden you lose your ability to talk. Well, that could look like a focal seizure, but it could be a psychogenic event. You know, what they used to call like just kind of it's associated with PTSD. So, you know, having all of it, having both, it's like, okay, I can see having to sort it all out. That's up to you. You know, knowing I have epilepsy and having doctors trying to tell me that's not a priority, I'm not letting them do that, but I did have to take it on myself to take care of my mental health in a way that I really didn't know I had available till I saw a trauma therapist. So that's a little bit of advice. And I'm laying down, that's why I don't have my camera on, because I am like clabasmed today. Okay.
No, I really appreciate that. I had a really deep conversation with my mom, and it was definitely about what you were saying, not only the PTSD, but just about getting my psychiatric help and seeing, what my original neurologist will say tomorrow. But honestly, you are probably the only reason, and truly, the fact that FICOMPA is like, I'm trying so hard to control my language right now. The fact that they can still
Don't
prescribe
bother. Let it out.
Let it out, Jamie. Let it out.
It's not PG-13.
You're in a
This
safe
is the
place.
safe place. Yes.
When they say that this is the devil's drug, it is literally, honestly, Anne, you talking is the only reason why I have not broken my fucking phone right now. My mom, I got off the meeting earlier and I walked outside and I was skipping around playing with the kids, doing this and that. And then all of a sudden, like that, I was so annoyed. I was literally, I heard smack yourself in the face, and I did. And then literally I heard you should kill yourself. Literally the darkest thoughts. And my mom's like, Jenny, come inside. She's like, what is going on with you? Today's been the best day. We've gone from this to that. What's going on? And I told her, I'm like, Mom, I'm just having a moment. She's like, okay, what do you need? I'm like, like I said, I'm out in the country at my uncle's house, and he has a cottage, and then he built a little house over, like, right over there. And I'm like, I just want to go in the cottage and, write, journal a little bit. I didn't think I'd join this, but that's what I heard. I'm like, just see if they're still on there. And literally getting back on here and talking to you guys is truly the only reason I have not lost my fucking mind. And truly, like, like you said, and I'm not, and I don't know if I have both, like the PNES and the whatever, but it's truly so hard when you don't have people around you, like physically, that understand it. Like, being on here is already comforting, just letting it out. Like you guys said, letting it out. It's easy, but you can tell, like, literally I'm like walking around. I'm like, I got some having a moment. And everyone's like,
back here.
Are you okay? I'm like, no, I'm not okay. And and I know that it's a lot there. I probably have both. I don't know. I have a lot of trauma, but it's just it's insane. And honestly, I'm just gonna stop talking because I'm getting really, really hot. But
Yeah. But get that out. I'm glad you got that out, Jamie. I'm gonna cry. I can't do it because I just can't start that. But yeah, I'm so glad Pookie started this because we need it. And I do want to ask you something. I have a hard time doing chat and video at the same time because but you said something about FICOMPA. Are you taking FICOMPA?
unfortunately, yes, but they started me on it. I called my neurologist and they started arguing with me about getting me down to decreasing. They put me up to 6 milligrams. I called them, told them I was gonna fucking kill myself, and they're like, oh, okay, let's put you back down to 4 milligrams. Okay, well, now I'm on 4 milligrams and I still want to kill. And so that's why I'm now going back to my original neurologist, because this isn't me. I'm not going to do that. That's why I'm on here with you guys. And that's why I'm with my.
It's a hard. Okay, slow down, honey. I get it. I did this.
Just breathe. That's what they're trained to do. They're trained to keep you going up and up until you reach the max dose.
I can't take FICOMPA. FICOMPA, I just want you to know you've got a grip because number one, this is not you. You just said that. You know that. That's what's gonna hold, that's gonna keep you here. This drug, fucking, some of us can't take them. I was exactly like this when they tried to put me on FICOMPA along with Vimpat. I thought I was going to kill my daughter and her dog. All right, that's not me. Okay, I think y'all know that's not me.
I've already lost my siblings.
What do you mean by lost them? If they won't, they may not talk to you right now, honey, but this is something you can fix.
Yeah.
You didn't lose anything. You just lost control for a minute, and you got some reason to have that happening.
Yeah.
It's the medication. And I'm not saying that you don't have psychiatric or mental health issues, because that kind of comes along with the epilepsy. But don't think that you lost family members because of this. That's their choice. And I get it. I mourn the loss of my sister. She decided that she couldn't handle the idea that she was wrong. She thought I had a psychiatric issue. She found out one day that she was 100% wrong when I actually had a complex that went into a tonic-clonic. I went into status in the ambulance. I came back, and a week later, she decided, nope, I want her gone. And she filed an order of protection. And I was homeless.
I'm so sorry.
So I'm like, okay, but wait. Do I look like somebody that went through that 5 years ago?
No.
That's therapy. That's knowing that, oh, wait, I didn't do that. She did.
Yeah.
And, everybody believed her because, well, that's called manipulation. You don't want to hear my side of the story now. All right. It's those that didn't believe me before are regretting it now, because they have to face the truth eventually, just like we had to. It's like, okay, I don't like this idea that I actually have epilepsy, but I guess I can't pretend otherwise. But somebody else can deny and say, oh, that's not true. And then they kind of put that back on you. They put their feelings on you when they say, oh, you're fine. You're just making it up. This is nothing, and when doctors aren't seeing what they should be seeing, or we don't know what to ask them, then those family members and friends are even, it's like they're given fuel for that fire that goes against you. And that's how it feels for a while. And it's not you. It isn't you, it's them. And however they have to deal with their unresolved feelings about that, I can't be their therapist. I needed my own, but I can't be their therapist. So I know it hurts, but trust me, in the long run, they're going to feel it. And it isn't about revenge, but they're going to have to confront it, whatever your diagnosis is. And if this is how they're going to treat a disabled family member, let them know that that's how they're treating a family member with disabilities. And that stopped some of them in my family. It's like, wait, you're talking about how, you're all inclusive, you're supportive, you're this, but yet you're treating a family member with a disability as if they are trash. Oh, we would never do that. Hey, yo, can I remind you here? Sorry, I have to do it, but and the other thing is, and that kind of comes into, and I'm talking too much, but my therapist had me start with the 12-step program, because that's part of that 12-step program is making, coming to terms with the people that hurt you and the people you may have hurt. And yeah, my dad was an alcoholic. I never was. But the 12 steps, it's a good place to start. A daily practice of writing down your feelings, writing down, it's like, I resent that this person feels this way, and just write it down, whatever it is, for 15 minutes, just sit there writing it out. You can put it in a diary, you can crumble it up, put it through a paper shredder, whatever you want to do it. And those feelings are starting to go down on paper and they're coming out. It's like letting the pressure out of an abscess. And you can start getting a little more focused on you because you're not so focused on them because of what they're doing to you. Right now, it's all about you. And don't let anyone make you feel guilty about that. Because yeah, it is all about you. You're not playing the victim card. You are the card.
Great. Thank you.
What I was gonna say is for me, it's like very helpful doing this because like a few days ago, Friday we did this. I was good. Saturday I felt good. Sunday, and then somebody said something I don't even want to say again. And I was like, okay, let me get to Tuesday. Let me just it's easier to get stuff out with people who understand it. And I'm not just like I said, you can just say whatever you want to say, take as long as you need, get it out. Because I know how it is. You need to get it out. And I hate explaining stuff to people. So with you guys, I don't have to explain it. I can just talk about it and you guys understand. Because with epilepsy, I absolutely hate explaining myself because it's just the obvious with you guys. I don't have to sit there and explain and getting mad because of the look on your face or you think I'm lying because I forgot something. Yeah,
Yeah.
take as long as you need. I know.
Yeah.
Well,
We got to support each other. Yeah.
And I really appreciate you guys. I mean, all I don't know how many times I've repeated FICOMBA and how it's made me feel, and I hope that on Friday I can tell you my neurologist is taking me off of it, not just flipping me off of it. But yeah, Tuesday, what triggered me, what made it happen was that my older sister, who is very much different than me, told my dad, which, mind you, my son has not missed school. He was going to miss one day of school so we could go. I can't even remember what we were doing. We were going, I think we were coming down here. He was literally missing one day of school. And she had a conversation with my father that I was having my son miss so much school that he was going to be taken away from me. I honestly, I have no idea as a sibling what motivates you to manipulate and hurt someone so much. I'm speechless at that point. Obviously, when I was there, seeing her face, I saw her face and she was looking at me and she's like, "What's your problem?" And I lost it, and I've never lost it like that before, but it's just like whoever said earlier, people that manipulate people, I don't understand. And it's people that clearly, I don't know if it's because people that have epilepsy are getting more attention from people, or that they don't have control of them, or whatever it is. I don't know, but it's okay if you hate that I have more attention from our parents because I'm about to fucking die all of a sudden, maybe.
Yeah.
You won't be in my life anymore. I'll take a step back and that will be on you. Because to manipulate my father to think my son is going to be taken away from me, that's just so dark.
It is dark. Yeah.
And that's all I have to say, because I truly, I took a step back, and like I've said earlier, I realized I've always thought the only people you're supposed to have this close are your family and your siblings. No, that's not how that is. And especially when you have something like epilepsy, people that you're supposed to have around you will be given to you. And honestly, God bless every single one of you, because truly you have all already changed me.
I'm so glad, Jamie. I'm so glad you're here.
It's okay,
I really am. We
sweetheart.
see this every meeting, and I was struggling because the empathy was getting to me. But I'm so glad you're here.
We
And this
are.
is
It's
why we're a
okay.
safe place. Pookie, we love you so much for starting this and putting us to work and just letting you know. I had Jamie, I just have to share this. I had my therapist, she is a trauma therapist and she works with a lot of people like us, not so much epilepsy, but fibromyalgia, very similar situations that we have in social relationships and our relationships with our doctors. And it can be a struggle. And she said to me one day, she said, you know what? I truly think that epilepsy is the narcissist filter. You literally find them. You can find them because guess what? They are the ones that do those things, Jamie. They don't like the fact that, you know, you're getting the attention. That's what happened to me. And they will make up lies to make themselves look like the victim, but it doesn't work. It'll come out in the end, you know, just like any other time. Jealousy never turns out the way you expected. So I feel sorry for her. I'm sorry that's happening to you. I get it. I love my sister dearly, but I had to grieve the end of that relationship on a federal level.
Thank you so much for saying all of that. I did see Jeff raise your hand. I don't know if you had something to say.
Amy, this is one of the rare opportunities when I'm going to say something. Without all the emotion, I had the same reaction the first time I came. And I guess I'm the newest regular, but this place has saved me. And much like it's going to save you. And I just wish you all luck in the world. That's it. Now I won't speak for another month.
You're funny, Jeff. I'm going to go pack a bowl.
Literally gonna say thank you, Jeff. I'm gonna be thinking of that for the rest of the night. Thank you so much. Thank you. Oh gosh, as I almost fall over the chair.
Sweetie,
Thank
it's okay.
you.
Listen,
Just take it easy.
I wasn't even kidding when I said that my brother, the last conversation I had with him, he threatened to kill me, and I didn't do anything to him. I didn't say anything to him. He called and he told me if I spoke to his daughter at my other brother's wedding in California that he was going to shoot me. And obviously that's not normal. I've never met his daughter before, and I wasn't planning on doing anything to her if she did come to the wedding. As such a completely, why would you say that, right? But he did, and he meant it. And we don't have any ever since. And I think it's at least 2 years now, maybe more. So it happens, it does. And I'm fine. My other brother is fine. He has no problem. But yeah, I think there are some people that just can't take it. Like you're saying, the narcissist filter, it's, if they want to be the most important person in every conversation and in every relationship, then they will try. Yeah, I'm super sorry that happened, but
You may have no dignity, but
it
you're
might be
not
for
going
the
to sully
best,
mine.
at least short term, because she's not thinking of you,
Okay,
honey.
I
Not a
got
bit.
two people.
Tell me, will you be appearing at Mr. Coburn's shooting party at Herrick Park? Considering it. Splendid. It might be vaguely tolerable. Perhaps we should arrive together, unless you find the thought too appalling.
I really do. Thank you.
What are we listening to? Are we hearing some British play? I can't figure it out. I know Sailor was talking. Then Tom, I think you have a radio in the background. I don't know.
I muted him.
We're glad
Yeah,
to hear you back, Tom. I just think it was something in the back.
Oh, okay.
That was Tom.
Jamie, I'm so glad you're here. I really am. This
No,
is a place to be, for sure.
I really am blessed to be here. I've already told my mom and my dad. I was like, every Tuesday and Friday, I'm ready. I mean, I really am, and the fact that like Boogie had said earlier, you know, hop back on later if you need it. I mean, I thought I was gonna have an amazing rest of the day, and then literally all of a sudden, and it was just because one of the kids' emotions I couldn't control, and I walked away, and one of the thoughts popped in, and so my mom said, you know, go be by yourself, and I thought just try to hear, and the Guatemala top, you know, and then here I am. Literally, I'm speechless for how amazing all of you are. Everyone and whoever decided to create who created this, the whole thing. Was it Pookie or who? God bless you. You have changed so many lives, and then everyone else step by step has
I look
changed.
forward to this every week.
It's a miracle.
Like I said, it helps me. Like I thought I was gonna have a good weekend, and Friday I was doing good, and I was like, okay, I feel good. The day after, usually feel good the day after, sometimes more. Sunday, like I said, someone said something I don't even want to repeat, and I was just like, okay, I can't wait till Tuesday. I'm not even have something to say, but I just can't wait till Tuesday. And yeah, I'm in and out. I'm eating. Anyway, oh, is it my turn?
Glad you're getting a meal in.
Hey, you got something you can say real quick?
Yeah,
Find a
absolutely.
topic?
Well, I
He's
mean,
actually
I'm just
eating?
yeah. Go
Oh
ahead,
my
Angel.
God.
Oh, okay. Angel's making a joke. Here we
I
go.
can't turn my camera off, but hold on.
Yeah. So, I mean, at this point, the only thing that I can do is agree that I really do look forward to these meetings exactly for the same reasons that everybody else can provide a perspective that nobody else can truly relate to. And I mean, just a heads up, I had to get a new webcam because my old one started overheating. But
Crazy.
they got this good one now for I think I got it for like $100 at Best Buy, and it's
My
supposed to
phone
be
overheats, and it's
yeah.
like it's not. It's like I'm not gonna charge until the phone cools down.
Honestly, my phone's like burning my hand right now, but I'm like, I don't care. This is more important. Honestly, I'm like, if it dies, it's okay.
Yeah, but mine
I'm
is
so
so
glad
it
to hear you
doesn't
laugh.
charge. It's been on 82% and on the charger since we started. So yeah, it's not charging, but I was like, let me stay at 80 before I let it go low. And then I got to keep it at 2 forever. We'll keep going.
Yeah, phones are annoying, but I'm sure you got a plan B because we cannot afford for this channel to go down.
Right. Like I said, it felt good doing it for myself at first, and then someone else told me it felt good. The first time, he was just like, that was the first time I did it. He was just like, I feel so good being here. He was like, it just being around people, it lets me know, instead of talking to my doctor, he was like, I'm not dumb. This is epilepsy. It just comes with it. And that stuck with me every time I think about it. He said, I'm not dumb. Now that I talk to people going through this, I'm not stupid. This is what comes with it. I posted that and I was like, I'm feeling that. I like how he put that. And he was serious about it. So kept doing it. And I haven't seen him since because he's in the UK. But yeah, yeah, I feel good doing this and feel good that you guys are feeling good.
I don't know what meeting I joined, but ever since it's been a miracle for me.
You joined like the 3rd. Yeah.
Same for me. Whatever meeting I joined, I knew I loved it.
Wait, Pookie, when was the first one that you ever started?
I don't remember.
Our memories aren't the best. I don't know why I asked that.
I think it was April 27th, if I saw correctly.
Okay, yeah.
It
was
like
like
the
late
moderator
April.
list.
It
It'll
was
tell
a few
you
days
when
after I
the
started
moderator
the
for when
page.
they started.
Yeah.
Katie, I think you're looking, aren't you?
Oh, and then
No,
that's
it's
when you
just
got banned, right?
Yeah, it was like April
yeah, that's what I'm
27th,
thinking about now too. How we're all getting
and then I
banned
did
from other.
another one a few days later, and then I was like, I need more time in between these to edit and all that, because they weren't short. And I
I'm
was
sorry,
like, oh,
this year or last year? My niece.
this year.
Really?
It's like,
Wow.
yeah, it's just been like 6 weeks. And I think the Reddit group, we're up to almost 600 people now.
Wait, what's the Reddit group?
Epilepsy Universe.
Oh, okay. I just joined that one. Okay, good.
Yeah.
I was banned from Epilepsy, so
Why?
yeah, from the Epilepsy. I think I was targeted, to be honest. But we won't go
God.
through that.
And we think there's a
I'm
rat
banned
on
from
I
that.
promoted the
Trust
podcast.
me, that's
one
another
time.
rant.
I promoted the podcast one time. It said ban me for spam.
I spammed 15 people last night. And I think Jenny Lynn, I think you're one of them. Did I send you a DM last night? I got banned.
Tom, what you got going on in the background? I can't hear you.
Oh, but it was well worth it.
And I asked the moderator over there.
Wait.
I asked him, can we work together on this? I didn't like say you have all these people, but I was like, we can work on awareness with the people that we have, can work together with that. And he's just like, nope. I was like, can you attend the podcast? And he's like, nope. And then he deleted his messages, and then he blocked Rick, and he blocked Kate.
And wronged old man.
I'm still good so far, Pookie. I gotta know who it was though, because I gotta be careful.
But that's where it gets tricky because it's not just one person. It's like a group that stands as one moderator or something. I don't know
They're
how
probably
they run it over there, but it's not
Everybody.
even worth tracking down.
No.
Everybody.
Everybody but don't smoke sativa.
Everybody except Tom, I think.
How do they know that I DM'd somebody? Because I didn't spam the actual site. I was spamming people specifically.
Wait, Tom, what?
Lady, I remember your mistakes at that, Mr. Price. And so I thought it only fair to consult you before things
You're
go
lagging, Jamie. We didn't hear you.
already availed me of his plans. But maybe it wasn't clear on all points. This will
Hey, Tom, is your
down the
TV
background.
I know you value Sanderson's character greatly.
That's
so
my
if you
wife.
disapprove,
Yeah, we can't hear you.
I muted
Did you
him.
take the laptop?
I muted him. Go ahead.
Okay.
Jamie
I think
was
she was
saying
asking.
something.
Well, she was asking Tom who he is on Reddit. I think.
Oh.
I don't remember.
Yeah, honestly, I was getting kind of confused. I thought Tom said something about messaging me on Reddit. Maybe I misunderstood that. And then so I was just like, oh, what's your username on Reddit?
Yeah. And I've been sending him messages for like 5 minutes of just like, nobody can hear you. Please move. So we'll see.
At least you guys are making me laugh now.
There you go.
Yeah, Jamie, I'm Ann. I don't have my video on because I'm just like chilling right now. And on Reddit, I'm dynamically disabled.
That's hilarious. Okay, dynamically disabled. Okay.
Yeah, because you can't tell that I am until, well, you know.
Or me, or Katie, or Pookie, or Tom.
Well, Sailor
My
Mom is
name's
Sailor
exactly
Mom.
the same.
Exactly.
Yeah,
You're like the genius who actually makes it easier for anyone. But again, that's why you got that co-host title. It was you and Pookie that got me started for sure.
And I'm
Anyway, yeah, so my name is still the same. It's Sailor
129.
Mom, 1976, same on Reddit.
Yeah.
Rick.
Hopefully I
Okay,
won't get
wait.
banned.
So, Anne, I believe I just followed you. I don't know what the heck. My name is. It's so weird. It's like Fun Scratch 1708. I just followed you.
Okay.
Fun Scratch. We'll look for that.
I
No
still
problem.
don't even know how to use Reddit or Zoom.
I'm gonna write it
To my
down.
greatest advantage. So I'm
remove
like,
myself.
okay, this is one time I'm gonna use my epilepsy as an excuse because it totally fucks up my head. Okay. So trying to do all of it. I don't know how to do all the Reddit stuff. But I do remember it's like, okay, if you get me in a message, I'm usually the one saying, come on over Tuesday and Friday. I mean, I'm gonna literally start calling this church because honest to God, we have seen so many people saved just in, I'm gonna say, am I wrong, Kate? In the last week, 2 weeks, I think we've saved like 3, maybe 4 people. And one
Right.
of them
And
literally from a brain bleed.
the week
So
before that, it was you.
yeah, I was literally, I was ready. I said, fuck it, I'm done. I am so done. I'm not gonna take my medication anymore. And I don't have to overdose on anything. I just, if I stop taking Vimpat, I'm dead in 12 hours. And I
She was
already did
here.
my DNR. I
She
did
was
all of
here,
my,
and then we told her you'll be back.
yeah, but I still have my medical orders in place. I'm getting that, formalized on Monday. It's like, I'm still doing that.
And come on
I have
now.
to. I have to. I had to do it before. It's no, I know, you guys, it's not an emotional thing for me anymore. I had to do it in 2009 when I was having breakthrough seizure after breakthrough seizure. And it just, I'm past the emotion because I recognize what kind of situation that it would leave for the people that I love most. And I love myself enough to know I don't want to do that to them. And that's what
And
it is.
just hearing you say you love yourself fills me with love. And I'm sure other people, I hope that enough. That is
Yeah.
what this group is for. And I just want to say thank you. Thank you for everything you've said, and thank you for that. That is what this is for.
Yeah,
I truly,
I was just like you, Jamie. I was almost ready. It's like, fuck this. I'm so done. I will take all the clobazam I have. I don't care. I was out, done. And these guys literally, my safety net. So we're just making it bigger and stronger and catching all you guys. Yeah.
We're just
Love you.
And Pookie wanted to do something different. He didn't want it to be a message board. He wanted to, be close.
That's what I told her. I wanted a community, not just a message board. That's what epilepsy is. I mean,
Even when we're not on the podcast, we're doing stuff close on the Reddit channel.
Is my microphone? Can you hear my hear
we
me
can
without?
hear you.
Okay, good. I'm in the bedroom, in bed right now.
We can hear you.
Okay, good. Thank you. I'm sorry.
my stupid dog is gonna bark, so I'm gonna have to stay muted probably for a while.
Okay, I got something. I actually don't have it, but
Okay, I'm good.
I got it here.
Damn it, it won't go.
I don't think any of us could relate to this, but we could help this person because it was a recent post. It says, daughter's first seizure. My daughter is 13 and had a seizure. First one, hopefully the last one. Last night, it was triggered by playing video games. The ambulance took her to the ER and blood work and urine was fine. Rural ER, so they don't have specialists on call. She followed up with the primary provider today and is being referred to a neurologist. What can I expect with the appointment and what tests will they do? Also, I'm terrified she will have another while sleeping and no one is in her room with her. What can we do? Are there some sort of monitors or alarms that would alert me if she does? We are a low income family as well, so I'm not sure what we can afford, what the affordable options are. I myself am anxious. I have OCD, so I haven't slept since it happened, and I'm terrified to sleep tonight.
Did she say where they live?
Mothers.
Where is that?
Sleep with. I would
No,
sleep
I'm saying
I would
the
sleep in the
mothers. You guys are
same.
mothers. You guys can answer this.
Well, all I heard
That's
was
rough.
rural area. She didn't specify where
Yeah.
exactly, but she
No.
definitely said rural area and no surprise after that, all about how there weren't any specialists. Or so her daughter did not get an EEG. Is what I'm
Yeah.
gathering from that post. And I'm on a neurology board that literally asks the OP question was, how do I diagnose? How do I get a more way of diagnosing seizures? And somebody said, I didn't get a seizure out of a patient for 3 years on an EEG. And I mean, from the clinical side, that's another reason that what you guys got going here is a great thing, because there's a
So,
whole other side of this that just never gets analyzed by the ones who are suffering because of it.
well, I will say I used to work for, and it's kind of ironic, I guess. I used to work for a telemedicine company. So we used to have a bunch of contracts with hospitals all over the country, and we would get consults in. So say it would be a consult that would come in and it would say a patient's name, whatever, status epilepticus. And it would be because they had no, specialist there. And then we would assign the specialist to them. The neurologist would see them virtually, whatever. And if they knew that it was actually status epilepticus or stroke or whatever it was, they would tell them, you need to take them here, or you need to take them there. Because if they're in, say, this place in Kentucky or here in Virginia, or, in a very rural area, and they're having status epilepticus, you either need to get them to a place they can be taken care of, or you're going downhill. And if a place can't actually realize that, then, and unfortunately, a lot of places don't have contracts with telemedicine places like that either. So the fact that that mother is reaching out, hopefully we can either tell them that, or they can take them somewhere, because that is one thing I realize. I see that in my head all of the time, is the consults we would get, it would say stroke, status epilepticus, and what would they do? They'd have to be transferred somewhere else, because it would be in Fauquier, Virginia, or this place, rural areas that no one could take care of them at. So that's all I have to share. That's the one thing that I think is so ironic that I have knowledge of, but I don't really know what else to say on that. So
That's really helpful, Jamie, though. That's really helpful in our group too.
Absolutely. Anytime you can use any experience or information that it is helpful.
Somebody's gonna hear it.
Well, good.
Exactly. Because I don't think it's that coincidental. A lot of us do have experience in the medical field. I did billing, but
really,
same
wow.
deal. I would see a lot of, the same conditions. That just surprised me, honestly, at how expensive it was, or how much they billed for initial treatment before there was even a diagnosis.
Right.
And, obviously they had to come up with a diagnosis, but that's where the PNES was all more often. It's like they want to treat epilepsy as more of a last resort.
Right.
And trying to diagnose something or anything else before epilepsy. But that's a shame about all those like rural places that, like you said, it's status epilepticus. It requires immediate treatment, and now these people have to expect to travel and stay alive.
Right. Exactly.
How many brain cells die on the way?
Well, hey, I know you don't see me, Rick, but I wanted to say hi and see how you're doing. We had a couple newcomers in. Jamie's new with us tonight, and I think she's still there. I can't see. I'm struggling,
I
but I
am.
wanted to make sure you guys, because I'm gonna have to jump out. I'm gonna be here just listening. But I wanted to say hi to Rick because I haven't seen you in quite a while. I think one of our first meetings ever so long ago, maybe 5 weeks. This whole thing is growing leaps and bounds. I'm so excited. So I'll be here hanging out, but in the dark and the quiet.
Gotcha.
All right. Well, thank you.
Yeah, Rick, nice to meet you.
Hey, nice to meet you too.
I don't think we've met.
I got something here. It says, how do you cope?
Well, wait, I'm cutting in. I'm cutting you off, Pookie, because okay, this is my moment of takeover. Tom
Uh-oh.
has not met Rick. So how about we have Rick share his story and then we can
And
get
vice
some more.
versa.
Yeah, there you go.
All right. Well, I'll try to make this short.
You don't have to.
Years of you guys got 2 hours. Years of ear infection ate away at the bone between my brain compartment and my inner ear. And I had years of cerebral spinal fluid leak, which caused migraines all the time, various pains, nerve pain, all types of fun stuff. And kept getting ear infections. So I had an ENT surgeon give me do a deviated septum surgery. And I happened to have an ear infection at the time. And I also had part of my brain had herniated through some of the holes in the bone. And so the infection actually went up into my brain and caused an abscess, which was misdiagnosed for a few weeks, and the pain was just getting worse. I kept going to the ER, went to various doctors. The first doctor so anyway, I actually had a seizure on April 20th, 2023. And when I went to the ER, the ER doctor says, well, everybody's entitled to one seizure, right? And that was it. I'm like, okay. They misread the CAT scan. They sent me home. I kept going back to the ER, went to various doctors. They gave me all types of pain medication. The pain didn't go away. And then I had another seizure after I took a shower. That was fun. Going into the ambulance, not wearing anything, but went to the ER. They did another CAT scan. They found the brain abscess, helicoptered me over to, I was in Manhattan, Kansas, and they flew me over to Kansas City, where they did emergency brain surgery number 1. I still had some problems, so then I had brain surgery number 2. And early 2024, they took me off anti-seizure medicine because they thought, hey, we know the reason. But I was warned that, there were possibilities I might wind up still having seizures, which I did 11 months later. So I officially have epilepsy, temporal lobe epilepsy. So how'd I do? Did I keep it short?
That is an
Sure.
Okay, is
incredible
that it?
way of presenting your battle. Absolutely. Thank you for coming to the group and sharing.
For sure.
You're welcome. You're welcome.
Okay, so at the age of 13, I was diagnosed with epilepsy. That was 50 years ago. Through high school. There's so much of my life I don't remember.
I feel you.
Okay, so I'm going to jump all the way up to 20 years ago.
I'm 42 and I'm feeling old now.
I'm 60. I just turned 64. But anyway, okay, yeah, 20 years ago, I got saved by my wife. I was going to be out in the streets again. No medication, no hospital. No insurance. I met my wife. She took me in. I was able to get a job because I had an address. Got my degree and got a good job. And my employer was really cool. He accepted the fact because he had a child that was epileptic. So he gave me a big leeway. And I became a designer, had a good job. Then I got really good insurance. And then after I did that, my epilepsy it blew up. And I couldn't give my employer I didn't feel justified working on Intel projects, being epileptic and working on $1 million jobs. Anyway, he let me go with a big, he let me have insurance for another 9 months. So, during that time, I got a good neurologist, and I still didn't have SSDI, which I started back when I was 15 years old and never went through.
Oh, wow.
But so now let's go back to 2020, 2000. I finally got SSDI, and I'm in Vancouver, Washington. So I got onto Kaiser through SSDI, was able to go to OHSU, which is a huge medical school, was able to get brain surgery, which was right temporal lobe, which that didn't fix anything. It reduced my seizures. Then a few years after that, I got VNS, which again reduced them more. And now I'm to the point in my life where I've been epileptic so long and I've been able to function in my present stage. And actually today I got off of Keppra. No, not yet. No, because I'm not telling that guy I'm going to take that stuff. But yeah, so I'm a functional epileptic at this point. I found Reddit, and then I found this subreddit. And since I'm used to being on Zoom, this was very easy. And now here I am. And the conversation. That's Tom 101.
Tom 101. Oh, well, thank you for all that. And, welcome. Good to see you. Good to meet you.
Good to be here.
So I'm just reading through these kind of random topics in the neurology Reddit and, searching between epilepsy and seizures. And it looks like, I mean, the general idea is not, they don't become epileptologists. I mean, the ones posting on here anyway. So obviously they're already posting with questions. But it sounds like, they're really just basing this decision on what their options will be. This one response is detailing basically how much time do you want to spend treating patients, how many times do you want to be in clinic and working from home. And they said, okay, well, if it's an 80-20 split, then you have a good chance of getting into a group with the rest of the neurologists, but you have to still work the rounds and you won't be able to pick your epilepsy patients. So that's another way to think about how a lot of these doctors get into this practice, just because it seems like, maybe the best opportunity at the time to get this fellowship for a specialty, and they think they're going to be making better money.
Oh, did I tell you that this new neurologist that is through Kaiser is actually, he is on contract. Have you ever heard of a neurologist working at a hospital on contract? This guy is
I
going to
know
be
it just because of the RNS, because of the implant. So half of the
I'm
techs that
rolling
I
my
see
eyes.
are contract, are ones that are just contracted by the hospital to go from, Tampa to Fort Lauderdale to Miami to Palm Beach, to all the major cities,
right,
and just handle the patients with the RNS, because the neurologists don't know shit. They're not
that's
going to know
cool.
how to
Well,
read the data that I transfer every day.
I was just talking to my wife about what this guy had prescribed for me. And of course, I already told you guys what it is, right? Copanex or something. But anyway, he wants me to stop the Keppra that I'm taking and start on this stuff.
Wait, he wants you to start on the Copenax?
Yes. He wants me to just stop the Keppra and pick up this stuff. And it's like,
Excopri. Yeah.
excuse me, I don't think that's going to happen.
There's got to be a
So,
tritation.
I know. What I did is I mean, he didn't even want me to come in. I did all this via over my phone, you know,
Telehealth.
what do you call it? Video. Yeah,
Yeah,
telecom.
you call it telehealth.
So I told him, I said, well, before I do all this, I'm going to come in because I haven't seen a neurologist in 2 years. So I told him, I said, well, I'll tell you what I'll do. I'll come in and we'll sit down and you can get to know me. I'll get to know you and then we'll talk. Because as soon as he told me that, it was a big red flag. I know better than to get off a Keppra like that. So I got a appointment in a month. So I'm not going to get off Keppra until at least I go in, talk to him and find out what his deal is. Talk to me. What's this all about? Why do you want me off of this? I mean, I want off Keppra, but I want to find something that I won't have all these side effects, but it will serve me correctly.
Just choose, like, why did you choose this one? What is
Exactly.
this going to do?
This is a brand new drug, right?
It is. It is a very new drug. I'm
And I
not
mean,
sure how many people are liking it or not. It was a failed one for me. Doesn't mean a dang thing. I failed on lots of things. So
well, as soon as
hopefully
I
stock
told
in
him I
that.
went off, as soon as I told him I went off Keppra, boom, he didn't even think about it. Oh, okay, I got something for you. And I was like, wow, I don't even know you.
I mean, it is kind of quick to go for like the very newest one. Like, kind of usually they go through, okay, there's Keppra, and then there's the next one that's been oldest, and then the
And what have
next
you
one.
been on?
Who, me?
What have you gone through?
Who, me? Oh,
No, well, him. That's a
well,
question
exactly.
you
That's
might
what I'm
want to
saying.
ask me.
He should have gone through all of that, and then he should have, said, okay, well, this is the next closest thing, or if we want to go with
Well, this
something
doesn't
different.
work.
He
That
just
doesn't
went
work.
that way. I don't know, man. I'm
Yeah.
sorry.
I'm like, wait a minute,
I'll
wait a
shut up
minute,
now.
wait a minute. I wasn't born yesterday. I've been doing this for 50 years, right? I don't know. I don't know. So that's another volume in my book here. I can't hear you.
I just said everybody should ask questions. Anytime
I
you,
learned that from you.
everybody should
And
ask questions. I mean,
from
I'm still trying to remember mine from like 5 minutes ago.
once again, I want to thank
Oh
all
yeah,
you
we've all been
people
there.
on this Zoom. I've learned so much in what, 2
And
weeks
always
maybe?
be wary of every medication,
Yeah,
even over the
Especially if
counter.
the neurologist presents it like a salesman.
exactly. It's like, how much are you making?
No, it feels like you're at a car dealership sometimes.
How much money do you get for prescribing me this medication?
And do you have to be
Actually, I
taking
feel
it for 2 weeks and not die, and then they get their commission, or how's that work?
I don't
That's
yeah,
the
really.
question I would love to ask these people.
I do have a question, I
This
guess.
life here,
Hopefully,
man, sucks.
usually with my memory, I have to stop thinking about what I'm trying to remember in order to actually have it come back to me. So let me ask a different question. How many of you guys are still working or not working? I
I'm
unfortunately
working.
lost my telemedicine job because of the amount of seizures I was having. So I'm not working anymore. What about you guys?
I'm working.
I'm working.
Oh, that's another thing. If I stop this medication, I'm going to have seizures, at least a few, right?
Right.
I'll
Yeah.
lose my job.
Right.
I can't be out in the middle of Costco having seizures.
You're right. Rick, you said you're working?
Yeah, I'm
Yes, I
giving
am.
away samples. I'm sorry.
No, you're fine.
No, you're fine, Tom.
I was just saying, I just can't. I can't be out in Costco giving away samples and having seizures in the middle of the store.
Right.
So I don't know. I might just stay on Keppra.
Yeah, well, I had lost my telemedicine job because of the amount of seizures, and then they switched. I don't know what they switched a few and whatever, and then I got a job at Sam's Club, which I'm like, oh, I love Sam's Club. Let me be a personal shopper and this and that. I wasn't even there for a month, and then I lost that one because of them. So I'm like, I'm so curious how people can work with epilepsy. It's, I'm excited for people that can, but it's interesting just because of the way it works. I mean, and also just because of how different people's epilepsy can be.
Right.
Well, I'm sure a lot of it depends on experience too. The ones who have more, specialized experience in working with their hands and around equipment, for example, that could be
That's
lethal
dangerous.
if you have, yeah, it could, if you work in a more dangerous environment to have a seizure,
Right.
then something's definitely going to have to change. Since I was in the office making calls most of the time before I had to leave, when I tried to go back to work, I chose a telemarketing job. I was making calls for 3 hours a day, 4 days a week, and honestly, that worked because it didn't, I didn't make too much money to lose the
Gosh.
disability, but my family was still too young, so they could not stand for having any background noise, and I just couldn't provide that, so I had to leave that one. But that is a job, and that was encouraging because it reminded me that I can still function, just
I'm
definitely have to
sorry.
adapt.
Right. And I guess that'll be my last question, because clearly the other one is just not coming back to me. I'm in the process of getting it. Does everyone here have disability?
No, I don't.
Oh.
No.
That's what I wanted to say is I'm on SSDI and able to work because they're willing to work with me as far as the amount of hours I work. So I'm working and getting SSDI.
Okay.
Go ahead, Sailor Mom.
I I went on state disability for 9 months the first time, and then I had to write a letter saying that I was going back to work against my doctor's orders because I was still having seizures, but we needed the money, and I love my job. I was an ice cream cake decorator and an ice cream store manager or assistant manager, and yeah, so and then I like about, I don't know, 9 months, a year, and then I had to go on the California disability again. And then when that ran out, I did the same thing. I wrote another letter against my husband's wishes, against my doctor's wishes, and I went back with my daughter as my assistant this time. But yeah, basically, it's an extremely dangerous environment, and it was really just a matter of time until something really deadly happened to me. And a lot of times I was by myself in the shop, it's giant knives. Everything is concrete or glass or metal. And, what if I have a seizure in the freezer or whatever? So, yeah, I had to stop. And then my doctor had been begging me to go on disability from the very beginning because he was like, this is not going to stop. Even if I do exploratory surgery, even if I do this and that, you're going to have to take medication and you're never going to stop having seizures. That's it. Sorry. Just accept it.
With you,
Accept it.
and maybe it's different in states. How long did it take you to get your disability when you filed for it?
I was really, really lucky.
Okay. That's a good point to make.
I was very, very lucky because I had so many seizures on record, like in the hospital. I did 2 in-hospital EEG stays, and each one was scary to the doctors. So, And they've gone through so many different medications, and just, you know, my doctor wrote a letter that was like, I will write any letter you want because I don't want you to work. You can't work anymore.
There we go.
So
That's really nice. Wow.
and so then my husband had to write a
That's really
letter. My husband is disabled. So he wrote a letter saying, you know, she just can't. I know this. And, you know, my daughter does the cooking and stuff like that. So to
Oh,
keep us
good.
both safe.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's, you know, I was lucky because I know a lot of people, when I told my mother that I got disability the first time that I tried, she didn't believe me. She was like, because her dead fourth husband tried for like 3 years before he got it. And I was like, but I can't work. Like, I'm sorry that Mr. 3 packs a day and, you know, a bottle of bourbon a day can't get disability, but I'm not doing nothing bad. You smacked my head into a crib when I was an infant. This is your fault, whether you admitted it or not.
That's why you have epilepsy?
Yes. And she won't fucking admit it. Excuse my language,
Oh.
but I gave her every opportunity to make up a story about how I fell off a bed or had a high fever or any other thing, because my doctor gave me a bunch of other options until that one specialist found the place in the back of my head where all of the seizures come from, and it's like this long, and it's smacked in right behind my ear, and it clearly shows that someone cracked my head against something straight and solid, and that brain never grew. And it does not at all, it like surprised me that she didn't want to go have me looked at when they said that things were happening. She decided it was mental. Because who wants to say you did that to your baby because you have,
They can't
you know,
admit it.
postpartum
That's
depression, right?
ridiculous.
But
Right.
I have a couple other reasons why I think that, right? Like my dad had this huge puppy that was perfectly fine with my mother. And then one day he wouldn't let my mother near me when I cried. He would stand between us and growl at her. Why would a dog do that? Right? Like a baby puppy, a giant lab Great Dane mix. Why would he do that? He would
protecting
stand
you.
over my crib and not let her near me.
Was. Just like Angel said, dogs know.
I know, so I don't believe her. I'm sorry, Mom, if you see this.
Hey, you don't need. And one thing my mom will tell me, you don't need to be sorry for that. You know.
I do, and so I don't, yeah, like I don't have any particular. We don't talk much. And
I put in the chat. I don't know if anyone here currently has temporal lobe epilepsy, but so what kind of epilepsy do you have then, since it was in the.
Let's go ahead and pull this up just so I say it properly. Let me just make sure. I want to be positive that I got it just right. But it took about 4 specialists to find that particular spot. They knew where it was coming from, but they couldn't figure out why. So let's see here. We've got. Okay. Visit. Here we go. Clinical notes. I'm sorry, everybody. I know I'm being loud and annoying here and taking a long time. Refractory non-lesional focal epilepsy arising from left posterior temporal lobe with propagation to the right temporal region.
Oh my gosh. I
took
I laughed. I've just never heard of that.
Right. And it took them bunches and like 3 years or more to actually find the injury that caused it. Anyway, yeah.
Wow.
Sorry.
No, that's.
Yeah, sorry guys, it's dark in my room. I actually do have my camera on, but I don't know what your diagnosis is, Jamie, Mine is, I started with temporal lobe, left temporal lobe. And then it just seems to have evolved into what one doctor called a focal 2 bilateral tonic-clonic multiplex, because we cannot locate the foci anymore. And it just makes me a perfect candidate for an RNS, you know?
Okay, what kind of, and unfortunately, I feel like that's the route I'm leading down. What kind of seizures do you have? Do all kinds, or like what are the
Oh yeah.
most
Pretty,
often
yeah,
ones you're having?
pretty much all of them. I mean, I can have anything from just a
Okay.
this quick little drop seizure where, you know, I'll have a myoclonic seizure and whack myself with my coffee cup. You know, I'll
Yeah.
have those on Sunday. Like last Wednesday was more focal. But it did get out of control to the point where I wasn't responding. And then it happened
Yeah.
again Sunday. But from the description, I'm thinking it was more focal complex. But I'll go
Yeah.
all the way. I'll go all the way to tonic clonic. And I know from experience, if I'm gone tonic clonic, the next step is status epilepticus. So,
And yeah,
I have
that's well,
yeah, I have the whole active seizure spectrum.
see, and that's where, well, my first one was status epilepticus. It was, like I said, I was seizing for over, like, I think almost 10 minutes. They got the ambulance there. I was foaming at the mouth, all that. They got me at the hospital. And then I was so aggressive. They said it took like, I was like trying to fight 9 people. So they sedated me. And
Yeah.
then the second seizure I ever had was just a focal one. It was just me staring at my dad, and he's like, Jamie, and I'm just staring at him. And then it just led down the route of, like you're saying, the drop attacks, or I still have tonic-clonics, or I have the complex partials, like any kind of seizure. And I mean, seriously, like I could be sitting in this chair and I'm totally fine, and the next thing you know, I'm like,
Yeah.
what? Like literally, like any kind. And my neurologist has explained to me, like, yes, I have temporal lobe epilepsy on this side, but it could start on this side, and the next thing you know, it's over here. And it's just like yeah, and it's like
Yeah, so
we
it's
understand,
bilateral. Yeah.
right? And it's like we understand that, but a lot of other people don't. So it's like it's good to understand it, but it's
Oh
really
yeah.
hard to process it when it's
Oh my
happening or
God, I know.
after it happens.
I
And it's
the
oh my
biggest
gosh.
thing that would get me is this is different than last time. Or last time you were fine. It was over, you were fine. You were fine a minute ago. What happened? You know, all things like that. It's like, you've got to be kidding me. Are you really,
Yeah.
really, you know, and I hate to do it, but it's like, I don't want to have to explain this to you again. Go Google it, okay? Because, and we don't have to explain that to each other here. You know, we get it.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's every other type of seizure. I had a neurologist
And
here say, oh, well, there's no way. If you have epilepsy, you have one kind of seizure and that's it. I'm like, dude, I don't
goodbye.
know what kind of epilepsy.
That's so
Yo, bro,
that's so
go back to
crazy.
school. And he's younger than my youngest child, okay? So I was like, look, kiddo, let's start over here, okay? You don't want to do this. You really don't want to do this to yourself. But yeah.
It really is. Well, and actually this is one, I think, one of the last questions, because my original neurologist, the one I'm seeing tomorrow, is the one that confirmed that this happened. And I haven't had them in a while, but you guys are actually making me laugh how it's reminding me.
Mhm.
Have any of you guys had the seizures where you, like, I can't remember the names of them, but like you laugh
Oh.
like
out of control. Like, it's almost uncomfortable how hard you're laughing or crying.
Yeah. Galactic.
Oh,
That's Sailor Mom. She does a gross scream Galactic.
I
She
played it
does a
once.
fantastic Galactic.
you said Sailor Mom, that's you?
Yeah.
Oh, I do the
you-
most horrific
oh.
Japanese like horror ghost thing, and I played a video of it, and my husband ran from like the 3rd floor above us and almost broke his ankle because he thought I was actually having one. Because I sat down at the dining room
Because
table.
you were
like,
laughing, or?
no, because I was screaming, like, because I'll just put my head back and drop my jaw open and just scream, and I'm not there, like, at all. Like, I'm gone, but I will scream and scream. It's kind of scary, guys, huh? Anybody who saw it? What'd you think?
Oh yeah. Well, and having your husband run down, because she played the video, Jamie, and she was
Oh my
showing
God,
us, and her
don't scare
husband
him
didn't
again. I
know.
feel for him.
So he came running and just about knocked her off her chair.
Yeah, and he
we're
almost
like,
broke
oh
his
my
ankle
God.
too. He was
Yeah, because she was like, she didn't tell him, oh, I'm gonna play this video. He thought it was happening in real time.
I felt really, 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 really bad.
Yeah, but we saw him.
I apologize.
I told him.
Sorry,
Everybody was
guys.
sorry.
I don't know why that kicked me. I don't know what happened.
Warn
You were
him
saying
next time you want to play that video.
your husband ran down the stairs. That's the last thing I heard.
Well, he ran down the stairs because he thought it was happening in real time because it was that, like, it was sounds that intense, right? And he almost broke his ankle. Like when he hit the last stair, his ankle turned 90 degrees. I can't believe. And he almost knocked, like Ann said, he almost knocked me off my chair because he was freaking out. He thought I was, yeah.
See,
Right.
and those are honestly the weirdest. And like, even my family, they'll be like, "Are you okay?" And literally, I mean, I'll be like, my stomach will hurt because I'll literally be like losing my mind, and they're like, "What?" I mean, it's the craziest thing that's a seizure. I truly, epilepsy is the weirdest thing in the world. I mean, I just can't understand it.
But that's why it's so easy to accept the history of people seeing epilepsy as either, the God speaking through you. I think Sailor Mom brought this up about the Greeks who were like the only ones in the history of time to ever perceive epilepsy as not an evil illness. It was like God speaking
God,
through
you are
and not
touched by
demons.
God. The gods are
Exactly.
speaking through you.
Yeah.
I'm gonna tell my mom. I'm gonna tell my mom this, and she's gonna be like, "What?" She's gonna be the only one who's gonna understand that.
Exactly. No need for the
That's so
exorcism.
funny.
Let's just go with this train of thought.
Well, no, and really that was when I first had it. I really was. I'm like, is the devil inside of me? Is that what's happening? Is that
You don't know what to think.
and it really is like it's like what is inside of me? What's going on? What is it? And it's not until you're truly around people like this that it's like, okay, stop, accept, and realize it's life. You're okay. like look at me when I joined an hour ago, and look at me now. I'm talking like I'm a normal person in the group. Like, thank you guys. I feel
Yeah.
so much better.
So happy, so happy to have you, Jamie.
I had
Thank
to
you.
retell my mom and dad. Lightning
you,
storm
guys.
in my head.
Thanks, Spooky. Yeah. Yeah, thanks you guys. I'm so glad we've got this.
Seriously, thank you, everyone.
You're very welcome.
Absolutely.
No problem.
Acceptance is so healing, isn't it?
I'm glad I got banned.
So now we have another common point
Now
that
you're
we can
making
bond
us
over.
laugh.
Yeah, now we can all bond over getting banned on other Reddits just for promoting this channel.
Wait, Tom, you got banned?
Yep.
Are you fucking kidding me? I mean, I'm sorry.
No, last night I was on Reddit and I was reading some of the posts, and I thought this person needs to be on our Zoom podcast. and I went through, I invited 15 people, and I think 3 of them were on today. Isn't that right, Jamie? Let me see, it was Jamie,
There was a couple noobs. That's for sure.
Jamie, and
Yes,
Emma.
sorry, I was muted, but yes, I'm here.
Yeah, it was Jamie, Emma, and another girl.
Melissa, maybe.
Melissa. Yeah.
Melissa. Yeah, there you go. Yeah. And I was just randomly picking people. People that were having some really tough times with their epilepsy, and I thought, well, these people need to be on here with us. And three of them out of 15 so far.
And now
And
you're
I'm like, cool beans.
That's awesome.
That was well worth it.
Yeah.
And I think Pookie was saying something about his mods are getting banned. So I'm just like, last night when I'm looking through the boards, I'm like, all right, I'll respond here, but I'll send you a DM inviting you to the chat, the Zoom.
Yeah. I don't know how they do. How do they find out that I was DMing people?
Yeah, so even that strategy might not be totally foolproof if you never actually
Yeah.
posted it on the chat or on the
No,
board or
I
whatever they
did
call
not.
it.
Right.
Yeah, that's pretty
I
curious.
that's it. I DM.
Unless you messaged a bot or one of their moderators.
Oh.
Yeah, every group's got rats. But here's another curious point that I really enjoy reading all these, like, I don't know, academic kind of articles that I can find for free because they're never in America. They're all they're all out of like Europe and the UK and stuff. But this one makes an important point that although 1 in 4 new epilepsy diagnoses occur in those above 65, older adults have been historically marginalized in epilepsy care. This demographic today represents the fastest growing segment of people with epilepsy, yet they account for a mere fraction of those undergoing surgical interventions. The complexities that accompany aging necessitate a deeper understanding of factors that influence surgical outcomes in this demographic. So, can anybody here speak to that marginalized feeling because of your age or comorbidities? You feel like they just want to keep you on the meds and not even talk about anything else?
Yeah, you think? I mean, let's face it, I'm 64, and even if an RNS is an option for me again, are you gonna really want to do that surgery?
That's why
And
kind of why I was thinking about you when I read this so that we
yeah,
could come up with a game plan.
yeah. And
Can I
that's
ask a question? Because I think I was confused by the question. Are you saying that you're asking if they want to just keep you on the medicine and not go the surgery route, or the opposite?
What caught my eye is that the largest growing demographic is people who are 65 and older, but that's the least amount of people that are getting the surgeries.
Oh.
So that gave me the impression that, again, in demographics based on, a lot of times it's low income, a lot of times it's age based, and
Right.
there are definitely demographics that are marginalized, especially in epilepsy, to just stay on the cycle of continue the meds, try another one. And I can definitely attest to that now that I'm bringing up records from 2018. They're trying medicines again that have already failed.
Right.
But since it's been 2 decades, sure, why not?
And what is the RNS compared to VNS? What is that?
VNS is here in your neck.
Go ahead, Tom.
All I know is the VNS is here in my neck. The RNS.
Oh, you have that.
Yes,
Okay.
it's hooked up to your vagus nerve. That's where the V comes from.
Yeah.
The generator now is right above. It's in my left, above my left nipple. On my chest. That's where, and then there's a wire that runs from there over to my my vagus nerve, and it's connected to it.
The RNS?
is in your brain, I think.
RNS has a few
Oh,
different ways they do it. Some of the
no,
electrodes
thank you.
go, I mean, it's a
Mm-hmm.
craniotomy. They take out a piece of your skull, and that's where they put what I think Tom referred to as a generator. And you can have a few different kinds of electrodes depending on where your foci are or how many there are. Some of them they do
Mm-hmm.
on like on the surface, and sometimes they'll do a rod that goes into deeper parts of your brain, and I have two of those back here. And they just estimate, you go back for surgery every 5 to 10 years to get the battery changed. You can see specialists every 3 to 6 months to adjust the settings, go over the data transfers. We have this little magnet that, goes on. In my
Yeah.
case, it's in my head. And Tom, do you record data? Do you do the data transfers too?
No, not that I'm
Okay.
aware of.
Yeah, no,
But
I
I
have
do
to.
have a magnet to swipe,
Yeah,
and
see, the
which I've
magnet to
got.
swipe is just a bookmark for them. But in my case, they want the data every good. But I think this might be because I was at a teaching hospital too, that they want me to download and transfer the data every day
Oh wow! I
to
know. No.
establish, but
Meant to do
again,
that
this is
now.
untractable
That's what I'm
epilepsy. This is a kind that I think I was just a prime patient
Right.
for the teaching hospital when the
I think
reps
I was a
visited.
guinea pig for the students.
I get the vibe. I get that guinea pig vibe too sometimes. But that's what's so
Like I
interesting
said, this
about
was
your
20 years
demographic.
ago. This was 20 years ago when I had the
Oh,
surgery.
you had VNS long before your 60s.
Oh no, my brain surgery. But then
Oh, okay.
after my brain surgery, which was like 15 years ago, I got the VNS.
So your brain surgery, was that a resection?
A what?
They took out part of your brain that they thought were
Uh,
the seizures?
it was just about a thumbnail size right of my uh above behind my uh or no 2 inches above my right right ear. So that's what right temporal lobe.
Okay, so but you got to keep your skull and all of that. They
Yeah.
just took out that one section.
Yeah.
And did
Yeah.
they sell it to you by saying these are going to stop your seizures? This is where that focal point is, where the seizures
Oh, my
originate?
wife is pissed
Oh,
because they told her that, oh, it's going to be all better.
yeah.
And no. And you got me, Katie, when you said, did they sell it? I thought you were talking about my piece of brain. Did they not?
Who knows?
I
I was
tried to
thinking
get
that
it
too.
back. I wanted it back, but they wouldn't let me have it.
See, I didn't even think to ask that. And then they took a piece of my
It's
skull.
mine.
I could do something, I might actually let my daughter put that under her microscope. She might use it then.
Yeah.
Why
Yeah,
not?
there you go.
It's better than mosquitoes.
Anybody ever think about
You still have
uh
to take
yeah,
medication, seizure medications.
yeah.
Oh yeah, this is still
I
uncontrolled epilepsy, and I gotta tell myself to stop feeling stupid every time something happens with this thing, or it, end up beeping going through a metal detector. And yeah, I'd hate having to explain it because, like you all know,
yeah.
explaining this shit is just, it gets old fast.
And hey, you know what? I have come to the point where this is Tom. Sometimes I sound like an asshole because I don't know what I'm talking about. Or it's like today I was talking to my wife. I couldn't think of a femur. My mom, because my mom was broke her femur. I was I was telling my wife, yeah, mom broke her calf. No, it wasn't calf. It's the one here in the middle of your leg, your upper leg, but I could not think of femur for the life of me. And which is that one, yeah, it's just one thing, but no, there's just so many things that seizures do as far as our memory, our thought process, and some days are better than other days. I'm sick. I'm done. I'm epileptic. I have seizures. I will always have seizures. I will be on medication. I will always be on medication. This is Tom. This is who I am. And end the conversation. I love myself.
So Anne, what's the game plan if they don't bring up any seizure surgeries or, you know, acceptable alternatives for your treatment plan?
The least that they have to do at this point is return me back to the treatment plan that we had before I got to Rochester. And to do that on the minimum is to offer me the RNS. I mean, not the RNS, the VNS, and at least maybe do some evaluation for that. But I refused to do another LTM. And I don't want to go in there making it sound like this is what I want. You have to give it to me or else. You know, I'm not blackmailing anybody, but this should have happened 5 years ago. Right. You know, I should have been able to go ahead and get those electrodes to see if I was eligible for a DBS or an RNS. But now, you know, just basically seeing if I can still do the new VNS. And if they don't want to hear me out, then okay, this, you know, I'm going to have to go somewhere else. And I'll just go back to Buffalo because they're the next closest epilepsy center. And that's where I was diagnosed anyway. So, but it's already been reported as far as what's gone on since 2020. But this doctor has a choice. And that's the first thing I'm telling him. You know, look, it's up to him. Whether I walk away and we move forward with treatment, or I walk away and I move forward with reporting them.
But you should at least walk away with a referral to a neurosurgeon.
That's a
to
really good
analyze
thing
this
to do.
case, and you know, you know exactly what you can, like you said, the bare minimum is to get back on that plan.
Yeah.
But you're at least going to have a consultation with a neurosurgeon.
Well,
in
here's the
addition to that.
ironic. Yeah. And that may happen. That may happen in Buffalo because in the process of all of this, finding out how two of my previous neurologists, one an epileptologist, is connected to the Association of Epileptologists and also to the National Association of Epilepsy Centers. One of my former neurologists is on the panel, so he's one of the panelists. So he would be among those taking a vote to decide whether or not University of Rochester loses its accreditation.
Your team has got your back. You know that much.
Yeah, and I didn't
You will
know.
definitely be leaving that with the best outcome possible.
Yeah, I think it's going to work out because all I have to do is say, look at my medical records and think twice. Look at who those doctors are. And here is the email with the executive director at the National Association. You know, I'm not showing up to a gunfight with a slingshot this time.
Right.
You know, I need the care that everybody else deserves. And
Yes,
whatever
you do.
circus they've been playing on me, it's got to stop. That's all. But yes, I do have a backup. Even if I just going to Buffalo would be enough because it's only an hour and a half away. I have the same opportunities here. The only reason my previous doctor, Dr. Rovner, wouldn't do it is he's not a part of the epilepsy center. He is a private, he has a private practice.
Private practice, yeah.
Yeah. So, and he knows that I need somebody close by. 4 years ago, he's like, you're not safe there. You are not safe there. And
okay, everybody, Tom's got to go.
All right, Tom.
Have a good
one. Yeah,
All
it's
right.
getting late. It's like
Love
9:30.
everybody. Yeah.
All right, we'll see you
good.
Friday.
All right, until next time.
Yep, see you then.
See you Friday.
But yeah, I mean, if I have to, I will definitely go back to Buffalo and go to Kaleida and just have my, the neurologist out here, all they're going to be for is management and emergency.
And we already know how they are with emergencies. But if they have another epilepsy center telling them you failed this patient, you got to do what we tell you to do, or you will never become accredited again. You know, that's what we're looking at now. But honest to God, Kate, I saw, I don't know, maybe 1-2 violations in reading the 50 pages that I had to read. And when I talked to the executive director, she said, I'm picking up about a dozen. And that was just with my story before I gave her consent to look at my medical records. And that was when she said, I can't even talk to you on the phone. I cannot speak. She was so upset. So we were back and forth in email. And she said, I want you to print this and hand this to that doctor. So I'm like, okay, yay, fun. You know, here's the email from the gavel that will determine whether or not you're an epilepsy center or a clinic. You know, but as far as I'm concerned, yeah, I'm covered. But I'm pissed. I mean, if I have to go 2 hours away just because the doctors here can't put their ego down and say they screwed up, you know, I'm giving this guy an opportunity. He's the only one that doesn't have any strikes against him, you know? So he's got a chance to say, okay, let's fix this from here on out. But the violation that occurred in 2020 up until now has already been filed. That's already been submitted because the executive director was so upset over it. She said, oh yeah, no, we can't let these things happen. So I didn't want anything happening until after the 10th, till after that appointment. So she's being gracious and she's holding off. She said, but she's finding more and more now that she's looking in my records. And she said, this is far beyond their lack of accreditation, the lack of the qualifications or whatever that they have to meet. This is a serious health issue.
Absolutely.
Oh,
Well,
yeah.
once again, you are blazing the trails for everybody else, making it safer, holding people accountable, and telling us how to do the same thing in our own states or areas or whatever it takes.
Yeah.
Pookie,
Yeah.
have you ever wanted to consider surgery or expected a doctor to talk to you about it?
I don't want no surgeries. I've been cut on too many times.
Okay.
Can I ask a question?
Please do.
So my first original and the best neurologist, he's correct me how to say it correct, the specialist, how do you say it?
Epileptologist. Yeah, that takes some practice.
Yes. So he is incredible. He clearly specializes in epilepsy. And then I switched to the other neurologist. And he is a neurosurgeon. And all he does is pushes surgery. Does anyone else experience that? Because it's just like, I understand you may be a neurosurgeon, but surgery is not always the only option. And I've learned that with my original neurologist. That's why I'm going back to him, because yes, surgery may be the option for some people, but with me, with my temporal lobe epilepsy, they've done tests. They've done so much testing with me. And if they take out the part of my brain that they say is necessary, what if they take it out and then I can't talk after? Like, it just doesn't make sense to me how some doctors push certain routes that are not necessary in my brain. And I mean, again, I'm not a doctor, but I feel like things I've heard on this meeting make sense how they go down a route because they can make more money. And it's just like, you're not considering people's lives all the way. And I know I'm kind of getting a little angry here, so I'm just going to kind of stop. But it's like, seriously, if you're going to specialize in a certain way or a certain whatever, at least make sure you're doing it for the right reason, not just for money. Like, the reason I'm going back to my original epileptologist, did I say that correctly?
Perfect.
Is because he shows me so much care and true devotion on taking care of me, of controlling my seizures, my epilepsy, everything. Like, I should have never left him, and the only reason I did is because I actually I don't even know. I'm just gonna leave it at that. It blows my mind how some doctors truly are only doing their jobs because they can make more money. It's crazy to me. That's all I had to
Yeah,
say.
I'll definitely never have the same perspective on healthcare other than just being a business at this point.
Yeah.
And that is true for a lot of patients.
So I got something here. I want everyone's opinion, but I'll start with reading this. So you just listen. It says, how do you cope? 18-year-old, not trying to be political, been having more frequent seizures since 2021. They flared up in 2024. Hi, just this past weekend, I had another seizure, this time 2 hours from home, and it left physical reminders for the past week. I landed flat on my face. I may be sounding like a wuss, but when I say this, but every single time I've had it since they've started back in 2021, I find myself completely entrenched in tears. I've been trying hard to tell myself that everyone around me is supporting me, that they're doing everything they can to find the right meds and figure it out. How can I live with this? Everything about my future sounds so scary. I don't know if I'll be able to drive. No, you won't. As if I didn't already feel useless and behind everyone. They're so unpredictable and I feel helpless. My question is, how do you cope with it all? People who have struggled with it for years. I find myself instantly in a state of deep depression, and I feel like my life will be sandbagged because of it. Not trying to be a trauma dump or whatnot. I'm just at my lowest right now because of it. People who have struggled with it for years, how do you cope?
I will start and then
I've had it for 19 years, so I'm just gonna say my kids.
Yeah.
Kids and family, kids and mom. Don't specify. Kids and my mom.
I will
I'm
definitely
going
say
on 30 years with it, so I will say, yeah, my family, my friends, my daughter, and the universe. This podcast is helping me, you know.
Yeah, I feel like without those people right now, I wouldn't be coping. Be in a different place right now. Next.
My thoughts was always just I have a reason to be here. Don't give up because I have to be their mother. There's nobody else that can do this and do it right, by my standards. So that's pretty much what kept me going on epilepsy as far as learning and making sure that I wasn't just a guinea pig for too long. Not to mention support, knowing when to actually ask for help when I actually needed it and get the right people to help me that weren't going to expect, you know, more back than they deserved. Helping somebody genuinely out of the kindness of your heart, you shouldn't expect payback. And I had to get a lot of those people out of my life.
Rick?
Well, I think part of it is, when I tell people my story, they're like, "Oh my goodness, I can't believe you went through all that." And I'm thinking, I don't have it as bad as a lot of people. So that's my way of coping is my wife and I have a really interesting sense of humor. You know, like when I woke up on the operating room table, one of the doctors said to the nurse, "He's talking already." I said, "Getting me to shut up is the trick." Um, you know, so I'm very lighthearted with things. I take things seriously, but I also look at how much things could be worse. I also have really good support from my wife and my son. I'm lucky that I have support from my job, and also, you know, I have the gospel in my life, and that's really been a good glue for all of us as well. So I feel like that's all my coping mechanisms.
Taylor mom, you're on mute.
Well,
So.
I know. I just, yeah. Well, I've only had it for 5 years. It was hard to give up like my job and to give up driving, like, and acceptance. Acceptance is hard, but how do I cope? Yeah, my kids and my husband, and just trying to figure that every day will be better than the last one, right? And like, now I have you guys too, so that's definitely helps. It's yeah. And I, of course, I pray too, and that's good. But yeah, I understand that it's really hard, and I can't imagine it happening when I was really, I mean, to be diagnosed when I was really young. I imagine I maybe would have done things differently. I don't know, but I'm glad I didn't, you know. Adventure.
No regrets.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Live like every day is your last, right?
Right. Jeff, your turn. You're on mute.
Yep. I'm sorry, what was the question? I missed it.
How do you cope with this, with having epilepsy and everything taken from you?
I cope by coming here on Tuesdays and Fridays. I cope with my wife's support, and coming here on Tuesdays and Fridays. That's the only way to cope for me. If anybody has a better way, you know, I'm open to listen, but for me, that's the only way that works. And when I feel bad, I call my wife, or if she's here, I talk to her, and she calms me down.
And
Well, I come out and hang out with you guys. That definitely changed things. Therapy was a good foundation for me, but it just wasn't cutting, and I definitely needed people that really understood that I didn't have to take all the energy and explain every detail every time, you know, and it's like, yeah, yeah, that's how I cope. And now, you know, just like with everything else, the more I advocate, the more I I do, you know, I try to do as much as I can. I noticed all the reading, the stress, everything that's added to how I've been feeling, you know, but I'm still not sleeping. So, you know, I added more on top of it, but I took some of the stress away, definitely coming and hanging out. And you know, I'm I'm still waiting. I'm sorry guys, but I'm waiting to get banned. I am not kidding. I'm waiting to get booted out of that subreddit. This is so fucking childish. I'm sorry. That's how I cope. Oh my god.
Jamie Lynn? Jamie, you still there?
Yeah, sorry, I had to run and unmute myself. I was making a hamburger. um,
How do you cope?
um, my son, my family. Honestly, I pray and I prayed for friendship, and you guys are here now, and I'm just extremely grateful. So I have you guys, and I'm just excited to see where life takes me now. So thank you for everything today. I'm already in a better place. And I'm excited to tell you guys how my appointment goes on Friday with my neurologist that loves me. Not the neurologist that's just like, "Hey, you ready to take a brain out? Okay, yeah, well, let's go." um, I cope in a way that is genuine, and you guys are genuine. We're all going through the same thing, and hearing, speaking, listening, coping, I truly love is something that is strong and genuine. And when I say I love you guys, I really do. Having people that are going through the same thing that I am is it's crazy. And I just want to say I really am extremely grateful for all of you. And I hope that all of you get better. I hope that we all get better together.
We shall. Speaking into existence.
Amen, Pookie. And hey, my niece, when I got back on, she came over. She's like, "Hey, which one's Pookie?" Because that's the one I used to call Pookie. I'm like, "You can't get back on the camera, but that's him." But yeah, seriously, thank you guys. And whoever's next, go ahead.
I think that was all.
Oh, okay.
I cope just because this helps again, and just knowing that I gotta fight and not think so much about jumping off that cliff, because I have kids to live for, and yeah, but I've been there a couple times, looking down from the edge, wondering if, and then I was like, no, I got kids, I really love them, I don't know what they do without me. And I just love them telling me that they love me. So I'm like, yeah, I just can't see myself just doing that to myself. I mean, I can see it in that state that I was in, but I was just like, I need to not think like this. I have people that are dependent on me.
You're helping them grow, Pookie, and that's beautiful.
Yeah, thank you.
Faith seems like another big one too. Angel typed in the chat that can't forget God with me. So that's definitely another big component
Yes.
of coping mechanisms. That's the word I was looking for.
Amen.
The next one I have, it says, well, Anne has answered this a few times, but this one is new. It says seizure bite remedy. I've been having seizures since I was about 11. I had neurosurgery to remove the cavernomas when I was 13, but they came back when I was 21, and now I'm 23 and having seizures more frequently. I had a grand mal seizure on Sunday and even Sunday evening and bit the inside of my mouth very hard. I still can't eat solids, and I'm struggling to get drinks down and broths. Does anyone have advice on how to numb or control the pain in my mouth? Toothpaste and ice hurt like crazy. Even my tongue and saliva are making my entire mouth sing.
Has anyone else been prescribed it's like lidocaine or something like that?
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say, is that if you can get oral lidocaine, it's an option. Or gargling salt water is the only other like home remedy that I know, but it actually does help. Like, I mean, if anybody had braces, gargling salt water when they would tighten your braces and you get fresh scar tissue, it actually helps. I don't know, but that's
It really
all I
does,
have.
yeah.
Yeah. You can also try taking a little bit of peroxide and a lot of water and gargling that, but I mean, it's best to wait till you're healed a little bit to do that. I wouldn't do that while it's freshly chewed. That's a good
Nah,
salt
come
water
on.
thing.
Brave up, let it burn, it's over. Come on.
Okay, well, so we've got lidocaine, salt water, or possibly a
Suck it up and
very,
shut up.
Yeah,
very,
suck it up,
very
shut up, it's over, okay?
watered down peroxide.
No, 1-to-1, literally 1-to-1.
Oh,
The
okay.
instructions are on every bottle of peroxide that you buy.
Okay, there you go then.
But it literally is. I mean, you're right, Sailor. It's like salt water has that soothing effect, but it doesn't get rid of anything.
Right.
And, it's like, but I got to get rid of this. I got to get those little pieces that are hanging off my tongue.
That you keep biting when you try to eat. Right.
And it's like, no, that's it. They got to go. And the
That's when you
peroxide
go for the
literally just
peroxide.
like,
Yeah.
boom, they're gone. And then the salt water, because yeah, it hurts, but I don't know. I don't know how many degrees of oral injuries you've given yourselves, but yeah,
quite a few.
lacerations, man. When you get a lingual laceration and you literally have part of your tongue, I looked like a snake. I had part of my tongue separated from the other part.
I was gonna ask, that is something that, I mean, I feel like it happens every single time. I mean, even when I don't realize I have seizures, every week I'm biting, it's like I'm almost biting my tongue off. Does that happen to everyone?
It
Okay.
happens. I don't know if it's everyone,
It's
but I know
so
that canned
fun.
tuna has a lot of trouble with it. And I know I do. Anybody
Yeah,
else?
yeah, I do, especially when if I'm having more nocturnal, doesn't have to be a full-blown seizure. It's just enough to tense me up, and I end up in a position
High
that,
five, buddy. Oh,
yeah,
my bad. Okay, he skipped me anyway. Yeah, mine is that's an indication for me when I have my tongue bit up. That's an indication of like a longer one. So typically nocturnal, and if it happens
Okay.
during the day, that the bites will probably be like further up than like
Yeah.
smaller. And if it happens during a tonic-clonic, when obviously I'll have like all the other feelings to tell me what kind of seizure it was, that's the ones where I have to like pray for no stitches, because that's definitely when I get the hardest bites, is like during the day tonic-clonics
Right.
that just last more than a couple minutes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Honestly, I'm glad you guys have reassured that it's okay to ask so many questions, and honestly, I don't feel crazy. Like, I always tell my mom, and honestly, it's really my mom that reassures, "You're not crazy, you can ask me any questions." But honestly, she's not epileptic. It's not like she has, like, a lot of answers. I'm just telling her, "Sorry, I feel crazy, sorry, my memory's like that." But being on this makes me realize I'm epileptic. Everything you're going through is the same thing all of the other epileptics are going through. Like,
No
and this is
apologies.
such a reassuring grip. Literally, I want to drop to my knees and just be like, thank you. Like, thank you to whoever. There was 2 people. Thank you to whoever the 2 people were that shared this group. Obviously, thank you, Pookie, to, like, seriously, this has changed me. But already, it has literally reassured me in so many ways. And now I'm gonna eat my mashed potatoes. I'm still here, but
Yeah,
You
it helps me too.
enjoy.
So, and I see that it helps other people. There's no reason to stop going. It's helping me and other people. So,
yeah,
yeah, keep going. I need this twice a week, if not more.
Yeah. So the new strategy for spreading awareness now is just on other boards. I'm thinking I can still copy and paste the regular, I can relate. This is a group where you can learn a lot, and whatever that message is that I copy and paste to everybody. But I guess we can just do it on other boards now, because Tom even
Yeah.
tried that strategy of direct message and he got banned anyway. So, I mean, I kind of want to hit up more of the neurological groups and try to get more like professionals on here. But then I'll have to try to be restrictive and like not cuss them out if they say anything offensive.
Right, right. I'm so disappointed in that, because there's so many other things that I've done. Like, okay, I'm just gonna throw this out there as a blind example. I love gardening. I love house plants. I love plants, okay? So I am in a gardening group, which has several subgroups for like specific exotic plants. And we share stuff back and forth all the time, and we never ever have this kind of thing happen. Like, oh, I saw this post on the Tradescandia subreddit, or this post is on the Hosta, whatever. And we would share stuff all over the place, and never once. That's why I'm like, what is going on here that we're being attacked by our own people? Is this really for real, or is it an immature experiment from artificial intelligence? I don't know.
It's
Honestly, it's like, it doesn't surprise me there's not an answer, but it doesn't surprise me either that it's something medical, because it's, look at our country, look at the UK, and then look at us. Seriously, it's like, it's embarrassing.
Oh yeah, we've had
Truly.
people, here from the UK and Canada. They're like, we don't get it. We don't understand why you guys are having so many problems. You know, what do you mean you can't afford the treatment? It's not even a question how much the medication costs for them. You don't even think about it because they don't have to. And, it's really opening, if anything, epilepsy and other chronic illnesses, it opens our eyes to see what's really going on, because we have to deal with it almost on a daily basis. At least I have the last couple weeks, and if I have another seizure, I can pretty much guarantee you that I'm going to be there for a few days. And
that's the one thing that truly got me when I was working at the telemedicine company. And when we would have people come in either for stroke or the status epilepticus, they'd be in a rural area at a hospital. They'd come in status epilepticus. They'd say, okay, transfer them to this hospital. 3 days later, same patient would come in for the same thing. And it's just like, how do you expect these people to survive? Obviously never expected to be one of them, but I mean,
They don't expect you to survive.
No, truly, it's just like, again, medical in this country is really just money. It's sad.
I mean, really, like, and I had somebody else on the other subreddit tell me that I couldn't have SUDEP if I wasn't actually dead yet. And I was like, okay, I'm sorry, I did. And I've done it a bunch. And it's like the first thing on my record. Are you sure? Okay, that's cool. My fault.
Yeah, I think I saw that, Sailor. I was like, oh yeah, this is true. You can't officially have SUDEP if you're alive talking about it.
If you
but
manage
you
to survive it.
SUDEP and be brought back from it. Let's see, let's count. How many times have you done it, right? How many? Exactly. It's like, no, wait. I did die. They really did have to bring me back, and they had no other explanation other than epilepsy, other than a seizure. So that's SUDEP, but I didn't die from SUDEP. So
100% seizure,
yeah, but we know,
and the fact that it
risk.
happened, a month and 2 days later again, and then they had me overnight. They were status epilepticus. They wanted to intubate, all that stuff, right? Oh, sure, I wasn't gonna die.
Sure, I wasn't dying. Why did you have a machine breathing for me? Sure. Try again. Yeah. Well, Well, guys, I got to get going. It's getting late here. It's about 10 o'clock. And
It was
I
so amazing meeting you. And I just want to say, seriously, thank you so much for everything.
yeah, I'm so
Yes.
glad you're here.
And you're always a champ.
I love you
Sweet dreams.
guys. I'm doing my best. The
Heads
other
up,
idea
sweetie.
is on
Yeah.
these the YouTube channels.
We love
People
you.
like Andrea, that's where I'm going. Kate is saying, look, we've got this thing going on. We'd love for you to join us.
There
If
you
they're
go.
gonna give us a hard time on Reddit, we might have to start looking for another platform too.
I
So
was gonna
That's what
say
my
we'll
husband was
make
saying.
our own.
Yeah.
yeah, that's
I mean,
right.
that was he's concerned that something would happen to one of us if we get taken down. So yeah.
Yeah, I
He
mean
wants
that
us
is a
to have a
concern.
backup.
That's hard. Sometimes you got to separate yourself a little bit, and but still, it might be something that we have to talk about. But yeah, let them. In other words, fuck them. I feel bad. I'm so glad that the ones who need us are finding us.
And hey,
So,
you
thanks.
said fuck them, and I literally raised my hand. I'm like, hey,
Yeah.
you saw me earlier, and look at me now.
Yeah.
Seriously,
That's
thank
right.
you.
That's right.
I'm so glad you're here. You are so welcome and welcome to be here. Thanks,
Thank
Pookie.
you.
I hope everything goes great for you this week. You said you were moving, right?
Yes, I'm getting moving, get my disability, everything. Hey, you guys are going to be updated. I'll be here every time.
All right. Great.
All right. Okay,
Yes.
you guys,
Awesome.
I will see you in our little happy little Reddit rabbit corner.
Yes.
And I'll talk to y'all soon. Have a great night.
Sleep
You
good.
too, Ann.
Bye.
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 So it's 10 o'clock over here. But I will be on earlier on Friday.
Okay.
Happy to hear from you, Rick.
Yeah.
Thank you.
It's great to
Have
see
a good
you.
night, everybody. See ya.
Night.
Bye.
Okay. I'm here with something that says 38 male first seizure. Saturday, I had a seizure. I'd been feeling nauseous since Friday and generally off. My left eye had been twitching for a couple of days. No idea if that's relevant. Saturday, around lunch, I was feeling rough and wanted to take a nap. A short while later, my wife heard me throwing up. She came in our room and I had vomited in our bed and was seizing, unresponsive. 911 instructed her to clear my airway, but my jaw was clenched. EMS arrived and I was apparently very combative. They got me downstairs, and this is where I start to have some memory. I was very confused about why they were in my house and why they wanted to take me to the hospital. They kept me overnight and completed a CT, EEG, EKG, MRI schedule for next week. Blood work showed signs of acute kidney injury. Here I am 3 days later, and I feel like I got hit by a bus. I have a black eye, dislocated shoulder. My whole body hurts. I'm struggling with some brain fog. That's hard to describe. Familiar things like my house and kids feel slightly unfamiliar. I'm so thankful for my wife and family. She more than likely saved my life. I'm sure all of the residual symptoms will clear up, but I'm feeling pretty rough. And I know I can't drive, so that's special.
Can I ask, did she say this was her first seizure or it's because of a new medicine?
Let's say that one more time.
I'm sorry, because it was kind of like cutting in and out. Did you say that she was saying this is because of a seizure or a new medicine?
I believe just started seizures at 36. Oh no, 38.
Okay, that makes sense.
Says why me? So I thought there was going to be a question in there, but there wasn't.
And if I'm going in and out, I am literally in excuse my bumfuck Virginia. So that's why I keep asking.
It's all right.
That's perfectly fine.
That's a great test to see how my memory is doing at this time of night. If I can even remember the question when you ask. But yeah, at this point, that's probably what we've all heard from a 911 call. Family just gets told to rarely that, put her on her side and, get any objects away. That's I got some nice bruises on my legs from, kicking walls and bar stools over and plenty of things. But yeah, that's pretty interesting to see how the 911 operators should kind of know how to respond to this call.
I will say some 911 well, actually not 911 operators, some ambulance, whatever you want to call it, when they come and
Paramedics.
Yes, I used to be an EMT. Absolutely loved it. And then I got pregnant with my son. Obviously couldn't do it anymore. So a few months ago, I threw up, started choking, literally could not stop choking, had to call 911. The paramedics showed up and literally were like, "You're fine. I don't know what to do with you." Like I literally did not know what the fuck to do. I was about to punch him in the face. Some paramedics, I don't know how they have their job. So this woman, I truly am trying to I'm very empathetic, so I'm trying to see how she's feeling because I mean, like I said, I do not know how some EMTs and paramedics have their job because I'm literally like like choking in front of them and they're like, you're fine. I don't know what you're doing. And I just hearing the word EMT or hearing 911, I'm just like, you can see I'm already getting like wound up about it. So I feel really bad for this woman.
Yeah. Me too. That sucks.
That's the pits.
Do you guys ever really remember anything from the ambulance? If they transported you? I know I like fucked up a bunch of questions, but that's only because a family member rode with me and told me just how like stupid I sounded. Do you guys actually remember the hour or so after a bad one?
Yeah, I remember the
I
rides
ever
there for
woken
the
up
most part.
was I'm in the ER. Like and if family's not there, it's like I think I gotta get out of here.
Yeah, I haven't woke up in the ER in a while, but I've woke up in the ambulance.
No, the
Didn't
only
make it to
thing
the ER. Woke up in the ambulance.
I was gonna say the only thing I remember is waking up in the ICU because, like I had said before, I tried fighting 9 people. They sedated me, and then that's how I ended up in the ICU.
Sorry to hear that.
Oh no, you're fine. Unfortunately, my memory is I don't know. I feel my memory is just something I super, super struggle with, but I also am very, very empathetic with people because it drives me up a fucking wall. Like right now, I'm trying to find my bowl just so I can relax. Have no idea where I put it. So sorry if I sound crazy. I'm trying to find it.
It's all right. I'm gonna
So
go
I'm
to the
gonna
next
be
My
one.
memory is as good as my mom's now, and she's almost hitting 70.
That is funny. Well, I'm gonna mute myself and let you guys take over, and hopefully I'll let you know when I find it the next time.
All right. I got something here. It says focal motor. Does anyone else's focal motor seizures involve their torso? I clustered and it started with rolling my eyes, moved on to my head falling back, which is pretty normal for me, and then involved my whole torso stiffening and jerking. Usually it's my hand, arm, foot, and leg, usually on my right side. It's only been my torso once before. Each seizure lasted a good few minutes, and between the second two, I started coming out of one and then went straight into a third. I have TLE, bilateral, is it mesial temporal sclerosis, So I believe it's both sides of my brain that's affected.
Yeah.
My torso, I don't remember. I'm never there.
Only
I
if
mean,
it's sore.
it can't sound surprising though. If they're saying bilateral, then I don't see why it would limit the muscles to, what would.
One side. No.
Yeah, I'm assuming just kind of like how all the other ones go. If it's shorter, then there's a chance it'll be less parts of your body. But if it's a long one, then chances are it'll spread and probably include more muscles.
And it may look like a dolphin flop because that's, my really big ones, that's how my husband describes them. Dolphin flopping. Where it's the entire body doing
I
a
can-
very weird, like.
I'm with Sailor Mom on that one.
Well, it sounded like
And
he was just
also-
talking, or they were just talking about focal motor seizures, like the focal ones.
Yeah, and also just like getting super hot. Like when I say my belly button literally like fills with I'm sorry, sweat. Yes, it's so gross.
Been there.
Right.
I know they said only focal motor seizures, but my tonic-clonics, I know where my hips hurt and everything, so yeah, it can't be that far off.
Yeah, it's like when there's the seizures I have when like when I'm having a seizure, basically I just can't do anything, but I can see which direction my head is facing, and I can feel myself gritting my teeth. But the thing that I guess puts me out is like feeling that for so long, then I feel my head hitting on something, and then I'm just out of it because I can feel that pain for so long. So yeah, that part sucks. Yeah.
I'm very sorry. That sounds awful.
Yeah,
It's
to actually
been a
be
long
aware
time,
the whole
but
time.
it hasn't happened in maybe 2 years because the rest of them have been in the house. But yeah, that part, yeah, sucks. I was like, I'd rather just wake up in the hospital or something instead of just sitting here feeling it the whole time. And it's like you can't do anything about it, so you just feeling that pain. It's like basically someone's punching you in the face. It's crazy.
Well, and Pookie, I don't know if this happens to you or anyone else on here, but I guess it's with my focals. Like a lot of the times I'll just be sitting there staring, frozen, and my partner, they'll come to me and they'll be like, hey, are you okay? And I'll be staring, and then maybe a few seconds later, I'm just like, and I know I'm out of it, and then I'll just be like, oh yeah, what? Huh? And it's like I'm like forcing myself to not be out of it, even though I am. It's the weirdest thing. I don't know why.
Just be prepared for your family to adapt and learn the questions to ask. Like when I try to put it off as like, yeah, I'm fine. They say, okay, so why are you in this room? What were you doing in here? What were you going for? If I'm just staring at the phone, they're like, you don't watch the ads. Why didn't you skip that ad yet?
Right. Well, and
Yeah,
that's why
if they
and that's why I'm like I joined the groups, and that's why I joined and they said today, they're like, well, I'm really, really happy you joined. Like this group seems very supportive. And I'm like, yeah, that's why I was on it for 4 hours. They're like, yeah, I can tell. I'm like, yeah, well, I don't, like you said, I don't stare at ads for 4 hours. I'm like, I'm fucking out of it for 4 hours. Compared to this, I'm listening, I'm talking, I'm crying, I'm this, that, whatever. Versus, which I don't know if any of you guys, I definitely have when I can't remember the one I started. I don't know the med, but when I really went downhill, I was experiencing catatonia, where I literally would just sit on the bed, pick up my phone, and then put it down, and I would literally be frozen for like 4.5 hours, not moving. It was the weirdest thing I have ever experienced in my life.
That's
And
not
they said
good.
it. No, well, and thank God I don't experience it anymore.
but it was literally, and my brother, he saw it too. Literally, I'd be like, okay, let me sit down on the bed, pick up my phone, and then I would literally 3.5 hours later, I'm like, what am I doing? It was so, and obviously now that's why I have a list of 14 things to tell my doctor, hey, this is why I want to kill myself. Obviously I don't anymore because of you guys, thank God. But it was, whew, thank goodness. Yeah, I don't want to do that anymore. And the fact that that even exists is just the strangest thing. I don't even know.
That would be so scary. And all this time, you're saying the time passes. Are you aware that you're like sitting there, but you can't move?
Yeah,
Or
like
you
this.
don't remember it?
You're on mute.
Like I'd pick up my phone and I'd lay on the bed, and that's why I especially want to move. I would tell my mom, like, I bought this house wanting it to be like super great. All I think of is like I lay on my bed looking out my window and I would just be like, 4 hours later, what am I doing? Like literally the weirdest thing I've ever, and now it's just turned into smack yourself in the face, go throw your phone into the wall. Like it's, and I mean, now I'm talking to you guys. Obviously, I have 5 friends on this meeting, and that I feel comfortable. Like if I were to tell my family members, they'd probably be like, let's take you to the hospital. But it's like all of these
Right.
things literally say severe side effects from this medicine, this medicine, this medicine, this medicine, this medicine, all the ones I'm taking. And it's just like, what the fuck? None of them were told that this could happen. Literally, I'm just like, okay, Loud's having epilepsy. Like, it's the weirdest thing.
And
Yeah, that's
also
all
the
I have to say.
post-ictal, right? Who the hell explains the post-ictal phase to anybody, right? That you're going to be like, even if, right?
Love
Like,
it.
what?
Love it.
They never do a good job of explaining what the hell that's going to be like. Do they?
Literally, they never explain anything, which the neurologist I'm going back to, he does a good job explaining, like, your auras can do this, you might feel this before, and if, after it happens, lay down, have someone with you, whatever. The neurologist I switched to, he's like, okay, we're gonna put you on this medicine. I'm having a reaction. All right, let's switch to this. Okay, we're gonna test you for this, and then we're gonna have you for surgery for this. All right, let's switch you to this. Let's do this, that. I'm just like, oh, okay. Nope. We're switching back. And as you can see, I'm already getting worked up, so I'm just gonna mute myself because I'm literally getting out of breath because it makes me just wanna go. It's insane how doctors are just like, all right, this is my job. I'm going to take your brain out, not tell you about anything that will make you just want to. It's insane. But what's not insane is you guys. You guys have literally made me realize love is in the world. All you have to do is look for it. And I'm so grateful.
Yeah, absolutely.
Lost my AirPods.
Yeah, I mean,
That's so encouraging. I don't even know the words to describe, but thank you so much for just talking to us.
yeah,
For sure.
absolutely.
Of course.
We're
And I
so
am gonna go off
happy.
camera, but I am still here. Just still looking for the bowl.
Gotcha. Anybody ever had like seizure nightmares?
Yes.
Like,
Oh my God. They're fucking crazy.
Yeah. So I got something here. It says seizure or nightmares. I've had some crazy nightmares with this medication. I swear it's the medication.
Which
nothing
one?
has been the nightmares. They're
Wh-
weird.
Which one is it? Which drug?
The Keppra did like that. I just had weird nightmares, and then Lamictal, it's like every now and then I get these bad nightmares, and I'm just like, okay, I'll wake up. Or there's some where I can't wake up, and I feel like I woke up, but I woke up in the dream, I guess, and I'm still in it. Yeah, some crazy stuff happens, and sometimes it's scary. Like I said, hard to wake up is the scariest part. But I'm gonna read this post. It says, I want to know the difference between nightmares and night terror movements and seizure movements during sleep. My brother is autistic and nonverbal, and for the most part of his life, he will kind of wake up scared and flinging his arms and searching for a pillow, my mom's hand. We always thought it was nightmares, but he recently began having tonic-clonic seizures in September of 24. So now we're trying to figure out if these are nightmares or seizure activity the whole time. Last night he had one of those nightmares, and it was about 8 seconds where it kind of moved around wildly while looking for a pillow to hug, hide his face, and then calmed down right after and woke up a few minutes later. Most times he'll reach for my mom's hand and calm down right after. What does this sound like? Don't have a doctor's appointment with his neuro for a while and can't send videos to him, so we have to wait. He's been on Keppra, 500 milligrams twice a day, and has not had a seizure since starting it in March. I personally think it's a nightmare because he probably doesn't understand the dream or nightmare versus reality, and that's why he calms down almost immediately after hiding behind a pillow or finding my mom's hand. He seems in control of his movements instead of thrashing involuntarily, but I want to make sure I'm covering my bases by asking those who have this experience. This shit is scary. I don't know. I can't really say what I do in my sleep, so I can't answer that one.
I mean,
I've seen one in my sleep, but I've seen two in my sleep actually. So
I don't
know.
wake up like they're describing, but I, for the past 3 weeks, have the most insane fucking nightmares I've ever had in my life. I mean, like, I'm going up hills and then going like into like, I don't even know how to describe them, but like I said, they're the most insane nightmares. I wake up and I'm literally like, you should see my face. They're fucking crazy. And I mean, I'm on 5 medications, but they're, yeah, they're crazy.
There was one particular medication that I took that I felt like I couldn't tell the difference between being awake and dreaming, and the nightmares were just all the time. And yeah, I didn't stay on that one very long, and I don't remember exactly which one it was. I wish I could remember. I'd have to go. I don't even know how I'd have to find out because I don't think it's in my records. But yeah, it's a thing for sure.
Did they?
Sorry.
Which one, Pookie, did you say they were taking? Keppra?
Keppra.
Yeah.
But he's nonverbal, so it's really hard to tell. Like,
yeah,
is he really having a nightmare? If it seems like the Kepper's been controlling it, it's hard to say. I don't know. But yes, we can have nightmares.
I was gonna say it is certain medications, yeah, that cause the nightmares, but I mean I don't know which specific ones do it.
Yeah. I can't remember the one that I had the most trouble with. I wish I could, actually, because it was really wild. And thankfully my doctor listened to me.
Yeah.
This feels like I'm taking psychedelics all the time, and I don't like it. Not like a good way.
Really
well,
dream.
I can say this.
Too real.
When I was on lacosamide and topiramate, I was okay. And then when I started when I came off of topiramate and I still on lacosamide and started taking, what the fuck is this? Ficompa, clobazam, and clorazepate. Shit's fucking wild. So one of the three of them is probably causing it, but I don't know which one. So unfortunately, and I mean I'm getting a lot of sleep, not too much. I mean I'm getting a good night's sleep, but every time I wake up, I'm like, what the fuck is that? Like literally, it's fucking weird.
It's
Yeah,
really hard
I
to
have
deal with.
really,
I'm
really
sorry.
wild and vivid dreams lately.
Yeah, it can happen for sure.
Wake up
Uncomfortably
sweating.
so. Yeah, and the sweating, yeah. We have all felt. Bye, Jeff. Jeff left us.
I got another one that says, "Does anyone know what's going on with me? Please, I'm getting kind of scared, freaking out right now. So I had a seizure, a tonic-clonic this morning. Now it is the evening, and I have really hard time understanding what people say or I struggle to read and write. I don't know if this text sounds odd since I cannot really think that much. Like when I try to talk to myself to say spell this, I just hear something like space, off space, a space, man give, manual, and some word that has nothing to do, basically. Basically, some word like that has to do with pause, explain. I'm getting a bit frustrated now because I know what I'm saying, but I don't know the word. It's something that starts with an M, like man, pause. Basically, the theme about pause. It been going on now for a minute, maybe even 10 minutes. Am I having a seizure or am I tired? I'm a bit scared and I'm freaking out right now. Does anybody have this going on right now?
That sounds like my post-ictal phase. I can never fucking talk, figure things out, or anything. I always just have to go to bed because I get so
I was gonna say
frustrated with
that.
myself.
That's when my
Yeah.
post phase is just lost and
It's
don't know what's
usually
going
like for the rest of the day. It's like until I go to sleep and then wake up the next day.
Mine might even last several days before I start to really make sense or like be able to find words. Oh my gosh, finding words, it's the worst. Because I loved reading before, and I worked HR for so many years. It's like I know how to talk to people, right? And like managerial stuff, know how to talk to people. All of a sudden you can't talk at all. It's like, what happened to me? I'm not I understand this and I'm sorry, but yeah, probably you're post-ictal or if you're having aphasia where you're like actually think you're saying words to somebody and they tell you later you weren't talking, that's when you're already seizing and you're getting ready to go down for a full-on tonic-clonic.
Yeah, I've had some crazy experiences too. Anybody have anything else? You have any topics you want to talk about? I didn't have any more on the list, but I could find something.
Just
Oh, did you make a list? No.
You're muted, Mama Bear.
sorry. I didn't have a list. I just had some things on my Reddit that I had saved, but I think you probably talked about most of them already. What's the funniest word you've ever forgotten after a seizure?
I don't know why. Well, that's true.
So many words.
My name.
Your name? Wow. I forgot I forgot the name of the president. I said it was the one before. But I didn't call him by name. I called him.
Tidbit. I don't know why I just saw that in the cottage. What the fuck?
Yeah, I can't remember what I was gonna say.
I'm sorry. This person just says that they blame the meds on their random word blackouts. They were shopping with their wife the other day and saw a cool collapsible funny funnel, and they wanted to come up with the word foldy water put in bottle, which is bottler, which is a wonderful way to say a collapsible funnel, because I probably wouldn't be able to say it either. I like that.
Welcome, new person. I don't want to call you Samsung, but that's what it says.
I don't know.
Can you unmute your mic for a second?
Well, whoever the new person is, welcome. My memory's driving me crazy right now. I cannot find my bowl.
Are you in the emergency room?
Who?
Oh, that sucks.
Oh, what's your name?
Looks like he's getting the thing. I forgot what it's called. I don't know how I forget.
The EMU, the EEG monitoring unit, the in-hospital EEG, right?
Yeah.
Is that right, sir? I've had that done twice.
We usually start with what are you taking? When was your last seizure, and when were you diagnosed? Your mic's on mute. He's working on it, Angel. I don't even know.
There we go.
Oh, okay. There you go.
Yeah, sorry, my nerves are a little rattled right now.
Yeah, so how long were you diagnosed? How long ago were you diagnosed? What are you taking?
31 years.
Oh, okay.
31 years. I'm taking, gosh, right now I'm on lamotrigine, Lamictal, and clobazam.
Okay.
My seizures are nocturnal. I'm not sure exactly what the state of my current seizures are. I think I'm starting to have more at night than I'm aware of. I had a really bad one in March during the day, which is a rarity for me. And by then I was back in my car and I totaled my truck. It sucked. It was 2 days after my mom passed. I think the stress probably, I don't know, triggered it, which usually isn't a trigger for me, but nonetheless, it was just bad. And since then, I don't know, I've just felt really foggy, that foggy feeling you get after you have a seizure, for a couple of days, maybe a week. I've just been constantly having that. And I think maybe it's been smaller seizures during the night that I'm just not aware of. And that's why I'm back in the hospital having another EEG. Hopefully they can find something.
Yeah, so I've been dealing with epilepsy for 20 years. Yeah, I got diagnosed in 2006, and my last seizure was on, April 11th. I take 200 milligrams of Lamictal twice a day. But yeah, I feel like I'm always the lowest dose when I talk to people. How many meds have you taken? I've only been on 3.
Oh my God. Man, they had me on all kinds of cocktails when I was younger because I guess 30 years ago, they were having a really difficult time depicting what was ADHD, what was epilepsy, what was the side effect between the seizure, what was the side effect between the meds. I think my first medication was Tegretol. And I,
Fellow Tegatron.
but it's difficult because when you're growing, you keep having breakthrough seizures. It doesn't matter whether your meds, your meds can get you 100%, but as you're growing, you need to increase your dose. And the only time that that it's right to increase your dose is when you have a seizure. So they grew my dose, or they increased my dose with Tegretol until, I don't know, my doctor said that it was toxic to do anymore. And then they split it into a cocktail of something. At that age, I didn't care. I mean, all I knew that I was what I hated, pills. Dude, I don't know. Probably I've been on probably 20 plus different cocktails in my life. No exaggeration. I'm just kind of, I don't know. I'm tired. I'm tired of the mix up.
We believe you.
How about y'all? How about stay
I
where
definitely believe you when you said tired of pills.
Yeah.
Yeah, right.
Oh no. This guy is having an EEG in the hospital. I'm sorry, guys. I didn't.
Oh yeah. I got my epilepsy when I was I was diagnosed when I was 16. But when I was younger, like 5, I got run over by a car. So I think they said one seizure back then, and then 11 years later is when I started having seizures at school. Then I was diagnosed at 16. Ever since then, been kind of getting it better. I've been getting it better over the years. During the pandemic, it got bad again, but it's got way better since then. And I'm down to like 3 to 5 seizures a year. And so far I've had 2 this year. So I'm trying to make it till 8th month without having one at least. I can make it through the year.
That's dope, man.
Crossing my fingers. But I've been taking these B12 vitamins and I haven't had a focal in 2 or 3 weeks. So I'm proud of that. And I'm eventually going to blame it on the B12. But so far I've been good.
So B12 is working for you.
Yeah, this one right here. They're gummies too.
B12. All right.
I upped my B12 too, and Pookie said his was working, so we'll see how it goes. I was taking it already like once in the morning, but he says a couple times a day, so I upped mine too. We're gonna see.
Yeah, I take mine. I take 3 a day. It says take 2, but like they say, the meds take the vitamins and stuff out of us daily. So yeah, I take 3. It's been pretty good for me with the focals. Like I said, I haven't had a blank stare moment in like 3 weeks, and I'm really happy that I actually tried it when someone told me to. Yeah, I don't know if it's that. Huh?
Are y'all aware of what your auras make you feel like?
Yeah, my auras are. It's usually too late by then.
Yeah. What's your feeling? What sense do you get?
Something is wrong. Too late.
Okay.
Once I look around like something is wrong, I can feel it. Don't know what it is. Too late now.
Yeah, I get it. How about you?
Me, I get a number of different things. I might smell something that definitely isn't there, and usually if it's that, it's like Pookie said, it's too late. I'm about to, like, if I ask the question, do you smell that? I'm down. Like right after it comes out of my mouth. But I can have other things. I can do aphasia where I start like talking and thinking I'm talking real words, but I'm not. Or I can get dissociation sometimes. And sometimes that feeling in your stomach that drops and then it pulls back up over your head and then drops back down again. I don't know how else to explain it. It kind of, just, I don't know. Anyway, I've had like visual auras of like watery rainbow stuff I've had
Oh wow, that's
sparkly
weird.
shit. Yeah, it's kind of, yeah, strange. Yeah, my orders are really, they are rather odd. Dizziness, yeah, that kind of stuff. I don't
Yeah,
know.
I get
I have to look it
terrified.
up.
I don't know what I'm
Oh, that,
scared
yeah, yeah,
of.
yeah, yeah. Fear, like just irrational fear, or you start crying and you're like, I'm
It's
so
like every
sorry.
phobia. It's like
I'm
every
so,
single
so, so,
phobia
so
put
sorry.
together.
That's what Twix said.
Yes, that can happen too. And usually, if it's that, like my heart will start beating and it'll be like a squeezing in my chest, and I'm just trying to calm myself down. Why am I freaking out? What is wrong with me? And then,
Yeah, and then it's
Yeah.
too late. That's the vibe I get. It's
Yeah.
like once I
Well, because
finally
you
think,
can't
is this a
focus. I
seizure?
mean, sometimes I think that we would have enough time. Like, say we'd have that, like, 10-second period, but you can't focus. Like, your head's so into your aura that you're
Right.
just kind of frozen, feeling whatever you're feeling. You know what I mean?
It's like once I start thinking, is this a seizure? Then I know it's too late. Because,
Right.
like I said, I get the confusion, like, oh my goodness, what is going on? And then as soon as I think, is this a seizure? Yep,
Yeah, it's a seizure.
there it is, a seizure. It's like you don't even have to answer that.
Yeah, you're as confused as the first time. Like, it's you all know you had them when you're done. Like, when you wake up and you come to. Like, how long did it take you to figure out you had a seizure?
Um, Usually, well, no. Well, I could say usually the popsicle state with the headache and all that.
Right.
But my latest have been I've been walking off and wandering off lately. So uh once I know I had a seizure, I'm just in some place I should not be, and it's too late to apologize sometimes. But
Yeah, I
yeah,
get it, man. I get it.
yeah, I've walked into a rehab and I told everybody, this is my house. Get the fuck out of here. And
Oh,
yeah, and then I walked into someone else's house. Yeah, I stayed on the fourth floor. He stayed on the second, and I woke up on the second floor with no shoes. And when I seen him, I just followed him. As soon as he opened his door, I just walked past him and walked in. And luckily, he didn't do anything. He just walked behind me. He said he knew something was wrong. I sat on his couch and I was tired, so I laid down. He just started talking to me. And then he said, I got a little angry, I guess he said. I said something like, "What are you talking about?" or something like that. And then I took off. The next day, I put the pieces together and I wouldn't apologize to him because
right.
I was like, I had to have a seizure. Why did I have no shoes on? And how did I get to the second floor? Why am I sitting on the floor? Who is this guy? And all that. I had to go apologize. And I felt bad for a minute, but yeah. He said, don't feel bad. He was like, I know something was going on. I always see you get put in the ambulance out front. So
Yeah.
he knew something was wrong. He was like, yeah, I knew something was wrong. See you too much in those ambulance. Luckily, it's got better since then, so he doesn't see me a lot in the ambulance. He probably doesn't see me at all now, but yeah.
Yeah, I haven't been in an ambulance in a long time. I mean, I try. I would avoid that at all costs. I mean, I think that's. I mean, when do you think that you need an ambulance? I mean, dude, that's a $1,200 ride to the hospital. I mean, I would take an ambulance when I absolutely think like that I would need
uh,
one.
I usually don't have that option. It's usually I wake up and they're already there.
Oh damn, the people that I'm around, like I tell them all, like if you call the ambulance, you better damn well know that like that I absolutely need one, because if not, I'm gonna make you freaking pay for that thing. Like if you panic
But
and
my
dial 911
insurance,
for no reason.
luckily, my insurance covers that.
Oh
Because
wow.
yeah, I've had to be taken in a helicopter once, and the guy in the helicopter told me that he said it's $100,000 just to take off, and I was like, wow, I'm lucky that the insurance covers this,
I'm
because
surprised you haven't been dropped. Insurance
yeah,
companies you know that. That is
great
wild.
yeah, great insurance.
it's California insurance is really good if you are disabled. And that
And if you can afford the rent and prices around here.
correct.
Yeah.
Okay. My husband says,
Where are you located? Where are you located?
okay.
I'm in Charleston, South Carolina.
Oh, nice. That's where Rick is from. Well, I think he's from North Carolina, maybe. But yeah.
Somebody else was in Charlotte, right? Who was in Charlotte?
It might have been Rick.
Yeah?
I think so.
Okay. Yeah, because I was thinking, my mother used to live in Charlotte. That's the only reason why I even was like thinking, oh yeah, somebody lived in Charlotte. Yeah. That was yeah.
So I got something here. It says, where's the weirdest place you've had a seizure?
The
It
weirdest?
says, I was almost a year seizure free, and I decided yesterday it would be great to donate blood. Didn't have a grand mal immediately after finishing my donation. Literally threw up my donation blood bag. So sorry to whoever gets my bag, but I had a seizure donating blood. The weirdest place I had a seizure in someone else's house, I guess, because that counts, right? Just blacking out and waking up in people's houses. That's the weirdest places. And then I feel bad because I'm in their house and I'm telling them it's not your house. And yeah, that's the weird part. And it's happened more times than I thought it was because another store told me about it. So I was like, yeah, so this has happened before. And just
So
not
a really
figuring out
awkward
what's going
time.
on. And
A
it's
really
I
getting
had
awkward
one
time
in
for me.
high school.
Yeah.
Huh?
A really
What
awkward
happened,
time
Angel?
was in seventh
I
grade.
said I had one in high school. That
Yeah,
was
high
pretty
school.
weird.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was in middle school. I was in seventh grade. We were all taking a test. And it was like, you were like circling A and then circling C and then B, and all of a sudden my books were on the floor. I didn't know why my books were on the floor. I was like, but time kind of connected, So it was like, okay, my books are on the floor. So I got up and grabbed my books to put them back on the desk. And I looked up and the whole class was staring at me like crazy. And I looked to the left of me and my friend was sitting there, Eric, my friend was sitting there and he's like, bro, you just totally had a seizure. And I was like, shit.
Was that your first one?
No. I was in seventh grade. You're what? Fuck.
12.
12. Yeah, I was diagnosed at 9. So yeah, 12. And man, like the nurse got in, the principal was right behind the nurse. I was like, yeah, I mean, let's just sound the fucking horns and make this completely obvious. I was just like marching me down the hallway. It was pretty awkward. And you're that young, everybody picks on you and shit, so that sucked. At least I was safe though.
Yeah, that's the worst place because the one I had at school, I know the teachers don't really know anything. So the teacher, she ran to the office to get the nurse. And the office was pretty far. So yeah, this was a story someone told to me. And I was just like, that's why teachers, they need to figure out how to get awareness to these teachers because something could have happened. She left me with all students and ran to the office to get the nurse. Instead of knowing something and calling the ambulance from right there, they go to the office. It was weird, and yeah.
She should have sent another student. That's ridiculous.
Yeah, I found out from people who were there that this happened.
There weren't people like trying to stick things in your mouth. That would have sucked.
Yeah.
I've had a female stick her hand in my mouth, and
oh, that's dangerous.
Yeah, I guess my mom told her that she shouldn't have done that, but I guess she said that last time she was around, I bit my tongue. So she was trying for that not to happen. I guess it traumatized her enough to where she was just like, I need to stop this. Last time he bit his tongue, let me make sure. I don't know, try to be a mouth guard or something. Angel, where's the weirdest place you had a seizure? Oh no, I think you answered that one, huh?
I'm not 100% on mine. Yeah. Where in high school?
I was in a class. I was in the back of the class. I don't remember it's just from what everybody told me. It's like I went down, I went hitting one desk to my left and one desk to my right.
Ow. It hurts.
Right.
And they said all the students just pretty much right away lined up, like were freaked out, and like lined up against the wall,
Mm-hmm.
watching me have a seizure.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know what happened because I woke up in the emergency room, but I know it had to be tough because the EMT had to get to me, and I was in the back of the classroom, and they had to go through all the desks and chairs.
Oh yeah, I could imagine them moving everything around just to
Yeah.
get to you. Yeah, that was the weirdest place for me. So, Sailor, did you say the weirdest place for you? I don't remember if you said it or not.
I don't. I'm gonna go with riding in the passenger seat with my husband over the Golden Gate Bridge
Oh
for
yeah.
Valentine's Day. I don't. There. I might have come up. I might have thought of another place, but for now, let's go with that.
Yeah.
But I think we lost our friend. I don't know where Samsung went.
Yeah, I was gonna ask him how's his memory, but he left.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I was gonna ask him. Yeah. Did he say what medication he was on? Because I was across the room during that period of time.
He said lamotrigine. I think he said Keppra as well.
Oh wow.
And something else. I think he said he's on 5 right now.
That seems to be the magic number. Everybody.
He said
all
he's
the-
been on 20 plus cocktails.
I don't know how many cocktails I've been on because I don't know how. I would have to like go back through all my records and go like, okay, when did they switch this one to that one to this one to? Do you know what I mean? Like I can count how many medications, and it's like,
Yeah.
yeah, like what did I don't even know where my stupid book is right now, but it was, like 14, 15, something like that. It was a lot. So, and that was the ones I could manage to find in my chart. That's the other weird thing is my chart is really hard to find. Like Katie was saying, you can't find how many milligrams you were on. You don't know what else you were taking. If they just say like failed or you're still on it.
Yeah,
Very
some of the test results I don't even understand. They're all over the place. To be honest, it's like the test results they send me, and it just said all kinds of places, I guess, in my body, and it was so much to where I couldn't tell if there's something wrong or you just telling me there's something. It's just pointing out every part of my body, like your throat, this, and that. And I was like, that's so much easier. Someone just calls me and tell me all this stuff because me reading it, I didn't understand, and I don't think
I'm
it
not
said
a
anything was
doctor,
wrong.
right?
Right. It's like, what am I supposed to know something is wrong and I don't know what any of this is? It's so much different these days than going in and talking to them. So I had to tell him that, and then I guess they're gonna set an appointment. So I think I'm just gonna show my primary this what's going on and see if he can understand it because I guess I understand it, but I don't.
Are you taking
See what it
drugs? That
says?
was my usual question when I was young. It's like, are you taking drugs? I'm like, no.
Yeah, I know it said something about my esophagus because I had the heartburn and stuff, and was it gas reflex? So they said esophagus something abnormal, but I didn't know what the rest of it meant because it was a whole lot after that, and esophagus, and then chest and stomach, and
Have they ever had to intubate you before?
no,
Okay.
What does that mean? You mean like put me to
Oh,
sleep?
no, to breathe for you, to put the breathing tube down your throat, because they can damage your esophagus and your
Yeah, I think so. When I was a kid, when I got in my car accident when I was a kid.
could be that they're just saying there was some scar tissue there from that, even. Who knows?
Yeah,
Or
that makes sense.
that it is from your heartburn too. Could be burning the
Oh no,
same.
yeah. I read that part where it said the stomach acid hasn't affected my esophagus. I seen that part, but like a lot of the other stuff, it doesn't say if anything's wrong or not. It just says what's going on, and yeah, it's really confusing if you're not a doctor.
Yeah, definitely. Well, it's nice though that they at least gave you some records. Like, I mean, Katie's always trying to get her stuff. So many people have said, like, the other lady that was on here earlier, Sia, right? She can't get, she's has to fight every time to get her medical records from one doctor to another. And I know that that's been a big thing for me too, to like even transfer my kids' records, which is ridiculous because it's not even like they have an illness. I'm just trying to get them to a different doctor, right? Come on. Why is it like
Makes
this?
me wonder is like when I transferred over, did they transfer my records over?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Right. That's, I mean,
I got this. My stepmom just sent me this letter that I gave her in 2007. I do not remember this, but it says, "Hey, mommy, I came by, but I figured you were asleep because your car is here, but I'm in Oakland with my mom. I'm working on my handwriting." And it was in '07. I don't know what that was about, but she just sends me like the pictures and stuff. I did not understand. Like, look at me. She sent me this. Yeah, little me.
adorable.
I think she has like a
Little
box of old
Pookie.
things. She has a box of like old things. She always shows me the old things out there. Like she showed me the newspaper article for when I got in the car accident.
Oh.
I actually can. Yeah,
Yeah. That's
crazy. Like she saves some really old stuff, and when I read them
Yeah.
all, yeah, some stuff. I'd have to send it to you. Yeah, she has the articles.
Oh. Wow.
My
Yeah.
mom saved my records from St. Chris's Children's Hospital. So I was like, what? Okay, I'm gotta take that to my doctors now.
Yeah.
So you guys, I
That's
was gonna
awesome.
grab one more, and then we can go if we'd like to.
Okay. Sounds
We're
good. I
down
know
to the
everybody
regulars.
probably has to eat.
Yeah, I'm
Oh,
gonna go.
I'm surprised Pookie ate during the podcast.
I had to. I had to eat. I was like, I am so hungry. Like I've never been that hungry, and I think it was because I was smoking. But I was just like, I am so hungry right now. Just let me stop ignoring it and just go get something.
Yeah, I had a salad and some pineapple when I don't remember what happened that, oh, my computer just shut down. So I was like, well, I'm gonna go and grab some food while it's turning itself back on. Anyway, go ahead there, Pookie. What are we gonna?
Yeah, I ordered the food for my stepdad. So yeah, people that are getting older, they can't do the phones and add the cards to the accounts and stuff like that, and then order the food off of Uber Eats. How do I get the discount that it says right there? So I had to do all that, and he fell asleep and he forgot. Well, he didn't forget, but he didn't bring me food. I guess because I was doing this. Um, yeah, I went in there and I got some of the food, and yeah, well deserved. But what did I see? I forgot what I see. Oh, I think this is that one girl. I'm not sure. Didn't somebody say she came by or something like that? Uh,
I'm not sure if she's came on, but I've definitely been replying to her messages on our
Yeah, I got something here then. Let me see. Why is it doing this to me? Oh, damn. Okay, yeah. This will be the last one then. I had shingles in 2018. I haven't had a seizure since. Anyone else experienced this? I've had epilepsy officially since I was 13, but likely had it well before then. My seizures started off as hand jerks and contracted wrist muscles. I've had them anywhere from 1 to 30 a day, every day since I was 12 until 28. At first, they blamed it on repetitive motion because I played the trombone. I started having convulsion seizures when I was 15. They stopped for a while and came back every few years. The hand tremors on some days were multiple in an hour, all day long. I didn't lose consciousness and had full control of my motor skills except my left hand. I still drove. I treated it like minor inconvenience instead of a medical issue, or I could have gone a day or two with none. Those times were less frequent. Some doctors blamed it on hormones, and the IUD stopped my period for 10 years. My diagnosis has always been all over the place, but they all relate to different types of epilepsy, myoclonic, tonic-clonic, even PNES was brought up as an idea. In 2018, I was on a vacation in Mexico and I got terribly sick the last day. We traveled home by car, by bus, plane, and train. I was exhausted for 3 days, thought it was just a migraine, but then my husband forced me to the ER and I got a spinal tap. I had viral meningitis and shingles and was hospitalized for a week. I was on intravenous antibiotics for 2 weeks. The shingles had started on my scalp, so I couldn't see them, and slowly made their way down above my eye. They caused significant nerve damage, and I was in a ton of pain. Had the shingles spread anymore, I may have lost sight in my left eye. The really weird thing is that I haven't had a single seizure since I entered the hospital. No hand tremors, no convulsive seizures. At first, it was like holding my breath, waiting for them to start back, like a phantom limb. I weirdly missed the predictability of the discomfort. They often dictated my emotions based on how many I had that day. I still don't claim that I'm cured, just seizure free, because I know they can come back at any time, but I've never gone this long. I've talked to my epileptologist at, at length about this and consulted with others from around the country, and there have been only a few theories. I'm not a doctor, so what I've basically heard or been able to interpret, the main one was that there was fluid back up in my spinal cord from a dormant chickenpox infection that made it difficult for the medication to access my brain, and now that the fluid is drained or something like that. She said that when the seizures come back, she would give me a diagnosis of herpes. Shingles is herpes zoster caused by varicella zoster virus, same thing that causes chickenpox. To get shingles vaccine, since I'm not too young for it. Wait, yeah. Does anyone else have some crazy stories? Oh, we're not here for crazy stories, but I give some advice. Yeah, all I can say is that sucks, and getting that in your right eye.
Yeah, that's
Only thing I can say is, yeah, they do want to sneak back up on you when
yeah.
you least expect it, and when they do, they come back
Yeah.
bad.
Yeah. Like the person they were saying they're in the hospital right now, and they say, since I've been here, I haven't been able to have a seizure. And it's like that. Like every time I get to the hospital, everything that was wrong is just not wrong anymore. And I can't explain anything that's wrong because for some reason I'm not sick anymore. It's just the aura
Yeah.
of being here just cures everything. Been there. So
Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah, I wouldn't if you're still in the hospital, I certainly wouldn't think you're cured at all. I don't know, man.
Yeah.
I would just wait it out, I guess, and see. But I certainly, if you're on medication, don't stop taking it because that would be a sure way to make it come back. Right?
Definitely.
Person said, is it wrong to feel, it feels weird. No, it weirdly feels lonely sometimes with an unanswered question. Is it weird that it feels lonely? No, absolutely not. I feel lonely all the time. It's a whole nother story for a whole nother day.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, like you can still have people there and still be lonely. I don't know how to even explain that, and people would think that's weird to say. How you're lonely and you have all these people around you. It's a mind state. Your mind is telling me I'm lonely.
Yeah. Or just that you just feel much, much different than these people. Even if you love them and they're around you and they love you back, sometimes that you just feel so, and you can't explain it. So that makes it kind of lonely. Yeah, for sure. I know I have never felt as lonely as I have since I've had epilepsy.
Right.
For sure. And it's only 5 years. So, yeah.
Yeah, so the lonely part with like friends not coming around as much, that didn't happen until like my late 20s. But I think everyone kind of moved away a little bit, but then it became me going to visit them a lot. And then I was like, okay, yeah, they're not coming to visit me, but they want to see me, but they're telling me to come to them. So that was pretty rough. But yeah, that's when you notice you're lonely.
Yeah.
People aren't coming to see you, but you're going to see them, so you don't feel lonely. But then you still feel lonely because you have to go back home. Yeah, so if that answers your question, whoever asked that, I hope that was very helpful.
I think in a different way is you could still be around friends and partying or around family and they just won't relate to you because they're not going through your epilepsy, and that felt lonely. Like, yeah, I'm hanging out having a good time with them, but yeah, there was still something missing,
Yeah.
And it's still feeling lonely.
But you guys, I had a great day and we met a lot of great people, and I think we did a lot for quite a few people today. I feel really good. And I'm feeling good for the day.
Good.
I feel like tomorrow's going to be good.
Good.
Like
Get some sleep. Yep. Good.
I feel like everything's going good right now. I'm going to go something.
All right. How about you, Angel? You good too?
Yeah, I'm good. I took my meds not too long ago, so I'll probably be knocked out soon.
Yeah, I gotta go stuff something in my face and go take my meds eventually too. So, all right,
Yeah,
guys.
I'm gonna do the stuffing face part, but I don't have to take my meds for a few hours, so that'll be good.
Okay.
And I was saying earlier that I was like, I think someone said something like, "Forget about your epilepsy" or something like that, and I was like, "Yeah, I forget all day, and then 2 times a day I remember I gotta take those pills."
Right. Yeah. Unless something interrupts it, Yeah. To remind you. But yes, yeah, for sure. You don't get to forget for very long. Yeah.
Yeah.
You guys sleep tight.
You too. We love you, Pookie. We love you, Angel. We'll see
love you guys so much too.
Bye,
Friday.
Bye,
All right.
Pookie.
I will
Bye,
get as much rest as
guys.
possible.
Yes.
So I feel
Amen.
See you
For sure.
I sleep good too for some reason. Everything is going well. Hey, Tom.
Oh, hey, Tom. We're getting ready to sign off, but we'll talk to you for a second before we go
Oh,
here.
yeah, Tom, what's up? I see the link you sent me. I guess it's a person.
Tom, you there?
I don't think he's fully on yet.
Oh, there he is.
There
Hi,
he
Tom.
goes.
How are you?
Oh, it's time for another round. Getting to restart it, Tom back.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
All right.
Did you say that guy logged on?
Yeah, said you're back now. Time to restart, I guess.
Well, I just wanted you you got my message.
Yeah, I was trying to figure out, was that the person's name? Or you said they had a subreddit or something?
No. I put the name of the subreddit, his name, and he is in the dumps, man. He really needs some help, some encouragement.
Yeah.
So I wrote him a letter, I wrote him a message, and I told him that this is the place he needs to be. And so I sent it to you in case he logged on. So you replied, it sounded like you replied and said he answered it.
You said he answered it?
That's what your thing said. Your reply.
My reply says
He accepted my invitation.
Oh, okay, yeah, he accepted your invitation. Okay, I thought you were saying me. I was like, oh no, I
I'm
didn't see
sorry,
that.
man. It's these drugs I take.
It's okay.
I understand.
We all
prescribed drugs.
But yeah,
So where's everybody at?
everybody had
We
left.
were all ready to get in there and
I
log
figured
off.
I was trying to get on here and I was having problems.
So I'm
So
down with starting over, but I mean everybody else was headed out.
no. I got things to do as well. I just happened to go back and check. I wanted to log on with one of my other names.
Yeah, I got
And check to see what's going on.
I pulled out the
came across
list.
him.
Other things to talk about. But we won't keep you up. I'm gonna go find something to eat.
Yeah, that's right. I just got something to
else.
eat, but I mean, I got TV shows I gotta watch.
Yeah,
Angel's got to go get some nachos. Right? Angel? Nachos? Yes.
Yes, you got it, honey. You got it. So,
nachos. How's that sound?
So it looks like I'll be able to be on Friday. I thought I had work, but I think I'll be able to be on Friday.
Okay.
Hopefully this guy will log on.
Yeah, hopefully.
Yeah.
What we can do is
and I
help as
sent
many
you a
people as
link.
possible.
Yeah. So I think I sent you a link to his
Yeah, Pookie keeps saying
message.
nachos, and I want nachos now.
Did you get that, Pokey?
Yeah.
See if you can check it out.
The link was from.
No, well, it's not a link, but it's the name of his subreddit, of his message. You see that? You can do a search for it in the epilepsy thread subreddit.
Okay.
Go there and do a search in epilepsy, and that'll come up. Go ahead and read it. Tell you a little bit about them. And since you ain't got nothing else to do.
It says the link that you sent me is the link for the person who sent the message, which was you.
Yeah, okay, but look in there. It also says the name of the his message. It's in epilepsy subreddit. You see that?
Yeah, to be honest, I don't.
Come on,
see
man!
it
I
yet.
know you can do this.
I'm trying.
All right. Let's let it go. I know my brain's pretty toast right now too.
Yeah, I need to eat something. We can figure it out.
Let's go take some more of our medications, and then we'll get on the same page.
Yeah, I'm gonna take some vitamins and eat something. So
All right,
I will see you guys on Friday. But I will talk to you guys basically every day.
All right.
Yes.
All right.
Yes.
Most
Talk
definitely.
to you
I'll see
later,
you
everybody.
On the universe.
All
Well,
right, you
we'll talk
guys.
like this on Friday.
That's right.
Yeah.
All right. Go Warriors.
All right. You
Right.
take care, Sailor and
Bye.
Angel. Life is good. Keep your chins up, all right?
That's
Yeah.
right.
Life is
God
great.
bless.
Amen.